Hey guys, how you doing? Welcome to the show. What the fuck ever, you know the drill. I don't need to go through introductions and all that crap. Hold on, let me get the chat going up here. Okay. Your movie sucks, love horses. Your movie sucks, wishes he was a horse. You know, till somebody said it crossover episode, I got really worried. I hope people don't think Your Movie Sucks is going to be on this live stream, because I didn't realize about the title. Should have been reacting to Your Movie Sucks ratings of the Indiana Jones movie, because now it looks like he's on here talking about the Indiana Jones movies. It's gonna look like some clickbait shit when that's not what it is, and I feel really bad about it now. Like, whoops. My bad. Sorry, guys. So if anyone wants to jump in on the Discord, it's the general voice connected. I don't give a fuck who jumps in. Anybody can literally jump in. The link is in the chat. Anybody wants to join in this conversation, I do not care. Oh, Slav, you son of a bitch, you jumped in the PR live one. You dumb idiot. I like how I said dumb and idiot. Your movie. I would love if Your Movie Sucks joined. That'd be fucking fantastic. We're not gonna spend the whole time talking about him. I just couldn't think of a topic this week, guys. It was out of sheer laziness. Really was. This wasn't anything negative. I just don't know what to like. I don't think this out ahead of time. I don't go like, "Hey, I'm gonna talk about this topic on Sunday." You know, I guess I should do that. That would be professional. Supposed to do a podcast with Blood Money yesterday. He talked to me on Friday night. We had this amazing conversation on Friday night about Costco and how it used to be this sense of adventure when you're a teenager and you go to a Costco or Sam's Club and you used to go to the DVD electronics section or the furniture section or all the free samples you would eat, and there was an adventure aspect to it when you were young. And then you get older and you're still seeking that adventure when you go do things, but it becomes like a lesser experience as time goes on. But yet it used to be an adventure to just get Chinese food with my friends. Like it was exciting. It's like how if you watch uh Caddyshack and you eat food with it, it becomes this ritualistic experience. It's like a cookout. Food's just better. Shitty, crappy burgers and hot dogs are better with Caddyshack on. And how the internet is just this place that is basically people seeking a community. That's what the internet is. It's a bunch of individuals seeking a community because we're all chasing that feeling we used to get when we went to like Sam Goody's or Suncoast Video or whatever your place was. If you hung out in the Sonic parking lot. When I grew up in East Texas, on a Friday night we used to hang out in the fucking Sonic parking lot. You would go there and you would just drive around in a circle because that's where everyone was at. And you didn't do anything. And then there was another Sonic on the other side of town, and you would drive there. And Sonic has horrible fucking food, by the way. But you'd go there and like get a slushie, and then you'd go back to the other one 2 hours later and see what was going on. Nothing ever happened, but this is what you did, and it felt epic. You know, it felt like this was everything because the future was ahead of you. You know, so the internet, you're searching for that. You're seeking friendship. You're seeking a sense of connection, of oneness with other things. You know, this is why geek culture and anime culture and all these things took over the internet so much, and why it's so much in the language of the internet, because it's a bunch of communities coming together. This is what message boards were. This is what chat rooms were. This is what YouTube is essentially. It's a bunch of communities and sub communities all existing with each other on this website, and that's what comment sections are and the content creators. So, I was thinking with my life, like, yeah, what happened to the adventure? Why did it used to be so exciting to go fucking, they had the big TV at like the Sam's Club or the Best Buy. And it's like, could I just go in there now and put a DVD of Caddyshack in there and just sit there and watch it and eat a hamburger, eat a rotisserie chicken, a Costco rotisserie chicken. By the way, is there a better deal in the world than a fucking rotisserie chicken? I mean, holy shit. You pay $5 for an already cooked chicken. It lasts you like 3 or 4 days after you get it. It's delicious, especially the Costco one. And then you can just keep consuming it. I mean, I really can't think of anything that competes with that. It's got to be the ultimate deal. Not only do I like it for its quality, but just for the deal aspect of it, it's just got to be considered one of the great things. So if I could eat a rotisserie chicken and sit in a Best Buy and watch Caddyshack on a big TV in there in like a lawn chair, or a Sam's Club, whatever the fuck it would have it. Uh, I'd be so happy. And just shove, just like consume like a fat pig monster, and it would be absolutely delicious. So it's pretty sweet. So I should be a little embarrassed. Before I came in here, I went to the bathroom. I took a leak. Sorry, the stream ended up being later than it was supposed to be. I should have done this earlier in the day, but I'm lazy and miserable. So I did that thing. I don't know. I mean, I'm just going to be honest here. I don't know if any of you can relate to this who are here right now, but I did that thing where, like, you don't shake enough. So you go and put the wiener back in the boxers, and then you get some piss down your leg. And I have like hairy legs, so I have some piss on my leg, and I'm wiping it off with a wet wipe, and I just feel disgusted with myself that like I'm a child who doesn't know how to like take a piss properly. Like when you were a kid in school and there was that one kid who used to pull his pants down to his ankles, and you'd see his ass, and you're like, what are you doing, man? That's how I felt. There was piss drizzling down my leg because I didn't think to shake my dick enough and get all the piss out. And, you know, and I know leakage is not, so, okay, I was thinking, isn't it just so awkward? Like, sometimes you'll do it in a public restroom, like you're peeing, and then you put you put your junk back in there, and then you feel that pee just run down like the leg, or you feel it on the boxer shorts, and it's so embarrassing and gross. And then I think about it the rest of the day, like there's urine on my underwear now. And for some reason I'm self-conscious and think that everyone is aware of it. I think when I go out, everyone knows that I have piss on my in my pants. Like I'm certain of it. I'm like everybody in the room that I go to knows about this. That kid did it right. Yeah, you know what? Why did I judge that kid? Maybe I should go when I go pee at the bathroom, I should pull my pants down to my fucking ankles. Maybe that's the way to piss. Maybe we're all doing it the wrong way. Peeing is it should be simple, right? You just let it out and you go. But then there's that weird time where your pee does that corkscrew thing. You guys know what I'm talking about, where it like goes in different directions and then it meets each other and it like turns in like a corkscrew when it goes into the toilet. Like you have two it looks like the Ghostbusters stream, and the stream like connects and then shoots, and it's like it's hard to aim it. It goes in these wild directions. And you're like, how am I doing this? You know? And then there's the other times when you're peeing and it's just shooting off on its own that you can't control it. Like it's like trying to hold a fire hose and take a fire out, and the pee's just going in these directions that you can't control. Uh Maybe you should get your prostate gland checked. Yeah, probably. But no, man, I mean, I don't know, dude. I've heard other people talk about this. It's something that happens especially after you're done having sex, but like pee will go in different directions. It does happen. It can sometimes happen when you wake up, but it's typically after sex. You pee very weird. Um, so it's like, what the fuck is this? Why is my piss going in different directions? And you can't stop the peeing because then you get that weird thing where you hold it and then it like you feel that weird thing in your nuts where your nuts like start to like they start to hurt for a second, and you feel the sensation because you're trying to hold the pee in. But then you think like, how long can I hold this in? Like you want to be a man about it, and you're like, I can hold this piss in. I'm strong enough to do it. I have strong will. But it feels like if you're doing like a Kegel or something, it's that sort of sensation. And a part of it feels good, which is weird. But then it starts to come out when the pee comes out after you hold it like that, when you're trying to control it. When it comes out that next time, it hurts. Like it hurts that next time it shoots out after you held it, and you're like, oh fuck. But it only lasts like a second, and then it goes back to feeling good again. Then there's the like overly long piss where you don't even realize it's going to be as long as it's going to be until you start, and then you're like, it feels like 30 minutes into it, and you're like, what is going on? And you think about every time that you've peed a long time before that time, and you're wondering if this is the time that's going to be the longest one. Like you try to go into your head. No, peeing isn't supposed to. I think it feels good. I enjoy it. But you try to think like, was there another time that I went longer than this? And you think you're about to beat the record, but it always seems to stop short right before it happens. But I got the piss on the leg, and I was very upset about this before I started Very embarrassed about it. I did wipe it down with a wet wipe. I'll make that very clear. Uh, so I still don't have the pee on my leg. I was civil enough to take care of that situation. You're welcome. I also have a weird thing going on. I'd like to talk to some other people about this at the chat if anyone joins in on the conversation at some point. I didn't delete your comment, man. Oh, it must be because the chat has a thing set up to automatically delete certain comments. I didn't delete them. I'm sorry. I gotta change the settings. It's probably the settings have it where your comments get deleted if you say a certain thing. Sorry about that, man. You ever seen Bear Grylls pee that one time for like 2 minutes straight? No. But I'm very interested in this. Please do share. Let's go into detail about this. Oh, Madcap's going. I see Terrible Lizards online. Where the fuck is he? Get in the chat, you Aussie fuck. Never wants to talk. So timid, so shy. Quit being shy. Come on, man. Madcap, are you there? Oh, wait, I'm muted on here. Shit, hold on. Alright, Madcap, sorry. What the fuck?
Okay.
Oh, sweet.
Hello?
Hey, Broseph.
What's up?
Hey, so
So,
tell me about this pee thing. Have you experienced anything like this?
okay, well, I'm gonna be frank here. It's gonna be hard for me to come up with jokes, so I'm gonna be super serious here. This is a serious matter.
Yeah.
Onto that topic. No, I don't. I totally get I totally get where you're coming from with this because I'm not sure. Have you ever had the issue, which I like to call the morning fire hose or fire hydrant dilemma?
Go into detail, please. Explain this.
Okay, pretty much. You're just getting up in the morning for your piss just to start your day off. You're half asleep, or depending on what the situation looks like. But you think you got it right centered onto the toilet, but then for some reason it goes out of place from one side. You know, you get piss all over your fucking floor or uh, side of the toilet, and you're just like, oh fuck, I gotta fucking aim this shit. I gotta aim this fucking shit down. And which is pretty much like your fucking second wake up call, just to get your morning going.
Right, yeah, when it wakes you up, like when it's one step ahead of you. I know exactly what that's like. That happens all the time. I'm glad
Yeah.
you understand. I also had another weird experience in the last couple weeks I'd like to ask you about. Since you're a fellow man, or at least I assume so. Uh so I've shaved my body hair, the front of my body hair for the first time in like 10 years. I haven't done this since I was in my early 20s, late teens, right? Cuz I'm a pretty decent hairy guy. I got like a beard and a lot of stomach hair, chest hair, pubic hair and whatever. And every girl I dated always told me they liked better shaved, like when you like shave it where you have like that line going down the stomach. You know what I'm talking about? Where you don't have all the side stomach hair and stuff like that. It just goes down like a straight line. And I used to see dudes without their shirts on who had like setups like that, and I thought that was natural. I didn't know there was this thing where guys all shaved their body hair to look a certain way. I just figured some guys couldn't grow as much body hair. I didn't know like the sculpting thing was a thing when I was younger. But I mostly avoided it. This is why I'm not clean shaven most of the time. It's this I don't want to go through the effort of shaving. It's not because I'm in love with having a beard. It's just the way it is. So I shaved. I shaved like my stomach and I really shaved around the pubes and the genitals, and I like tried to trim up around the chest and everything like that. And it was so weird looking in the mirror, man. You know, it was like like those cats that don't have the hair, you know? Like I thought I looked like a different creature. It was so weird to see like my body again and not like this hairy version of it, but just like see like what my stomach and chest and look like. My nipples, I hadn't shaved the hair off my nipples for years, so I forgot what my nipples looked like and stuff like that. My chest without hair all over it. So are you a shaving man, or are you just like let it flow?
I tend to let it be, though there was one time in 2012 because through my family genetics, uh, any guy that's born from the family gets very hairy legs. So I shaved my legs in 2012 just because, because it felt everywhere, because I didn't want to deal with just the fucking sweat glands that were just pouring out of my hairy legs.
Right,
So
right.
I didn't go that far up, but I managed to just get from like the ankle to the knee up. That's as far as I can go, and it felt weird because yeah, it's like it is like like a cat just completely shaving of its fur. It felt fucking weird because you like not only does it look weird, but you feel everything,
Yeah.
which is strange.
So you've never shaved the chest. You've never done the 7 thing where you're shaving the chest in the mirror.
I tend to groom myself on occasion, but I'm not like a thorough shaver. I don't do it like often. I just do what I feel feels necessary. Just so in the off chance if I'm presenting myself in front of a lady, I want to look a bit right, a bit fashion, a bit presentable in the moment, but
Yeah,
not often.
apparently, yeah, apparently chicks prefer this. I was such an idiot for so long. I didn't know this that like women like if you shave. Because there's statistics on this that women prefer like stubble to a beard or clean shaven. So women like when you're groomed, like a nice haircut. And I get that, but I didn't know it went so far as like they want you to have the chest shaved right, they want the stomach shaved right. I get pubic hair because that can get nasty and gross for both sides if you don't keep
Oh,
that.
definitely.
Yeah, I'm not saying I don't understand that one. It was, although there was a time when people didn't shave their pubic hair. That wasn't that long ago. Like back in the 70s, everybody had their pubic hair. And from what I've heard, it has something to do with porno. That in porno they were shaving and then people started shaving, but I'm not really sure. Or that crabs, everybody was getting crabs or something. I wasn't alive back then, but yeah, apparently women like it. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna try this out. But it made me feel like I don't know, I hadn't looked at my body that way since I was like a teenager. Like just seeing like, the chest part and the nipples and all that and seeing myself shirtless like in the mirror. I was like, what the fuck? It's like I don't look the same. So with that going on and the pee drizzle down the leg, I got a lot going for me right now. You know? Things are looking on the up and up. So let's talk about this your movie sucks thing because fuck it. Because, I don't want to talk about anything else right now. Um so
This just happened.
yeah, that's the thing. It's current, right? So we're gonna talk about it because fuck it, why not?
Yeah,
So
fuck it. Let's trend it. Let's trend this shit.
yeah, let's be trend. Yeah, right. So, Adam from Your Movie Sucks. He recently watched all the Indiana Jones films because I guess his fans wanted him to. Is from what I
As
know.
any film, but yeah.
So then he rated them all on IMDb and made this public, or his account's just public, and you can go look at his ratings.
Arbitrary ratings.
So this
Yeah.
became a big fucking deal on film Twitter that Adam gave Kingdom of the Crystal Skull a 4. He gave Temple of Doom a 6, which is really interesting, which I'd love to hear him talk about. Then he gave Raiders of the Lost Ark and The Last Crusade, which most people consider the best Indiana Jones movies. He gave them both
Far away, yeah.
he gave them
Yeah.
both a 5 out of 10. So according to him, Temple of Doom is the best one at a 6. And then it is a 5, 5, and then a 4 for Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, which is probably the one I agree with the most, is
Mhm.
giving that movie like a 4 or 5 out of 10. So Adam responds to this on Twitter because everybody started making a big deal out of this. So he said, if you get upset at someone for rating a film a number, you're a fucking loser. It's one thing to feel as though someone's review doesn't properly explain or justify that number. It's another thing entirely to get mad because they had a don't like the film as much because they had a don't like the film as much as you. That's a weird fucking sentence. Because they had a don't like the film as much as you. Legit, I couldn't give a single fuck if someone rated my favorite films of all time a 1 out of 10. I'd be interested in hearing what they have to say and could later criticize how they rationalize it. But the people who get mad at the number itself are toxic idiots.
Yeah. There goes that straw, man.
This is what
Okay.
he does. This is what he always does,
Yeah.
though. This is one thing I love about Adam so much. And by the way, I like Adam. I'm going to make that very clear. I make fun of him a lot on here, and I have for the years, and people think I don't dislike Adam from Your Movie Sucks. I do think he's funny. I do think
I sure made fun of him from the last stream.
Yeah, and
with pleasure.
And I think he'd be cool with that. I go a lot of flack, but like I don't think he makes bad content. I don't think he's a bad person. I don't think he's an asshole. I don't think he's toxic for YouTube. I don't think a lot of negative things about the guy, right? I'm very interested in him because he's very important in the film community on YouTube. He's a very relevant person. I think he's like the way I feel about him is very similar how I feel to like an Anthony Fantano, right? Where it's these guys that like give these very streamlined. They're considered like the aficionado art house indie reviewer. You know, there's the Chris Stuckman who's like the mainstream guy, or a version of that for a music reviewer. But a lot of people think of Adam or Anthony Fantano as like they're intelligent, they're valid. They you know, they review more of the independent stuff and the stuff that a real nerd of this stuff would like. So, you know, they both built their reputation over the last decade from that sort of thing. And you know, and they'll criticize and give bad ratings to very popular things. They'll be very contrarian. Something will be huge and popular, and they'll both give it like a bad review. Like Anthony Fantano will give something a 5 out of 10 that everybody's loving, and Adam will do it with a big movie. And then they'll give like a 10 out of 10 to some movie that nobody saw or some album that nobody's listened to. And that gives them street cred. But this is the thing I love about Adam. He tries to make these, and Anthony Fantano does the same thing. They try to do these like, you know, rational, you know, grounded arguments like, God, how could you react to anything this way? Why would you say anything like this? You're stupid if you feel this way. They always come from that point of view. Like, dude, come on. Why are you making a big deal out of this thing? Let's just think logically about this. This doesn't matter. Whatever. You know, and then they try to say, you know, if we could talk about it, that would make sense, like what Adam does here. But here's the thing.
That's a weird thing. He wants to talk about it, like how you just phrased his tweet there. It's just like he's open to have those conversations, but in the meantime, you're a toxic man, baby. Don't matter what you think. But you know, if you're one of those people, I'd be happy to talk to you. But until then, you're a toxic fanboy, whatever. That's just weird.
Yeah, here would be the thing I would say to him with his own kind of argument, which is this is what he always does. I would say, dude, you know that when you make it public that you gave these movies that are considered like, you know, especially two of them are considered.
He's gonna get feedback, yeah.
Consider two of them are considered two of the greatest films of all time. It's like if I popped up a rating and I gave like, you know, like The Godfather, like a 4 out of 10. People would be like, what the fuck is that about? And people would be making fun of it. And it's already a meme, the 6 out of 10 thing. He even wears a shirt, the 6 out of 10 thing. So he's aware of the meme of how his rating system works. So, dude, you know when you put that out there that people are going to react to it and be like, what the fuck? Why did you give to... You know that Temple of Doom, you're not dumb enough that you don't know Temple of Doom is like considered the lesser film of the Indiana Jones series, and you rank it higher than Raiders of the Lost Ark in Last Crusade. So then when you get on here and you act like a little baby about it, like, you're an idiot, you're a loser if you care about what I rate a film. It's not that people care about how you rate a film, they're just reacting to it because it seems crazy from any perspective that this is how you feel about these movies. It's like when I hear people say Revenge of the Sith is their favorite Star Wars movie. I'm like, what? Do tell. It's
Yeah.
interesting. And he's reacting like everyone's just getting raging about it, but it's more like, dude, you knew that when you put that out there, people were going to react to it when you said two of the most famous movies of all time. You gave them like generic ratings, like they're mediocre bad movies. You knew people were going to react to it. So why are you on here like trying to defend yourself when you knew that it was going to get a reaction? Did you think nobody was going to give a fuck that you did
Mhm.
this? This is what's ridiculous about this guy. And Anthony Fantano does the same kind of shit. And then their fans are just like, yeah, he's right. He does make a good rational argument here. People are being reactionary to this. It's like, do you guys just not understand the internet on any level? Even though I know you both clearly do understand the internet, but you're surprised that people are pissed off that you say Raiders of the Lost Ark is a 5 out of 10? It doesn't
Yeah,
make any sense.
here are 2 points I'd like to make, and I hope Adam is listening to this. One, I couldn't give less of a fuck what you rate Indiana Jones, because here's the thing. I like all those three movies. Raiders, Last Crusade, great movies. Temple of Doom, yeah, it's got its problems, but it's a good movie. It's a good time. Crystal Skull, I mean, we don't have to go through it now.
Yeah,
I can go about my day.
we're not even going to talk about Crystal Skull's out of the conversation.
Yeah, I can go about my day and not give a shit what Adam has to say, even if it's a opinion that I'm gonna disagree with, because I'm not gonna waste my fucking time over it. And second, it's a public forum. This is the fucking internet, and this is the same shit that I encountered with when I had to debate people on Amazing Spider-Man and Amazing Spider-Man 2. I get into a lot of these arguments with these threads of people praising Amazing Spider-Man 2. So I list out all these issues why both films don't work. And you're gonna have the people that say, you know, it's their opinion, or you shouldn't have to be so vocal about it. But you made it public. So unless if you want to keep it between yourselves through like a personal Discord server, as we are talking right now, or just private chat, any form of private talk, that's fine. I won't have to go to it because first off, I don't even know you. I don't even have connective access to you. So you have that conversation to yourselves. Have fun with that. Yeah. So at the end of the day, you're making it public to whoever's going to respond to it, and you're going to expect people to react with an objective. And yeah, there are going to be people that are going to be reacting with some vitriol, but you're going to have people like myself who are going to provide valid reasons why your opinion or your rating to this, that, or whatever movie is invalid.
This happens with Blood Money all the time, and me and him get in these arguments about this all the time. He has a it's these guys, and I always tell Blood Money this is bullshit when he does it. It's these guys that have a different rating system. Because when I say it's arbitrary, I don't, I do mean that. Like if you give something an 8 out of 10 or you give it an A minus or anything like that, when you give something a grade, even in school, I think grades are pretty stupid. I think grading is a silly thing because, how do you really
Testing is stupid in general.
Yeah, how do you
SAT scores.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to go into the whole point of film criticism on some level, right? But Blood Money will do this. Like, we have to have ratings because they exist, and that's just how things work. It's like having a name. Names are rather pointless, but you need something to identify someone as so you can talk to them. So I can go Madcap, so I can know who I'm talking to. But ultimately, it doesn't mean anything. It's just some title that you have that's actually irrelevant to who you are as a person, but people think of you, they associate you with that name because it's titled to you. You're basically held hostage your whole life by your parents by the name that they give you, that people think a certain way about you based off of your name. But that's not you. It's just a title. It's like words are just sounds that mean something so we can understand each other, but it's just noise. Same thing with the ratings, but we all live in this world where we have to give ratings. So for most people, a good movie is like an 8 out of 10, and a 9 or a 10 out of 10 is a great movie, and then a generic mediocre or okay is like a 7, 6, and then when you go below that, like 5 to most people is a bad rating. But Blood Money does this. Blood Money will give like great movies that come out like a 4 or a 5 out of 10 that I would give like an 8 out of 10. And I always ask him about it. Why the fuck do you give that a 5 out of 10? He's like, well, I have a different rating system. Mine's different. What I give like a 5 isn't what someone else's 5 would be. A 5 to him is what most of us would consider an 8 or a 9 out of 10 movie. Like he gave Dunkirk a 5, and it was his second favorite movie that year. Like Social Network to him's like a 7, right? So No, it's not the participation trophy thing for everything that we shouldn't rate people. It's just the whole idea that like you get this test and somebody grades you and that defines your knowledge of that thing because like testing's a flawed system. There's a lot of intelligent people that don't do good on testing, and testing is more skewed towards women. Women on average do better on testing, but it's not actually a sign of one's intelligence or abilities. It's something that could be fixed. I'm not against the idea of testing, but ultimately it doesn't really mean as much as some people would like to do, and that's not true for everything. But in particular, grading is kind of a silly system. Not necessarily testing, but especially when it comes to subjective things like art. So to your movie sucks, like a 5 to him is probably what most of us would give like a 7. So when he's giving these movies a 5, he's saying that they're like okay average movies, that they're not bad movies, they're not like 2 or 3s, they're average movies. And so to him like this isn't a big deal. So I get that. But he has to know that to most people they would give like Raiders like a 9 or a 10. That would be the general thing. I think a lot of people would give it a 10. I mean, I don't even think I would give Raiders of the Lost Ark a 10 out of 10, but I think a lot of people would give it a 10 out of 10. So he has to know that, but he does the 5, and then his argument on Sardonicast is, I already could tell what that Sardonicast is going to be. It's going to be him, I Hate Everything, and Ralph the Movie Maker talking about how ratings are arbitrary and stupid and don't mean anything, that everyone's stupid to react to them. They're not going to have any
But they'll make it mean something.
Yeah,
Yeah, but they'll make it mean something.
And they're not going to disagree. There's not going to be a devil's advocate. Like, Ralph's not going to take the position of, like, well, this is the opposite, which would be interesting. They're all just going to agree with each other and say, like, yeah, it's stupid. Ratings are meaningless. They're not actually going to have an in-depth conversation about ratings. They're just going to talk about, yeah, it's meaningless. We have to give ratings. And it's so stupid that anyone cares about this and won't just listen to us talk about the movie. As if I'm supposed to sit there and listen to you talk about the movie as opposed to seeing your rating and thinking, like, Adam, you could talk about how you feel about it, but when I see that, I just think, okay, you think this is mediocre, which already ties into a lot of what I know about Adam and his film taste, and a lot of issues that I have with Adam and his taste. And one of the interesting things about film criticism is you get to know the critic, their psychology, what they're into, their persona comes through, and how their view things. Siskel and Ebert, I love both of them. But Siskel didn't know horror to save his life. He didn't understand the horror genre at all. He gave so many great horror films or action movies bad ratings because he thought it made him uncomfortable. Or they didn't get comedies most of the time. Ebert really didn't understand comedy films. And that's fine. That just lets you know the kind of people they are, that Gene Siskel didn't like gory movies. He gave Taxi Driver a bad review because of the shootout at the end. That doesn't bother me, that we get to know the people, but it's like, Adam, you don't get it. We have an opinion of you, like your taste and how you talk about film, just based off the sort of stuff that to you, these action blockbuster kind of movies, these Spielberg kind of movies, these Robert Zemeckis kind of movies are mediocre and worthless, as opposed to what would be an art house film, like a film from a Michael Haneke or like, any of these modern filmmakers that he would like, or any of these modern movies, like he would give Moonlight an 8 out of 10. So he's saying Moonlight's a better movie than Raiders of the Lost Ark, when Moonlight is a horrible fucking movie.
Yeah.
By any standard.
No.
But Adam's like, that's an 8 because it's got nice cinematography. It's about an important subject matter. There's barely any dialogue, and it's an artsy movie, so it's an 8 out of 10. But Raiders of the Lost Ark, this movie that has all this craftsmanship and a compelling narrative.
And amazing photography, if I may add.
Amazing photography. Amazing. And that's a 5 out of 10, when clearly all this work and effort and timing went into everything, and Moonlight's something that I think any average filmmaker could make, as opposed to a Steven Spielberg movie. But to him, that's an 8 out of 10 because that's how he views movies. He has a very narrow-minded view of films pre the 1990s. He doesn't watch a lot of movies before a certain decade. He mostly reviews modern films, which I'm cool with. He's a modern film critic, but he doesn't talk about a lot of older films. He hasn't seen a lot of older films, and I'm not projecting this. I've seen him on shows. He was on Movie Fights one time on Screen Junkies, and he didn't know Animal House or Christopher Guest movies, all sorts of movies. He never seen any of them. And I'm not saying he has to see them. But all the time he talks about how these, and he says he doesn't watch a lot of classics because he always wants a new film to see. So he mainly watches new films at film festivals. So his tastes are kind of skewed that way. I've also heard him discuss that he thinks the standards for movies have gotten higher. That what our standard is for sound and visuals and quality of storytelling is higher.
What?
So that's why he's so harsh on movies. That's why he gives so many 6 out of 10s, is because he thinks people's standards are higher now than they were, let's say, in like the 1950s when films, the editing and stuff wasn't as technically proficient as it is today. These are a lot of his arguments, and I think a lot of it's bullshit. And
Yeah, complete bullshit.
the Indiana Jones rating reflects that. So when people are criticizing that, it's an overarching thing criticizing him in general, not just his opinion on this one film, but how he views movies in general. That's the thing. And he should understand that, but instead he's like, if you're mad that I gave this movie this rating, it's like, I'm not mad, dude. I'm just saying that you're the supposed film aficionado. You know, you're one of these film experts. You're supposed to be one of these film critics. And really, you're just that hipster guy in his 20s who likes Roma, even though it's a boring, meaningless piece of shit. You know, and you'll buy everything on the Criterion Collection. You'll wear your Houseu shirt. You'll wear that orange house shirt because you're cool and you like that movie. And it's on the Criterion Collection and everybody loves that poster. So you wear a shirt of it. But then you'll like shit on something like E.T. or a Marvel movie. They're mediocre. They're not worth your time because you don't like them, but you'll be cool and into this stuff. That's all it is, dude. You're a stereotype. And it's okay to
Yeah,
make fun of it.
he's so pretentious. Yeah, he's just completely pretentious. Like he has to apply his own standards on viewing a lot of these big mainstream blockbusters to blockbusters back in the time in a time and context where there wasn't a lot of technology. You didn't have like a lot of special effects, but there was a lot more there's a lot more craftsmanship. There was a lot more care and detail compared to movies nowadays. But he's going to he's gonna like demean those films because the current state of blockbusters nowadays is shit. So therefore, movies like E.T. or the Indiana Jones trilogies, therefore shit.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just it's a lot to break down, man. I'm just like,
I know we have it's
yeah,
so much to
I'm baffled.
cover. That's the thing. I'm trying to cover it without not getting laborious in the way I'm talking, but it's so much to cover. Because really, I've wanted to make a Your Movie Sucks video for a long time. I wanted to kind of go at Your Movie Sucks. And this isn't, people always do this whenever you talk about a big YouTuber. They're like, you're jealous, you're trying to punch up, you're trying to get attention, blah, blah, the fuckity blah. Dude, I don't give a fuck about being YouTube famous. I don't care. If I was trying to be YouTube famous, I wouldn't do a
Mhm.
video on rules of attraction. I would be talking about I'd be talking about Star Wars. I don't give a fuck about being an e-celebrity. I'm not jealous of Adam in any way. I mean, if you're saying like, oh, you're jealous of this guy who makes a lot of money reviewing movies, I'm like, yeah, I wish I got paid a lot of money to review movies. I mean, I'm jealous of that, but that's true of, I'm jealous of guys who live in mansions in the Hamptons. I'm jealous. I mean, yeah, I wish I was rich. So that's just a pointless conversation to even go down. I always hate that, or that you're just trying to jump on some bandwagon. I wanted to talk about Adam for a long time, but there's so much to cover, it becomes annoying with him because, once again, I don't think he's a dumb guy. I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't think he makes bad content, and I don't even think he's a bad film critic. More that I have issue with is his taste, and it's a modern taste that I really think is more negative than I feel about a lot of these fan cultures, like the Comic-Con culture that's perpetuated superhero films and franchise stuff. I always
Mhm.
liked art house cinema and foreign films and all that stuff more than I liked blockbuster movies for the most part, even though I like both pretty equally. I like Bergman and Fellini and Fassbender and Rossellini and all these filmmakers, and I was obsessed with them early on. Um, and those kind of movies aren't good anymore in the way they were back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and even in the 90s, except for places like South Korea and so on. And I think a lot of it has to do with this postmodernist film criticism, and Adam falls into that in the way that he views films. and how he talks about them, I think is been just as bad for film communities on the internet and on YouTube. And I think that's why a lot of like like when they talk about Fantastic Planet on Sardonicast, it's supposed to be like, oh my god, this amazing thing they're talking about, this French animated film. Aren't they so cool and hip? Like it's this self-grandizing, aren't I fucking smart and cool for talking about this movie that's on the Criterion Collection bullshit that
Yeah.
is everything I hated about, and I'm a hipster as much as anyone, man. I got the beard and I drink craft beer and I go to coffee shops, I buy records. I'm not that different in any way like that, but it's an attitude thing. Like
Mhm.
you use that in replacement of a personality or an actual original or interesting opinion. It's just with people like him, this is what makes Red Letter Media so different, is that they have a perspective and a humor and really good analysis on things. They're very unbiased when they review stuff, even if they give it a bad review. They make very valid points. Adam, it's like, of course he's going to give Soul a bad review and talk about the bad things about it, which is fine. Like, of course he's going to give a Marvel movie a bad review and break down things he doesn't like about it. But it's the tone of it and the way he thinks about these things that, like, we should be loving Gaspar Noé films or Michael Haneke films, uh, or these Palme d'Or winner type films. And all this other stuff is bad just because these movies are, me and you had this conversation last week and you were at my house and I did that pitch of a movie that would win Best Picture, and I would get on the Criterion Collection, and nobody would go see it. That movie, I think I called it Water Cooler, and I just made a
Yeah.
movie up in 5 minutes where nothing happens, where essentially you would start a movie and it'd be a kid going to get, yeah, you can join it, Crazy Chameleon. It would be a kid going to buy cigarettes for his mother, and that would be the opening scene. And then the next scene of the movie, he would go take the cigarettes to his mother. They'd have one conversation. Then he would go to his girlfriend's house and have sex with her, and he brings 2 cigarettes with him, and they sit and talk for about 2 minutes about nothing. They just have maybe they quote some kind of poetry or they talk about some philosophical concept. Then he goes to hang out with his buddy, and his buddy's like, hey, let's go get these drugs. Let's go get some, Adderall or something. And he's like, okay. And they're coming back from getting the Adderall, and they hit a kid with their car, and they leave the crime scene, right? So then the guy reads about it in the paper, sees it on the news. The main character gets upset that they hit this kid with the car. So he starts to go stalk and follow the family of the kid who died. He's at the funeral. He's watching from far away. Once again, there's no dialogue. It just has beautiful cinematography. Then he develops a relationship with the family of the kid, but they don't know that he was there the night that his friend hit him with the car. So that's the whole second half of the movie, as he becomes almost a surrogate child for these parents. And then in the last scene of the movie, he sits down with them and he talks to them about what happened. And it's just them looking at him across the table, especially the mother. And then you fade to black and you call it Water Cooler or something. Or call it like, it's a bullshit title like The Vastness of Black, some stupid thing. It would get 98% on Rotten Tomatoes. It would win at Cannes. You would get nominated for Best Screenplay and Best Picture. And Adam would give it a 9 out of 10. And I would be in the Criterion Closet, and everybody would call me a genius, and I'd be a judge at all these film festivals. And it would be a film with no dialogue, barely. Nothing would happen. It would just have the kid getting hit with the car. But it would have beautiful, gorgeous cinematography. Like, it would look gorgeous. That would be the key. And it would have, like, this music underneath it, this really nice score. And all of
As
it
long
would,
as it looks pretty,
and it would come
doesn't
upon,
matter.
and it would be on Criterion. Everyone would call it a masterpiece, and it would make no money, and everyone who went to go to the theater to see it would not like it. Like, it would be like everybody who actually saw the movie hated it. It was boring, but according to these film critic and film festival circles, you're a genius, and you'd be on the Criterion Collection. That's what I'm talking about. That's not fucking 8.5 Fellini. That's not Fassbender Fear Eats the Soul. That's not Bergman making the seventh fucking seal, right? It's not the same fucking thing. And there's these modern directors like the guy who made the fucking Florida Project or Barry Jenkins when he makes fucking Moonlight, or Blue is the Warmest Color, or when Alfonso Cuarón makes Roma and nothing happens for 2.5 fucking hours. And these movies are the modern day critically acclaimed classic masterpieces, and they're nothingness. They're movies about nothing. They're just ambiguity. It's so people can project meaning into the movie, and thus that makes it intelligent and artsy. And Adam likes all of these fucking movies. He likes all of these goddamn movies that do this for the most part, where they're meaningless. They're non-movies, but it's just genius to have no meaning, because then any meaning that you want to put into the movie is what it means. And if the filmmaker, you don't think I could sit at a festival and bullshit what the meaning of the film is? Like, well, them smoking the cigarettes is tied to this Greek play that I was a big fan of, and it's this complex between him and the relationship between his mother. The cigarette is a phallic object, and he has a weird sexual dynamic with his mother, who you don't see his father in the movie, and he's having sex with this girl and sharing the cigarette, and she has it in her mouth. So it's this weird sexual dynamic with him and his mother. And then he develops a relationship with the mother of the kid who got hit by the car that he has a strange dynamic with. So it's about this strange sexual dynamics with mothers. I could bullshit that. Like that was what I meant with those things. That's what those visuals mean. It's all just bullshit. I just made that up. And people would say that. They would make video essays breaking it down. What do the cigarettes mean in water cooler? You people think I don't fucking know what this is. But no, here's the thing, Adam. You fucks. I've seen these movies. I've actually watched films before the 1990s. So I've seen enough movies to know what is actually quality. And I could tell you right now, all of these modern day hacks couldn't shit out anything with all of the money and effort they could put in, nearly as good as Raiders of the Lost Ark, or anything from the classic Spielberg era. And the people who don't get Spielberg and why that stuff is great will never truly understand movies. And I've been dealing with these people my whole fucking life, and now it's come to this head where it's like, Indiana Jones sucks because it started the death of narrative. This is what my Did Blockbusters Ruin Movies video was all about. Everybody loves a winner, but nobody loves a winner, because Spielberg won. He's the most successful director of all time. He's probably the best director of all time. And I think a lot of us, including myself, have a hard time processing that. It's like Tom Brady winning the 7 Super Bowls and it doesn't seem real. Steven Spielberg doesn't seem real. So people try to make up all these reasons with sentimentality or what have you, why he sucks, and he's not as good as these other directors like Stanley Kubrick or Martin Scorsese or what have you. And you just can't deal with the fact that some guy is that good with his camera work and editing that he can make stuff like Jaws or Raiders of the Lost Ark, and that he can consistently make movies that break box office records. He had the highest grossing film of all time in Jaws before Star Wars came out. He did it again with E.T. He did it again with Jurassic Park. He consistently kept fucking doing this. No one else except maybe James Cameron has touched that kind of level. And people can't process it. It's hard to process when somebody is that good at something. When somebody's so much clearly better than everyone else at what they do. And it's not just his ability to make a movie. It's the way that he was able to market them and get them to translate to other people across the world and get this universality where everyone likes. Yeah, you just got to click crazy. You just got to click on general, and if you click general, a voice chat will pop up in the Discord.
Yep. Yeah, let me add. If he's on the Please Rewind server, there would be a couple audio icons on the
if you just hit
right,
that. But
depending on what he's using it on.
But these motherfuckers don't get this, and I talk to so many friends about. I mean, I have like a test with this. Like, if you don't like Steven Spielberg, that says so much to me about you. And you can fuck off. You can fuck off. Straight up.
It's like the equivalent of disliking Hitchcock if we lived in that time.
And I've heard people talk about this, that Hitchcock's overrated because he couldn't do the satirical elements at the time or do the more perverse stuff that he wanted to do. And people like Brian, I've heard Tarantino say this, that Brian De Palma like evolved it, you know? There's these arguments. It's like when Terry Gilliam criticizes Spielberg or Michael Haneke for scenes in Schindler's List, the shower scene and so on.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
a common thread that's existed for a long time, and Adam is falling into this common thread. And I heard this argument my whole fucking life hanging out with film buffs, and it's the same bullshit. Adam, there's no evolution of these arguments or any of these things. It's just the same shit that's existed this whole time. It's just been this continuum of the film conversation. So of course you give and listen, this doesn't Raiders of the Lost Ark is still one of the most popular and successful films ever made, and what Adam feels about it doesn't affect that. Most people still love it. But it's this fucking attitude that's led to us getting these movies like Moonlight and Roma and the shit that wins Best Picture. And there's exceptions, like Parasite was as good as everyone was saying, but these certain types of film, in particular from American filmmakers, that get a pass, and people would argue, like, oh, it's great because of the depth and the meaning and the cinematography and my deep analysis of it. And I see it for what it is, for the bullshit that it is. And I'm so sick of this. It drives me so crazy because those movies are so much easier to make. It is not hard to make a film like that, to make a pretty, a slow, a dialogueless film that people can just put meaning into, that's all symbolism, that has no actual storytelling or narrative construction or any real craftsmanship. It's just like, here's a tracking shot of him walking to the kitchen and back to his bedroom and then laying on his bed, and there's a shot of it. And it's not even I dislike that kind of thing, that slice of life. Richard Linklater kind of makes movies like that. You're just kind of living in it, I can like that kind of thing, but it's like all of these movies now, they're great. And apparently, if you make a really well-made, big-budget movie that everybody in the world loved, fuck you. It's like, oh, okay. When will film criticism be made again? And it's bad criticism, honestly. The fact that the critics aren't attacking these films for what they are is bad for film criticism, which is why everyone's a critic now, because the standard for being a film critic is nothing. You don't have to know a lot about movies. You just have to say, well, all the critics are giving this film a good review, so I have to say it's good, and I just have to occasionally be a contrarian, and then people think I'm intelligent or edgy because I have a differing opinion of, oh, this movie's really popular and I'm going to tear it down. You become the Armand White of this, and it's just, I mean, I don't even know what to say at this point. I have so much to say about this because I felt so much about this for a long time, and it's not just Adam. It's a lot of people like him. Chris Stuckman's on the opposite side of the coin, where he just likes it seems like he goes and looks on Rotten Tomatoes what the movie has, and he just reviews it based off that. Oh, it says 90%. I have to say it's good. Oh, this says 42%. I have to say it's bad. He just goes with the grain, But
Yeah.
it's rare I find any critic who's on there that said, who actually has an interesting perspective or point of view. It's that whole Ratatouille thing where the critic eats the ratatouille and then has that whole monologue about being a critic, that it's easy to criticize things and you live off negative reviews, but then the real job of the critic is to talk about the new and all of that. And none of these people do this. No modern day critic has really championed or found the thing that was the new or was missed, or found this gem that everybody had to find later, because everybody just follows trends nowadays and everybody just follows everything on the internet, knows everything. So what's the job of the film critic anymore if everybody already knows everything? You used to watch critics for reviews to say, oh, maybe I'll go see this movie or not. That doesn't really exist anymore. People used to watch Siskel and Ebert or read their local critic in the newspaper to see what the critics said of the review. Now I don't get the point of film criticism. I really don't even understand it. I don't even know what being a critic of anything matters anymore. Just because of the culture we live in now. Or that.
Yeah, I feel like.
Go ahead.
I feel like that game. Yeah, I feel like that game was dead as soon as Roger Ebert passed away. I think that was like the telling sign of where film criticism was going, because we lack that nuanced voice that we could rely on.
Well, the film critics of the past were typically journalists. They were people who went to school and got a journalist degree or an English degree. They were film historians. They were very educated in the art of cinema and the craft of cinema. a lot of these modern day YouTube critics, and I'm not saying everybody, by the way, I'm not putting everyone in there, but a lot of these guys, they're not that. They're just some dude. And I'm not saying I'm not that guy either. I'm not saying I'm above it, by the way. But we're just dudes who are just talking about movies, and our opinion's no more fucking valid than anyone else. But for some reason, we hype up these films that are shit because they have the illusion of being more valid because they're somehow more artistic because there's symbolism or some shit like that. I've never really
Mhm.
understood this. I don't even fucking get it. You know, I get when someone like will break down Vertigo or something like that. I get when somebody like talks about Citizen Kane. I get when somebody said, but like even Adam, there was a Sardonicast where he said that modern storytelling didn't exist before Citizen Kane, which just makes me think he didn't watch any movies before Citizen Kane, that he's never seen anything before that movie, or doesn't know anything about movies from the 30s or from even before that, like 1940. It just says this thing is like, I don't know if you've actually seen that many movies that lead us to where we are now, so you can have that comparison to go, oh, this movie came out in the 50s and is still as good, if not better, than a lot of movies that come out today. So it's just all these people, they lack a real film history. They don't really know the history of film and these filmmakers. So they're just following the trend of nice cinematography means good. And they don't actually really know anything about storytelling or even making literary connections to what writing and cinema is and storytelling and stuff like that. They don't.
Yeah, like D.W. Griffith wasn't the pioneer of modern storytelling before Citizen Kane. Fritz Lang wasn't a pioneer. F.W. Murnau
Yeah, really,
of
you'd have to go back to like a. I mean, I'd say we have to go back to like a Birth of a Nation kind of movie, which
yeah,
I know,
Broken Blossoms,
which I know you
Nosferatu.
can't bring up, but yeah, you'd have to go back to those movies to say, well, that's the first time, that there's storytelling in a sense. If you mean by modern that there's some non-linear elements to Citizen Kane and what it does thematically, I mean, I guess I kind of get that point, but I also don't think of that as necessarily modern. I mean, there's something fascinating about Orson Welles is that he always, even you go back, he always feels like a filmmaker of the future.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, if I may add, yeah, he would just his name and the resources he had to make Citizen Kane. He was doing different things um, compared to the tradition of storytelling at the time, and he had, you know, a great cinematographer working alongside him. He had some new he had some camera systems that were new at the time, and he was playing, yeah, like you said, the non-linear structure that was very prominent in Citizen Kane, that really led to pretty much like the art house take or artistic take of cinema. But yeah, I just don't understand. I really don't understand because Adam talks big game, but he doesn't really go back to the era of, yeah, like I said, Griffith with Broken Blossoms, Birth of a Nation, or films that were prominent in World War I, like Jacques or Nosferatu. It's very disingenuous of him.
I agree. I think it's, yeah, that's a good way of pointing it, that he flexes a lot in this way, but it's disingenuous that he doesn't. To even be like, I haven't seen Animal House, and it's not like I'm saying that you have to see Animal House, but it's just knowing the significance of that movie and history and having seen it for a cultural reason, understand that, like, that's how you see the evolution of these things. Um, I also see someone in the chat saying that, Kubrick's films hold up and Spielberg's films don't hold up, and Spielberg, has a lot of bad movies. Well, what I would say to that is Stanley Kubrick made 12 movies and he spent like 10 years on pre-production on a couple of them, so that's one reason why his films are so good. And Steven Spielberg's made like a movie or two movies a year, so that's just a numbers thing. I mean, like,
Yeah,
if Steven
I
Spielberg only
mean,
made 10 movies, they'd probably all be great, but he made a lot of movies, so that's any filmmaker. I mean, it's the only ones I can think of are like Bergman and a
Quantity of
couple.
quality.
Yeah, quantity. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if people
yeah,
really want to know why Kubrick was so good, It's because he spent a lot of time planning his films out before he made them. That's one reason why Kubrick films are so good. Is that he
Yeah,
spent
Z Plane.
years on them.
Yeah, Z Plane. I get where you're coming from, but you gotta look at the context of just the timing of these films and the standards that these filmmakers apply to their own movies. Because yeah, Kubrick took a lot of time. He didn't make a lot of movies. He made just 12 movies, and he took so much time to craft them and make sure that they are as amazing as you could possibly imagine out of Stanley Kubrick. And Spielberg was just playing a commercial game for the most part. Yeah, he had like a lot of big budget movies, and at the same time, he was directing like a lot of like art house Oscar bait type
And
films. So
producing like a madman.
yeah, he
Yeah.
produced a lot of shit. So while he wasn't making the films he wanted to make, he had to produce them and hire the filmmakers that were right to take on the project.
I mean, I'll
So
say
he really
this.
got
The fact
yeah.
that he made Schindler's List and Jurassic Park the same year is more impressive to me than anything Stanley Kubrick pulled off that he had years planning. And I mean that 100%. I think that's a more impressive achievement that he made Jurassic Park and Schindler's List the same fucking year than Kubrick taking 3 years to make Eyes Wide Shut and as good as it came out, or that he spent so much time on like Full Metal Jacket or Eyes Wide, or how long he spent to make The Shine. Listen, I love Stanley Kubrick as much. My favorite movie of all time is Clockwork Orange. I love Stanley
Same.
Kubrick, so I'm not
Mhm.
knocking Kubrick, but you know it's like Woody Allen, where people try to say, "Oh, he's made a lot of bad movies," but uh, fucking Woody Allen's made a movie every year since like the early 70s, and
Yeah, look at Woody Allen.
half of them are good and like 15 of them are great. So then like what, 20 of them are mediocre to bad, but fuck, you make a movie every goddamn year. I mean, you got to have impressive to the tenacity as much as you do how many great movies you make. You have to find that balance. I can't think of any filmmaker who is just seamless and perfect. And the only reason Kubrick kind of stands out above a lot of other directors is just because he did keep that quality control. He wouldn't really make something if it didn't meet a certain standard. And that's why we all admire him so much, because he stuck to his guns. Where somebody like Francis Ford Coppola stopped doing that at a certain point, and then he couldn't really keep up with the movies that he made in the 70s because he didn't keep the same standards. He did compromise on Godfather 3 and Dracula and a lot of other movies. He started compromising, where he didn't compromise on Apocalypse Now and Godfather, and that's why they were so good.
Mhm. Yeah, Spielberg
Or-
doesn't hold up. Like Jaws doesn't hold up. Close Encounters, Raiders, again, but the Indiana Jones topic we're going on. I mean, it depends on your taste, Z Plane, but you really got. And I get if you're not a Spielberg fan, but you really got to look at just
I've
gotta
never,
look at
I've,
this
I've never
proper
understood
context.
people not being Spielberg fan. Me and Blood Money talk about this all the time. I mean, Blood Money is pretty much like the smartest dude I've met when it comes to this sort of stuff, and he just has essays on like Jurassic Park and shit like that. There's like,
I'm sure.
and people who think Spielberg's films don't have thematic depth, or that they're not artsy, that they think Spielberg's just the sentimental blockbuster filmmaker, that his films aren't art films. Close Encounters is an art film through and through. I mean, there's no coincidence Truffaut is in the movie. In a lot of ways, it's a tribute to Truffaut. It's a film about transcendence. I mean, the guy at the end leaves his family and transcends and goes to another world. It's actually very existential what that movie's dealing with. And Jaws is just pure essence and crafts that goes down to fear and going to find yourself. I mean, when they go out to the ocean, the three characters are going out to face themselves. They're facing death. It's
I prefer Duel.
Absolutely.
Duel's fantastic. Well, Sugarland Express and Duel, like if you put them together, it's Jaws, and that's what I said. And people often forget about Sugarland Express, which is another amazing movie that Spielberg made. I don't disagree that the 80s Spielberg stuff is questionable and how it's aged. I do think there's an argument to be made that E.T. or, Temple of Doom, Color Purple, and a lot of those movies don't hold up as well. Just like I think a lot of us feel about Goonies. Goonies isn't as great now as it was when I was 12.
I think Jurassic Park continues to hold up. there's like a lot of new things you pick up as time goes on, and I think back then, I would consider Jurassic Park a good movie, but I think looking at it now, I would consider Jurassic Park a much great movie.
I
It's a much better movie
I
than
agree. I do think it's aged better. Yeah, I think it's a better movie now than it was even in the 90s with the special effects. I respect it more now as a film than I ever did when I loved it as a blockbuster. And
yeah.
and I mean, God, the second act of Schindler's List is definitely like one of the best movies I've ever made. I mean, don't get me wrong, I get criticizing the final act and even how it kind of starts, but the middle stretch of Schindler's List, that like 90 minutes in the middle, is easily one of like the greatest films ever made.
Mhm.
And so I don't know, people don't like humanism. They always say sentimentality, but sentimentality is the actual meaning of being sentimental is that there's sort of a deceptive nature to it in a sense. You know, if something's true, it's not sentimental. And I don't think of Spielberg stuff always. Don't get me wrong, he's done it, but I don't think of all of his movies as doing that, where they go for this schmaltzy sentimentality that is trying to manipulate you. And I never really get that either, because every filmmaker's manipulating you. Stanley Kubrick's manipulating you when you watch his movies. That's filmmaking. So I always thought that was stupid. You mean he's using the camera and sound and stuff like that to manipulate your senses to feel a certain way when you're watching the movie? Really? That's fascinating. But I never got that with Spielberg, because I think a lot of times he's just dealing with very humanist, true emotions that we really have. I think the emotions are true. I don't think they're like, what is he supposed to have this cynical, dark take that because that's has more merit because the person who watches these movies thinks that the world is shit and people are bad, and movies have to reflect that we don't live in a world of good people and good things happening, that's not as valid as bad things that happen? Slav, what do you think about this?
Yeah, yeah. Come to the
Hold on,
party.
my GF just got home. I've been talking to her. I'm sorry, I had myself muted.
You little liar. You said you were doing homework.
I'll
Get
come
back to
back
your
in.
homework, young.
I just finished it. This is embarrassing.
You're always
Hold on.
doing homework. Dude, I talked about piss on my leg. You're always doing homework, or this girlfriend thing's coming up. What does she think about Raiders of the Lost Ark? Ask her. Okay. I see Crazy's in the chat, but he's got his mic muted, so I don't know what's going
Yeah,
on there.
he's on the phone, so I'm not sure how that's gonna work out.
We'll find out. This could be like an old radio show. We have a caller right now. Like Howard Stern used to do this trick where he would have a guest on, and he wouldn't ask them some question like, do you like getting fucked up the ass? He'd have a caller calling like, hey, this is Bob. Do you like getting fucked up the ass? And Howard's like, that's horrible. Hang up on them. But anyway, do you like getting fucked up the ass?
No.
Oh, thank you, Crazy. All right, Crazy. It's good.
Yeah,
It's
you're
good to hear
welcome.
from you, brother.
I know, right?
Whoa, crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt Cat.
What's your opinion on this stuff, man? Do tell.
I just think it's ridiculous. Like, I don't get why Adam's just liking the Indiana Jones trilogy. Just seems kind of dumb. Like, I think if you watch more older films, I think you could appreciate the newer films now. You can see a lot of parallels.
Yeah, like has he not seen North by Northwest to get like the passing of influence to Indiana Jones? It's yeah.
Or even Gone with the Wind. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, just even simple blockbusters from that day.
I really like that I've had this like 20-minute rant and then Crazy just comes in and goes, I think this is dumb. That's amazing.
Well, it is. I mean,
no, I think that's
is,
as valid. I think that's as valid of a point as anything said so far. Is that they're just like what Adam's acting really dumb here, and yeah, and I think
Adam,
disingenuous too.
And you know what's even worse? I mean, he hasn't even seen. You know, before he saw Joker, he hadn't seen like Taxi Driver or King of Comedy.
I know.
What?
It's
He
like
hadn't?
It's like when Mahler and Rags, like there was one EFAP where they shit on Taxi Driver and talked about how Joker was better than they said this.
What?
Yeah,
they did.
There was
I listened to that.
Yeah, there was an EFAP where Rags was shitting on Taxi Driver, and I was like, okay, that's cool. And then Mahler was like agreeing with it, and they were saying that Joker was better than Taxi Driver, and it was like it like blew my fucking mind. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, like the main gist of that conversation was he didn't like it because he felt uncomfortable, or he didn't like Travis. It's just like that's the fucking point of the movie.
It was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I felt uncomfortable, and I didn't dislike the movie.
I just saw it on, I believe it was Christmas. I had a fucking great time watching it.
Oh, Taxi Driver.
I saw it before Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and that was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's just bring this out. As Taxi Driver, I mean, when you really go back and look at it, it's pretty crazy how prescient it is, because it's a few years before Mark David Chapman shoots John Lennon. And I mean, Travis is Mark David Chapman. He is every school shooter.
What about the Reagan assassination?
That
makes
too.
me like him even more.
He's the angry white guy who wants to kill the authority, or I mean, I've often compared it to Catcher in the Rye and Holden Caulfield, and I don't think it's a coincidence that Mark David Chapman had a copy of Catcher in the Rye when he shot John Lennon. I think it's that narcissism of the character, and I think the way the voiceover works and all that, I think Travis is very similar to Holden Caulfield, and I do see a lot of school shooter in the Holden Caulfield character. I totally could see Holden Caulfield going in and shooting the kids at the school he went to, especially the guy who punched him. And Travis Bickle, I think you get into his head and you get to know him. It's about somebody losing their mind and slowly going crazy. That's the whole conceit of the story, and that's what's so brilliant about it. And Taxi Driver, unfortunately, has just become more prescient because it's so accurate to the world we live in now, more than I think it was when it came out in the 70s. I think it actually is more relevant now than it was in 1976. I think it's shocking how on point Scorsese and Trey.
I had a few questions about Taxi Driver. It's been a while since I've seen it, but they show that he was in the military at one point, right? That's why he wears the jacket.
Yeah, he was in Vietnam.
Yeah. So that's why he has the he has what is it called? Can't sleep. He's
he's haunted.
Insomniac.
Insomniac. Yeah. So he's an insomniac. So that's why he goes insane. That's so. Why didn't Rags and Mahler like that? I think that's kind of cool.
I thought they did.
No, Rags straight up said it was bad.
Why? That's dumb.
He said it was boring and dumb. They both didn't like Travis, and I remember specifically that Mahler kind of agreed. It was so strange because I've never heard Mahler say something stupid like that.
Yeah, that was a sign.
Isn't he usually analytical? Like he's like a robot almost.
Yeah, like objective criticism. Yeah, like it so objectively, Taxi Driver doesn't.
It's
have
objective,
issues.
then I'm subjective, and then I'm objective.
It was just because he jumped on that Joker bandwagon, so I feel like they were trying to take down Taxi Driver because they didn't like the fact that there was a valid point in the fact that Joker is just a ripoff of Taxi Driver and the King of Comedy. Not that that's a bad thing, but I feel like they were both mad that everybody pointed it out because I don't think either one of them had seen Taxi Driver or King of Comedy before Joker. That's my feeling on it. I think it was personal.
Yeah, and I don't think I've reached like film buff yet. But even I saw those films before Joker.
You haven't reached like Super Saiyan.
I haven't.
You have to go.
I haven't gotten the yellow hair yet, but no.
You have to go to the hyperbolic time chamber and watch movies and come out.
Be the senso bean.
Yeah,
the senso beans are popcorn.
Let me ask you, as a critic like yourself, ever seen Taxi Driver?
Be sure to piss right and shave your hair if you do often. I will argue. I mean, you and I had this conversation. I will argue freaking Chronicle is a better movie than Joker, and that's like if you combine X-Men with a portrait of a school shooter.
Yeah, you blew my mind when you pointed that out. That when you said, I've never heard anyone say that about Chronicle. It was so great. You said that the Andrew character, it was like watching a school shooter, but he gets superpowers, and I was like, holy fuck!
Because like
I didn't think of the Columbine parallels with the Andrew character, but it's so fucking true.
Yeah, because of like Travis, this is pretty much like a tragic portrait of a guy like slowly like breaking down. As soon as he like gets these new powers, and they have their shits and giggles with it. That like deep down with all the shit that he's going through, like he's gonna snap at one point. But yeah, I completely sense like some shooter parallels with that character and with that movie.
I totally
and
think
that
that's
was-
what Max Landis and Josh Trank were probably going for too, because I think that was when, what was it, that university where that guy went in with the handguns had just happened around the time of Chronicle. It wasn't too long after. It wasn't like what we've been dealing with the last few years, where it's just been a school shooting every other day. But it was that famous one that happened in the 2000s. But I never thought, when you said that, I was like, God, yeah, Andrew, he would have went and shot the school up, but instead he got fucking superpowers. You know, and that just that's so true. And,
yeah.
And I don't dislike, I don't dislike Joker. I just didn't. It was very weird to me how, because even Adam gave it a 7, so Joker's better than Raiders of the Lost Ark too.
I would give Raiders like an 8. Like,
Yeah.
I don't even know. No, Raiders isn't even my favorite Indiana Jones film. It'd be like Last Crusade.
Yeah,
Or even Temple of Doom. I like those two.
And when people rate Temple of Doom as their favorite, it's mainly just coming from like that Batman '89 mindset. Is just, which I get.
I just like it. I like the Edge, really. Yeah, it's
I like
not
the
more of
Edge
an Edge.
too. I like the Edge too, and I kind of get.
But it's still fun, never get, it's never overshadowed.
I kind of get that too, and I do get like the nostalgia appeal when people go back and watch Temple of Doom. But shit, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, for me, I would give Raiders like a 9 at least, at very most.
Let me make this
but
point.
I would give that to Last Crusade. I would reverse the order: Last Crusade, Temple of Doom, and then Raider. And then,
when me and Blood Money did the beef stew where we reviewed our 20 favorite films of the 80s, I mean, neither one of us had Raiders on our list, and we talked about that. We didn't have Raiders on our list, and we didn't have like Raging Bull on there, because that's not my favorite Crusade. Now, we did limit it 1 film per director, so let me make that clear.
Yeah.
But that's because Raging Bull, which is often considered the best American film of the 80s, isn't my favorite Scorsese film from the 80s, and Raiders isn't my favorite Spielberg film from the 80s either. In fact, the Indiana Jones trilogy, I mean, it's weird to me. I'm actually an Empire of the Sun guy when it comes to 80s Spielberg, and I actually think his 80s work is some of his weaker stuff. I mean, I do think E.T.'s aged weird. I think the Twilight Zone movie, Kick the Can, is the worst thing he's ever done in the Twilight Zone. That's the worst Spielberg thing he's ever done.
Yeah, the kid's getting killed in the helicopter.
That doesn't help. That's aged the worst.
It doesn't. No.
I don't think Poltergeist. I rewatched Poltergeist a couple years ago. I don't think it's as great as I remember.
I thought that was produced by him.
And that's a
but he basically directed it. That
did he? Okay.
He directed it. He produced it, air quotes.
Yeah, because that's a film I argue that Toby Hooper was brought in just to be a name, but no doubt Spielberg helmed the entire production of Poltergeist, and it very much shows.
He storyboarded the whole movie before it even came out. I mean,
yeah, that's not talking to the actors. That's basically directing.
Yeah, if you storyboard the whole fucking movie, you made the goddamn movie.
And that's that. I'm sorry, I'm going to segue into something else here, but I remember Kevin Feige and like other directors talking about they had come in to do this Marvel movie, and they said that Kevin Feige had already storyboarded out the whole thing, like a group of producers did, and I'm just like, so why the fuck are you there?
just to
the
say,
directors are just like props. They're cardboard.
Just to say action on set, and say cut.
Guess,
and look good on camera.
Oh,
they'll give
the real actors.
James Gunn over here, like they'll give him a whole movie to do. I believe he said like some of the ending action shots were already planned before he came on board. I don't know. Maybe it's just the chemistry.
There was a Jesse Tribble video. It was really good. It was talking about like the negative aspects of Marvel and how it's all like prearranged, and it's probably Jon Favreau's fault.
From what I know, Colin Trevorrow was that way too at Jurassic World. From what I know, he came in and Spielberg and some other people had already like had all the action scenes and stuff planned out beforehand, and most of the movie was already like made before they even started making it. So, it's these directors it's these directors that have no power. I don't know, just so
yeah. The Mark Webbs, the Colin Trevorrows, the Ryan. I think Ryan Johnson got most of the freedom with Last Jedi, but it's just a line of indie filmmakers turned blockbuster filmmakers that are definitely just helmed by the studio for the most part.
It sounds good on paper, just not in execution.
Well, I think it's because people like to think of film as a director's medium, and it sells the film better if, like, oh, this director made this independent film that everybody loved, like Safety Not Guaranteed or 500 Days of Summer. He's directing this, and it's his vision and all that, when really it's just not true.
It's metaphorically sociopathic for the producer to probably do that.
Yeah, I mean, don't be wrong. You know, I probably, you know, now that Colin Trevorrow's been around a little while, it's like, well, I could see why maybe you just wouldn't let that guy do whatever he wanted.
Yeah.
But it is odd. But like I was saying, I don't think the 80s Spielberg stuff. I think it's the 70s stuff, and then I think the early 90s. I think even
the early 2000s.
Yeah, I think once he started working with Kaminsky, I think it's like the Schindler's List, Saving Private Ryan, Minority Report era.
Catch Me If You Can.
Yeah, I think that stuff holds up a lot better than a lot of the 80s stuff. I think Color Purple's like pretty bad. Always came out in the 80s. You know, like Spielberg made some shit in the 80s.
Ooh.
There's something about Spielberg, like modern Spielberg. I'm talking like the past decade and a half. He said in an interview that most of the actors that he casts or that are casts for his movies, he doesn't even meet until they're on set. And I just couldn't fathom that. I was like, I guess you just have that much trust in your casting director, but like, ugh.
That's a really
like when I'm a director, if I was a director, I would want as much control on as much stuff as I could get my hands on, because, you know, producers are going to want their control as well. So it's, I don't know. I guess.
Well, that's been the disappointment, right? It's been like 25 years waiting for Spielberg to make another Spielberg movie, and it's just been disappointment after disappointment. I mean, I've kind of just given up on this point. He just seems to go film a movie in like 2 months, get it done.
It's very workman.
Yeah, he's become a workman-like director, unfortunately. And it's weird because the movies he's making, if he were a first-time director and you made a movie like The Post or Bridge of Spies, everybody'd be like, wow, this is really impressive. But it's just the fact it's Steven Spielberg that it's like, oh,
it's another Tuesday.
Yeah, like you could tell it's nothing for him. I guess maybe it's us being
him close
greedy on some level, that we want him to, like, we're upset that he's just making okay movies, that he's not making like masterpieces.
Yeah, I would say greedy. I think we were coming in expecting a surprise or something more than what he usually turns out. Off tangent, back to the whole Columbine shooter thing with Chronicle. Were you referring to the Elliot Rodger shooting? Because somebody on the chat brought it up, Elliot Rodger, and yeah, I recall that was a big deal. UC Santa Barbara had a shooting involving Elliot Rodger with that creepy fucking manifesto. Was that the one you were?
Yeah, I think that was right before Chronicle, like a few years before it. It wasn't that, because I remember I was a teenager when that happened, I believe, and then Chronicle came out in like 2012. So
that was a big deal, because that kid, he was like a son of a movie producer in Hollywood.
Yeah.
It was a documentary.
Who was involved in like Hunger Games and shit. So
he made a Monkey Jones video, or there's a Monkey Jones video made about Elliot Rodger's
I love that he made a Monkey Jones video. That would be amazing.
I know, right? Wouldn't that be awesome?
If he produced a Monkey Jones. He produced Monkey Jones, remember? Yeah, I also feel the way about the Diary of a Wimpy Kid movies. I think Greg's a school shooter throughout the trilogy.
He's more like an American Psycho, which is what Elliot Rodger is. He's the real-life American Psycho.
Yeah, no,
he's real-life Patrick Bateman.
Greg definitely grows up to kill people, and Roderick regrets grooming him the way he does. I mean, it does turn into some Batman-Robin dynamic between the two of them.
Oh, it really does.
You know, where it's like, oh, shit. You know, like, I brought this kid in, and now he's Jason Todd. You know, now he's the Red Hood, and he's just murdering people. This wasn't what it was about, Greg. We were just meant to put barf and trick people, you know, and, you know, now Greg's blowing people. So I love those movies so much. Diary of a Wimpy Kid's so good. Yeah, fuck Michael Haneke films in Moonlight. Diary of a Wimpy Kid. If Adam was reviewing that shit, 9 out of 10.
Just say Michael Haneke directed them.
Yeah. Cache. Goddamn Cache. Fucking. I used to like that movie too. Like, I'm really embarrassed when I was a teenager how much I used to like those kind. That's the thing. I used to love those movies too, and then now I go back and I'm like, oh, this is bullshit. But like, Adam still loves these movies, and I think he's like around 30. He can't be that much younger than me.
He's the eternal teenager.
Yeah, he's still like me at 15. He reminds me of me at 15 and how I felt about like, oh, it has really good cinematography. I love it. Oh, blockbusters are bad. 6 out of 10. I want movies to, you know, movies have to have pretty visuals and it's got to have subtitles. If it doesn't have subtitles, it's not good. American movies are bad. You know, and he's still that way. It's insane, you know, like I like Sallow and the 120 Days of Sodom, Pasolini. It's fantastic, you know. It's just
I really enjoy Drive.
Yeah.
I give it an 8 out of 10. Really like Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, Drive. Yeah, Drive's definitely one of the.
I've not seen
I want
Drive.
the ambience and the silence.
Yeah.
What's the consensus with Drive with you guys? Because everybody just like sucks that movie's dick.
I feel like Drive's.
Okay. Drive's a great film.
I feel like Drive's had this reappraisal though, where I feel like it's like a joke now. I fear that Drive became too much of a meme. And I feel like Refn became too much of a meme because I could say how I felt
American Psycho.
How I felt about Drive when it came out, as opposed to how I think about Drive now. It's a completely different fucking context. Like, it was cool in 2011 and iconic, and now, I mean, I still like Drive as a movie, but it's kind of a joke now. Like, Ryan Gosling as that character is kind of the stoic Ryan Gosling, just like. I Drive. I mean, that's a meme.
The stoic, silent Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, and
Ref is cool.
And Refn's style of filmmaking and all that now too. I mean, it's.
Speaking of Taxi Driver and Joker, what's his name? Creative Learning dude, Rob Ager, that crazy motherfucker. He says that Drive is a ripoff of The Driver, an '80s movie. Have you guys seen that movie?
I don't know how it's a ripoff.
I've only seen part of it, but had like terrible quality on YouTube. So I want to find a good rip of it.
How is a pre-existing piece of media ripoff of something that comes later?
Well, I'm curious how it's a ripoff when Refn directly said that they were influenced by The Driver when they were making Drive. So it's sort of like.
Or what about Thief?
Okay.
So if any,
I think some YouTube film essays said like it was a ripoff of Thief.
Yeah, everyone says, and those are all movies that Refn said were an influence when he was making the movie. All of the movies people bring up, Refn and Ryan Gosling distinctly brought up.
Yeah, probably be influenced by those movies too.
Well, like that's like saying like Tarantino ripped off the French New Wave when he made Pulp Fiction, or he was ripping off, you know, Melville or Godard, and it's like, or Scorsese rips off Truffaut. It's like, well, yeah,
yeah, that's the whole point of movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's just like not everything's
inspired, so you make a movie.
Like Star Wars is like amalgamation of many different ideas of films and stories, but it's like its own thing. So, you know, I think people get that mixed up because, you know, like just because a film reminds you of another film doesn't mean like it's a ripoff. It's just like there's an influence held there.
Well, I think people try to say that Drive now. I think now people try to talk about it as like shallow or overrated, or the style is, you know, the style over substance argument and the soundtrack and all that. And honestly, I would get all that, but impartially, I think the movie's sort of about artificiality and style being over substance. I think that's part of what the movie is. Because if you want to watch gritty, non-stylistic ambient films from Refn, he made those movies. He made the Pusher trilogy, which is mostly like handheld camera work and low budget. He did Bronson. He did Valhalla Rising. Like,
Only God Forgives. Well, after Drive.
Yeah. The thing is, I think it was the Only God Forgives, Neon Demon. I think that's when people started to reevaluate Drive. He's sort of a victim of his own success, and I am upset too that Ryan Gosling played so many movies after that with that stoic sort of, you know, he's like one of the most charismatic, funny actors we have, and occasionally you'll get something like The Nice Guys or something, but, you know, like First Man, he doesn't talk, and it's like, why the fuck? Like, if you go back and watch Half Nelson or something, Ryan Gosling is so amazing, or even The Notebook or something like that. What Ryan Gosling can do, and he that Drive thing just like took over his whole career, and then Refn just kept trying to have another success like Drive, you know, and it I don't know, because I did rewatch Drive not too long ago. I watched it with somebody who'd never seen it, and I saw Drive like I watched it a lot when it came out. I mean, I was gonna buy the fucking Scorpion jacket from that movie. That's how into Drive I was. I almost bought it. I was gonna walk around and wear I was gonna wear that shit. You know?
Mhm.
Well, I mean, I can't say anything. I wanted to buy the Eyes Wide Shut masks that that what's his name wore in the movie.
Yeah,
I tracked down the exact company that made it, and you can still order that mask from them.
I can't get a boner unless I'm wearing one. You know? So I mean, that's my only.
Pat, you just in bed with the girl, and you walk out. You're just wearing the mask and the Drive jacket.
You know, like, I'm wearing the mask from Drive too. I'm wearing that weird fucking mask he wears at the pizza restaurant, and I just put on a real human being, and she's scared out of her fucking. Imagine if you were naked wearing that jacket.
The prosthetic mask.
Yeah.
And that weird prosthetic mask they had in the movie.
Yeah, and
I remember.
And I'm just naked, and I walk into the room. Real human being. What do? I fuck. I fuck. But I will say, though, Only God Forgives, and I actually dig that movie, but there was never more hype I can remember with anything at that time than the trailer to Only God Forgives. Like, after Drive came out, it was 6 months later, and there was the Only God Forgives trailer, and they're like, wanna fight? And the music, and everybody was like, oh my god, they're gonna do it again! Refn and Gosling are like, that trailer was the most, that was the best short film that year. Was the trailer to Only God Forgives. It was so fucking amazing. It was like, holy shit! And then it was like, then it got like horrible reviews, and like, people didn't like it, and then I was like, oh, which was weird because I was weird. I was in the weird minority where I liked Only God Forgives.
Oh, Mads Mikkelsen's in it. Automatic.
It's funny because YMS hated that movie.
Yeah, of course he did. Yeah, of course he did.
Poor Adam.
But the lobster is like an 8 out of 10.
Yeah,
someone brought out the lobster. That's another good example.
I thought
Give him credit.
That kind of
I like the Lego movie.
I thought Drive was really good, but Only God Forgives, it's horrible. 4 out of 10. No, yeah. That what's that director's name? Yamos Lama Bos bullshit.
Yeah, Yormos Lanthimos.
I will say I did like The Favorite, and that shocked me because it was.
Yeah, The Favorite, dude.
Is so much fucking better than those 2 pieces of shit he made before that, Killing of a Sacred Deer and The Lobster. But everyone on film Twitter and YouTube was like. I remember everybody did a video essay about the meaning of The Lobster, like Ralph the Movie Maker, Chris Stuckman, everyone, and then the movie Enemy by Denis Villeneuve. They all pick these movies like, I'm going to point out the meaning behind the spider in this movie, and it's going to be like that was that post Every Frame a Painting era that was fucking annoying, where everyone was like, I'm going to do the video essay that breaks down this fucking movie, and it was just.
You hate that?
I mean,
dude,
yeah.
It's led to some. No. It's led to some really. It's led to a trend of really bad video essayists.
I guess.
I mean, I liked Every Frame a Painting. I liked that guy. Yeah, he was good. But everyone who copied him, no, I didn't like everyone who did those video essays.
Yeah, Pat Willems was like the longer and dumber version of Every Frame a Painting that. Every Frame a Painting wouldn't even tread on. Every
Frame a Painting went on to go work for Criterion. He went on to go do video.
Did he?
Yes, his stuff is on the Criterion channel, and in their stuff, he became a video SS because his stuff was professional. He was a professional editor, and his stuff was really well made and well done and really interesting. And it was like, I mean, that video he made on David Fincher and stuff like that, or the one on like Edgar Wright and Jackie Chan. Those videos are amazing. But then all those motherfuckers, like, who are these hack YouTubers, they tried to copy his style. Yeah, Nerd Rider's a perfect example of somebody who's like...
Captain Christian.
Right. Yeah. Just Right.
Just Right.
Or just Wrong.
Just Right's like the worst fucking one out of all of them, man. He's fucking embarrassed. Yeah, Patrick Willems. where they're just
Patrick Williams. I remember him.
Yeah, they're just all copying that style and format, but like, you know, they're not him. Like Criterion's not calling them up and being like, "Hey Patrick, we saw your video on why plot holes don't matter. Do you want to come work for us?"
You're watching movies wrong.
I saw your video on Marvel color grading. You want to work for Disney?
Yeah. We need you. We need this Patrick guy. He understands this color grading thing. What is this?
I really liked how he parodied I like how he made Point Break into a David Lynch film.
Yeah. Wow, you did a Wes Anderson parody on YouTube? Oh my god. I've never seen that before.
Somebody get this man $100 million budget.
Somebody get this man.
We don't need movies.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody get this man $100 million.
This is the same guy who said The Last Jedi was going to age like fine wine.
Yeah, that didn't hold up very well.
He didn't need to defend it.
Patrick's the kind of guy that would let a helicopter on a set after hours and kill 2 Vietnamese children on a set. I swear to God, he is exactly that kind of guy. He would slaughter Vietnamese children. You know, just it would be an American Werewolf in fucking London. Me and Madcap.
He would be dressed up like Dr. Manhattan.
Me and Madcap would
body painted blue.
We'd be out there backpacking, and we'd go out and we'd see a bar, and we'd be like, "What's this bar?" And it'd be called the Slaughtered Vietnamese Children. And we'd go in there, and I'd be like, "Hey, what's that cross on the wall?" And everyone would stare at us and say, "You guys got to get out of here." And we'd walk out, and a guy'd come out and be like, "That ain't no cross. Them helicopter blades. Helicopter blades. Stay on the roads, lads." And then we're walking down the road, and we start to hear a helicopter in the distance. We start running, and then I hear John Landis sound effects, you know, like, "I made Thriller!" You know, and then a naked John Landis in the Thriller costume jumps out and attacks Madcap and starts, like, killing him. You know, like, "Jesus fucking Christ! He's killing me!" And he's like, "I made Blues Brothers!" You know, and I'm running away. I mean, that's the situation we're in. Patrick is the kind of guy that would shit on chads or jock dudes in college, but then he's the guy that would actually take advantage of the girl passed out and then go to his feminist theory class the next morning. That's
Pat.
That's who Patrick Williams is. He's that kind of motherfucker.
So
he is nasty. He is dirty. He's exactly a Joss Whedon. Check that guy's underwear. There is some evidence there that'll send that guy away for 25 fucking years. He's the guy with like the ham beast fug monster girlfriend that, you know, they read Sylvia Plath together and Margaret Atwood, but really when the girl passes out at the party, you know, he's climbing up on the fucking bed like a little fucking monster, like a creature of the night, and then the next day he's at his feminist theory class with film and all that, you know. And he's talking about Jane Campion and how important she was for female filmmakers. I really like An Angel at My Table and the piano. Meanwhile, he date raped an entire like crop of girls that semester. You know, he's like a fucking creature of the night. Like that guy's a piece of shit. My instincts, nothing that I've ever seen from Patrick Williams in the video or anything. That guy is a bad person. And I say that with no evidence whatsoever. I don't care. I don't care. I've been right about Matt. I called the Joss Whedon thing 3 fucking years ago in a video. I called the Max Landis thing. I'm trusting my instincts. Andy Signor. I called all of these things on my channel. Patrick Williams is going to get Me Too'd. You heard it here, folks. Put it on your fucking dates. Bet on it now. Go to your local pools. You're fine. You're welcome. You just won $5,000 in your local pool.
I'm gonna take you up on that bet, Pat.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take you up on that bet.
It's coming. It will happen. I've foreseen it, and it shall be. If I have to make it happen, it'll happen. The same thing about Adam. Adam's a fucking pervert. Your movie sucks as a dirty little bastard. And you could just... What the fuck? Dude, he's this furry pervert. He's a perverse viewer. This is true. Film critics, your criticism reflects yourself. If you watch my stuff, and I'm very proud of this, my morality comes through in my content. My ethics comes through in my content. Because who I really am is never hidden behind some sort of veil Like, I just talk about pissing on my leg because I don't give a fuck. I have no shame. I have no standard for myself. But the morality comes through in how I view these things. Adam is this furry. He likes these perverse filmmakers like Gaspar Noé, Michael Haneke. I'm sure he loves Roman Polanski. He's a fucking pervert, man. And that's why he doesn't like Indiana Jones. And that's why he doesn't like Spielberg. I'm telling you right now, it's because there's a...
It's like light to a vampire.
There's no allegations against Spielberg. No.
There's a morality to it. It's these immoral people that like the immorality or the cynicism, or dare I say the nihilism that are in these movies, and that's why they're attracted to it, because they are nihilists with no ethic base that they live off of. This is a foundational thing that's wrong with a lot of these people. And this is a problem with a lot of YouTube, is that it's filled with these narcissist, nihilistic fucks who don't actually have any ethics or any backbone, and they don't actually stand for anything, and that's why they don't have an interesting perspective. They don't have values.
Kind of like Zack Snyder with his movies.
Later at another time about this exact subject in private.
Like, it's true.
Zack Snyder made what he wanted.
It's true. These people have no fucking... I mean, they do. They have no fucking moral compass. You could see it throughout all these motherfuckers. You see it in their work. Yeah. There's a reason that Adam's taste is the way it is. It's because his taste is nasty and dirty, and you want to keep your girlfriend and children away from it. You just want to go down the fucking road from this guy. That guy dresses up as animals. He goes to cons, and he has sex with other guys that dresses up as animals. I'm not saying that's wrong. They're adults consenting to that. I did a 3-hour stream with Foxler Nightfire. He told me some shit after that live stream about furries and some things that I didn't know. And I can tell you right now, Adam is a sick, sick, sick man.
I've heard my good things about furries. There's a few in my own Discord server.
I'm not knocking furries, man.
No.
Yeah.
I'm pro furry, man. You want to go out there and dress up as an animal, and that's fine. I don't give a fuck.
But it's the whole community, though. It's like some of the sick things that they have done.
Yes.
That reflects badly on the community.
And I don't want to say what Foxler told me, but you can go back and watch that live stream with Foxler Nightfire, which is the Nazi furry that I had a 3-hour conversation with. We really talked for 6 hours, and I couldn't record or put up the 3 hours that we talked, but he told me some shit that completely changed my whole fucking mind on the furry thing. I was like, what the fuck? And that guy's like a furry celebrity, you know? He's like the...
He's a furry celebrity?
That's a thing?
I've heard people bring him up. I've been in my life where I'm just around someone and they're like, oh, fucking Foxler Nightfire. And I'm like, Foxler Nightfire? I'm like, I talked to that guy one time. And they're like, you did? You know, but the shit he told me, and just that I know that Adam's a furry, and once again, I'm not saying all furries are bad, whatever. I'm just saying.
Clearly you are.
I don't trust Adam. The Indian Raiders of the Lost Ark is a 5 out of 10. Max Landis, it's the same shit. I know this guy's a fucking pervert.
Raiders of the Lost Ark is like light to a vampire.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like
Adam's a Nazi guy getting burned.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a guy getting melted alive by the Ark, and you're Indiana Jones closing your eyes.
Don't look at it, Madcap. Look away. Don't look at it.
Oh my lord!
Please. They're opening They're opening the VHS tape.
I gotta head off. I was gonna show my GF Fight Club and Zodiac tonight for the first time.
So
You've never seen him
Zodiac's
before.
really good.
I'm glad that you have 6 hours to spend with her. That's gonna be a good time.
What do you mean by that?
Because those movies are like 3 hours each.
Oh, are they? Oh, okay,
yeah, they're long movies. I didn't mean anything else by
that's
that.
like 2 hours.
Separate the things I said.
At least you're not watching
beforehand.
Magnolia.
Do
you have any final thoughts?
Is everybody in the chat here on YouTube? Are you guys in the server? Y'all should get in the server if you're listening. Because we need
come on board.
Yeah, we need to have movie nights in here. I can host movie nights. Pat, you don't have to show up. I know you don't.
We need our own round table.
We gotta out EFAB.
I would love to do movie nights. I'm down for that, bro.
Like I said, Charity Midnight Fever.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't like to watch movies. You got me.
Yeah. By the way, if you guys wanted to watch the Snyder Cut, what you guys can do is that Pat can live stream it through on Discord by screen sharing. The only thing is, Pat, is that you'd have to do it from the browser from your internet browser. You can't do it from the application if you have it on your computer because it'll just be mute. So
I actually have a great idea for what Pat can do during the Schneider cut.
Oh, we're not gonna miss out. Like I said, we're gonna be top men on this shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pat should pretend to be playing. Pat should watch the Schneider cut, but pretend like he's playing a video game. So just get like some joystick, and so that way you could go over the copyright. Because don't think it's a Let's Play.
Yeah. this is pretty appropriate.
All right. We all have a good night, okay?
Yeah, hey,
You too,
man.
Slav.
Hey, can I ask you something, Slav?
Yeah, what's up?
Was this Fight Club Zodiac thing, are you, like, doing double speak for some kind of sexual thing here? Like, you actually mean you're going to watch...
obsessed with David Fincher.
Like, you're actually going to watch Zodiac? Oh, okay. All right, cool.
Because, like, the past 2 days, we watched Wreck-It Ralph and Ralph Breaks the Internet and Titanic. I watched Titanic for the first time the other day. She showed me that.
Nice.
I cried. I cried at that last scene where you see DiCaprio and all
good.
Yeah, Wreck-It Ralph is definitely equivalent to Fight Club. And I get it. I mean, shit. You know.
Yeah, well, I said we're gonna watch these movies. You've shown me yours. Let me have my time.
Hey, Slav, before you go,
you've shown me yours. What the fuck is this? I'm telling you, this is double speak. What are you? What does Wreck-It Ralph mean? Actually, and then Fight Club. And then Titanic, like, what does this mean? What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh my god!
You sick fuck!
Oh, you got me. You caught me. It's double speak.
It's all right.
We're gonna go with that. Doesn't make me seem like such a nerd. All right, y'all have a good night. Bye-bye.
You too.
all right, Slav.
Bye,
You
chat.
enjoy your Fincher
Yeah,
night.
great night.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Have fun.
See you later.
Oh, hey, Slav's
Oh, he's
back. What is this?
I do not know what's with me tonight. I'm kind of out there tonight. Sorry, everybody.
Well, it's us, the Holy Trinity.
This
About
got
to take on Thanos.
This got to a weird life. Yeah, we're about to get our asses kicked, even
Time
though he
to
doesn't
snap
have
your
the
fingers.
Yeah.
Fucking godly, yeah.
Tonight, me and my
we're about to get
girlfriend we're gonna snap our fingers and watch Infinity War.
We're gonna be robbed of our plot armor.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it is. Fuck Endgame.
Yeah,
Bad
seriously,
weed.
I'm on
Yeah, that game kind of sucked. It was good the first time.
It doesn't kind of suck.
But
It just sucks.
It's
It was
worse.
great. It was great the first time I saw it. I saw it in IMAX, and I was coming out of a fucking clinical ass office job, and I was so stoked to watch it, and I felt like I got what I earned. But looking back at it now, yeah,
It's poorly made.
we had conversations, and I had conversations with Frame Genius on Discord about like what a fucking disappointment it is to follow up from Infinity War. Because why couldn't the fucking film be just like the fucking journey to find Thanos? Instead, we just got like this weird amalgamation of like 3 different movies, and the time travel, besides the concept,
Yeah, time travel is
just
weak.
it's weak. It sets up a lot of plot holes, and it makes just the errors a lot worse than the complaints people had for Infinity War.
Marvel is a house of cards that's falling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, disappointing.
Marvel's a lot like a Jenga tower. It's like each movie's like a Jenga tower. It's like a building block, and then they just knock it down. Like one wrong piece, and now it's time travel.
Yeah, I'm so disappointed that we didn't get the finale that we were alluded to from Infinity War.
Yeah, when I first saw Infinity War, I thought it was going to suck. I thought it was going to be like another generic Marvel movie.
I was
And it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, same
And
here.
then, for Endgame, I was excited. I thought, okay.
Yeah,
this
no,
is
it's
gonna
a
be good.
solid 5 out of 10 through and through. Infinity War. You know, they really pulled it off. It's
I like the cinematography.
Yeah, I like the cinematography. I like.
I like the atmosphere with Thor.
Yeah.
Playing video games.
You know, I often wonder why I never got invited back to like places like the High Council or on other channels. Then I'm just thinking about all the stuff I said tonight. I'm like, oh, that's why. That's why my YouTube.
Nah, trust me, don't. No, everything you said has nothing to do with why you're not back at High Council.
Like this is why my YouTube career. Actually, what happened with the High Council and those guys is I just didn't follow up with them, honestly. Because because it happened a few times. I'm my own. Any detriment I've ever had to my YouTube career has been my own fault. Like, I've been invited on some really big streams before, and I just didn't go. I mean, I've been invited on like big channels before for big streams, and I never went. It's happened more than once.
Well, which big channels?
I won't name all, but Naked Ape for a while. That
Just
was
name one.
That was the thing. Naked Ape. Me and Naked Ape I was going to be on his thing one time. And I also, there was a point that I was tied to some people in the whole skeptic community and stuff like that. Some big YouTubers that I knew, and I know Sargon watches my channel, which is fucking weird. And he's commented on my channel, which is really fucking weird.
High Castle's part of World Class Bullshitters, right?
Yes, and
yeah, that's WCB.
Yeah, because one thing that struck me wrong from that episode that you were on, Pat, was you know how you were giving obviously good reasons why Wonder Woman and Black Panther suck, but their arguments are it's a fantasy, like it's a comic book fantasy movie.
I've tried not to talk shit about it.
I think the problem is that they're too callous.
I've tried not.
I think they were too callous almost.
Well, here's the thing. I guess I should have said because fuck him. I don't ever because I really fucked up there because Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers was like, you can come on my channel anytime, and you know I was, and I had their emails and stuff. Like I had talked, and I just didn't follow. You know, and Jeff, the World Class Bullshitter guy, who I really like a lot. I like him quite a bit. I think that's a bad episode of the High Council. You know, I remember the chat was saying how bad the episode was, and I really got a lot of flack. Everyone kept calling me a soy boy and attacking my voice and everything, because I have this nasally voice, but I don't give a fuck. But I remember there was a lot of comments about how it was like one of the worst High Councils, and I don't disagree. I went back and listened to it. There was too many people in that stream. There was 5 or 6 of us, and it was a chemistry thing. I feel like Jeff and I had pretty good chemistry, and I think Jeremy was pretty good. I think the Dion guy and me didn't have good chemistry, and I think Ethan Van Sciver was just in a weird mood that I remember he kept like going on rants about like SJWs and comics, and they didn't like
because he is one.
They didn't like when I said like George Lucas isn't a genius, and when I was saying
that was another one.
And when I said Wonder Woman and Black Panther weren't good, and it started off well, though. Like, the first 30 minutes started off good, but somewhere halfway into that High Council, it turned into a fucking disaster. And then I think it ended pretty well. Like, I had a good time, but I go back and look at that, and I'm like, man, did I fuck that up? Because that was really a big opportunity.
I guess he's bipolar. That was probably why he was ranting, because he's bipolar.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense then. I didn't know.
Yeah, it's like a lot of stories. Like if you read on 4chan,
I didn't know he was bipolar.
About, like, certain stuff. Yeah, he's bipolar.
Oh, okay. Well, then that makes sense. There's actually
like who isn't nowadays?
Yeah, because there's this channel I watch, SWC, and they made these great catalog videos of why comics gay and why Ethan Van Sciver are very hypocritical. Why the morals that they preach aren't very good or very flimsy.
Well, because I kind of geeked out because I was a fan of his artwork. I'm a comic book fan, and I knew who Ethan Van Sciver was. And I told him that before we even went into that High Council. I was like, dude, I love your work. And he was like, oh, that's so sweet. And I remember like the first 15 minutes, it was going so well. Like I had that whole bit about CP3PO being a sex droid for Anakin's mom. And
one of them had a stick up their ass and didn't get the joke, I recall.
Yes.
Which was weird.
My crass humor.
Some guy on Twitter said that was their biggest problem with Phantom Menace, that they don't understand sarcasm.
Yeah, that's the issue I've had with a lot of these like people with the Phantom Menace stuff when I was associated with that group, is whenever I would talk to them, it was like there was like they just all took things too seriously. And I just didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Like it's like, guys, I don't really give that much of a shit about Star Wars anymore. Like,
I think it's because of what you said about the people wanting to belong, and how they kind of want their whole identities into one franchise that they like, and this franchise can be decent, but it's not even that. They're not even worth like getting serious over. Like if you're gonna get serious over something, get serious. For your family, your friends.
Yep.
Well, I'm
or like the stuff you make, or the
Well, I'm at a point
What were you gonna
now where
say?
I'd rather, every conversation I've had with David Stewart has been fantastic, and his channels,
Yeah,
I think really underrated. I think he should have
it
200,000
is.
subscribers. Cordry is a good friend of mine, and he's done more for me than anyone else on YouTube. He's actually had me in videos of his that were very successful, and he supported my channel. His friendship means a lot to me. And so, I'm just at a point now where I'm not chasing, because I get this a lot. I get this a lot from people who
Yeah.
watch the channel, who are fans, that have been fans for a long time, that like, you don't put any effort into trying to grow your channel. You don't make enough everyone always gives you advice on what you're supposed to do. You need to make shorter videos. You need to do more long content. You need to do more live streams again. You need to do more, and I've always just kind of done what I've wanted to do from the beginning. I've
Yeah.
always,
That's how you should approach YouTube.
yeah,
Yeah.
because it makes me happy. I never did
Mhm.
this to get like famous or rich. I just got luckier than most people do, and there was a few moments when I got successful for a minute. So it was like, oh, is Please Rewind going to become a thing? And like
Yeah.
most things in life, I had my moments, and then now I don't really get a lot of views. I don't have like a huge fan base. I think a lot of people have moved on from the channel that used to watch it, or YouTube's kept them away from me. I don't really know which one it is, to be honest. And I've missed some big opportunities,
Both.
but I would rather talk to you guys, or talk to Cordry, or talk to David Stewart, or
Yeah, same.
cool people like that than get invited onto these bigger channels where I went on like High Council, and they were very sweet to me. I'm not gonna act like they're being, but it was very uncomfortable. The whole experience was incredibly uncomfortable, and I think
Yeah,
one
I
of the
just kinda
reasons
felt
my
that way.
channel is good is because I've never tried, like, I'm really
Being
proud.
anything other than you're not.
Yeah, and I'm really proud of it for that. I think that's what makes the
Yeah.
channel good, and I think I'm trying to make good work. I'm not trying to be famous on here. Like,
Yeah,
I hate the idea of being
You're
an
not trying to shill.
I don't want to be an e-celebrity. I can't think of anything.
No, nobody does.
I can't think of anything cringier than being a fucking e-celebrity. Like, I hate the idea of, like, if I had like thousands of fans and I was famous on YouTube, I'd fucking hate it.
Yeah, and all the YouTubers I watch, they hate celebrities. They would probably like make fun of them.
Yeah, because if
You
I
know,
was
mock
big,
them,
what
you know.
would happen? Everybody would start shitting on me, and I'd be getting in these fucking wars with people, and I'd be at them on Twitter ranting that everyone's mad at me for giving Indiana Jones a 6 out of 10. Nobody knows who the fuck I am. I'm free. I can say and do whatever the fuck I want on YouTube pretty much, and talk shit about everybody,
Yeah.
and nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah.
And it's amazing.
No.
It's so great. But if I was popular, you have to watch what you say. It's like
Yeah.
politics. It becomes politics. You have to, like, if your channel got big because you shit on the new Star Wars, you have to keep talking about it because that's what the people who subscribe to you want. That's the whole thing. You become that, and then you end up doing a thing. Like, I feel like those guys, a lot of those guys in the Fandom Menace, I feel like they don't want to keep talking about that stuff, but I feel like that's all they know they have to, because that's what got them successful. And if they don't keep, I mean, I can't believe people still make videos about Ryan Johnson and Weekly
Yeah.
or Kathleen
Mhm.
Kennedy. People still make videos about it. It's crazy. And it just blows my mind. And
Well, that was over a long time ago.
And I get it. I totally get it. Like, fuck them. I'm with everyone on that. But it's like, how are you still talking about the same shit?
It's their life source.
Yeah, it's not even. Yeah, it's basically their life source.
Yeah, and I'm
You
not
know,
saying
Ryan
I'm
Johnson's best
not
movie-
I'm not saying I'm better than anyone because I do it differently. I don't feel that way. Like, but people got to realize this with success. Part of being successful is compromise. And if you're able to do that, that's good for you, because then you're going to be successful. But it's hard for me to compromise and not make the kind of content I want, not do the kind of stuff I want to do when I want to do it. And it's not laziness. Like, it's not because, like, I don't want to put effort into the channel. Because people, I love when everyone gives me advice on, like, how to grow the channel. Like, it's so easy to have a successful YouTube channel that you can just do it. But it's like, Dude, it's part of being on YouTube. You get stagnant. You have success, and then you hit the wall, and you got to try to keep staying relevant, and it's really, really, really fucking hard because you're cool one week, and then you're not cool a week later. And you got to keep like having these big trending moments happening to you, you know, and that's the impressive thing about Mahler. Mahler just somehow stays like relevant and big, and every time he does something, it gets big, and he's figured it out really well. But you know that I don't fucking know. I don't know how else to do it except if I made videos like SJW Disney, you know, makes this dragon movie that just came out and it's feminist propaganda. I don't know how else to do it except make videos like that if I wanted to be successful. I don't really.
Yeah, those videos are boring. They're not even worth listening to. They're not worth watching. Puts me right to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be fucking miserable if this chat had like, and I mean this too, if there was like 20,000 people on this live stream, which would be crazy, and we weren't able to have conversations like this because it'd be crazy, I'd be fucking miserable. I wouldn't want to be doing this right now.
Yeah.
Like, I'd be having a horrible, and that's when that shit gets bad too. The stuff's always so good when it's like before it gets big. Like, I remember the internet blood sports and all that stuff before it got huge. It was so much more fun, like when like Mr. Medicare would go in and it would just be like guys talking shit. And then it just got too fucking big. And then like everybody started doxing, because then people start doxing you and you get in debates with people and people start stalking you and shit like that. And it gets, you know, I don't want to be involved in any of that, man. I don't want to be involved in fucking drama. You know, I don't want to fucking, you know, it's just so I don't care. I really don't care. Like I never started making YouTube videos with the idea that like you know,
you would be internet famous.
Yeah, don't get me wrong.
TV show like Fred.
I'd like to have money. I'd like to like make a living at it. That would be cool, but I wouldn't like to be famous. I wish I could make a living at it and not be famous. But I don't know how you do that, you know. I don't know how you like. Because the problem is the only way you can really make money at it is if you have a big fan base.
Yeah, nobody wants that.
You know, so it's tough to do it as a job. So fuck that.
Yeah, it's really like a hobby.
It is a hobby, and I think that's the best way. I think that's the healthiest way to do it, because I think the subscriber count or those views can go to your head. I think those numbers can go to your head really bad, and I think it could be really bad for you. And I've seen too many YouTubers, just. They were really like people I liked and I liked their content, and then they changed, you know, because they got successful. And I feel like this channel's been pretty consistent over the last few years. I think it's the same fucking thing it was. Like, when people are like, oh, I missed this or that about it, it's like, man, this really isn't that different from like fucking 3 years ago. It's really not. Maybe some of the editing's nicer, or like, you know, I'm talking about things I didn't talk about before, but I don't really think my channel's that fucking different than it was before. So that's how I feel about it. But I did have some moments. There were some moments I was invited on some big channels, stuff like that, and yeah, I just didn't go. That definitely did have stuff that I won't totally talk about, but there were a few moments where I was like, holy shit, this person knows who I mean, JonTron subscribed to me.
Nice.
And he's never fucking talked to me, but I know he and it was so weird because he subbed to me right around the time that the Destiny debate happened. And it's when I was doing political content, so I feel really weird about that. I'm like, what the fuck happened there?
That's pretty weird.
Yeah, I'm like, did I red pill JonTron?
Probably. Who knows?
Then he overdosed. So
he politically overdosed.
He overdosed on that red pill.
He overdosed on the memes.
Yo, Cordry, are you still in the chat?
Oh, Cordry's on?
Yeah, I wonder if we can get him in here.
Yeah, bring that handsome Aussie to us.
What's the last?
He did like a whole like 2-parter on Terminator. That was really good.
Yeah, the Schwarzenegger fame killed by the Terminator series. He did post it, his part 2.
Yeah. Honestly, they should have gone on the Terminator movie with Tom Cruise. Make it like a political thriller.
Yeah.
You could have it to where Skynet's like trying to pass like some laws that like make them like a bigger company, and they're trying to stop that. and you can have these cool fights with these robots. And you can,
Cordry, if
You
you
can
can
have
see
that.
it, I put a
can
link
have
in the
that.
chat.
Well, the closest we got for a Terminator film was, I will agree with Pat. Fucking Days of Future Past.
Yeah,
is like
Days
the
to
best
Future
example.
Past was the best Terminator
Yeah.
film since Terminator
It's just
2.
I know Cordery's broken this down. There's so many factors of why the
Or
films
Collateral.
Yeah.
Colla-
Collateral could be like a Terminator movie.
Oh, Tom Cruise? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I guess
Yeah,
with
you
the
see Tom Cruise
neo-noir-
as a Terminator. That would
With
be
the-
pretty cool.
Yeah. The neo-noir that Terminator 1 had. But
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, there are many factors which could go on to another conversation of why the sequels haven't been any good since T2.
Can I just say, one of the cool things about this Discord thing is just that so many of you guys who've been around for so long, Dragon was in the chat, and the Madcap, like, man, crazy. I think you've been around for a while, man.
Yeah.
And we've never
I
talked.
recognize her name.
And I always get worried when
No.
you guys come in because I'm totally worried about what you guys are going to sound like. But like you all have like really cool fucking voices and you're all cool. Like Slav like blew me away. It was like, oh cool, this guy's fucking funny and stuff. Like I had no so it's nice that we've gotten to this point in the evolution of the channel that we're finally talking and stuff like that. It's very cool.
I know, right?
Yeah, you're pretty well spoken, dude.
Yeah,
Mhm.
straight up.
Thanks.
No, I've been very fortunate that you guys haven't all been like fucking,
Brainwashed.
well, just like nerdy, unsociable, awkward,
Yeah. Failed normies.
Yeah, this could have went really bad. Where everybody jumped in the live stream and I was like, oh fuck, not doing this again.
It could have been. You're like throwing that in the trash.
Yeah, no, I mean because I wish Dan was here too. Like he just seems to be up late at night. And then Terrible Lizard I wish would get on more, but that motherfucker. I don't know what.
Yeah,
to
freaking
do.
Slav
He's
had
kind of
homework, but
inconsistent.
he had to jump in, so I don't buy whatever reason Turbo Lizard has. Of
He has to do
joining in.
homework.
Yeah,
Turbo
sure.
Lizard has to do editing homework.
Okay, well, editing that's a plus because his work could have been more unappreciated.
Why does
considering he puts a
everybody
lot of
always
good
have to
work.
do fucking homework? I swear to God on these goddamn live streams every week, it's someone's like, I'm doing homework. It's like, will you guys all stop doing fucking homework? Why is everyone 18?
Yeah, everyone listen to David Stewart. Homework is bullshit.
Yeah, what
I
is-
left that fucking scene.
Yeah. You made a
left
whole
that fucking
video
scene
about how
years
grades are
ago.
terrible.
You guys are
How
doing
grades aren't even
you
worth
guys
it.
do homework. I'm down the fucking road. I mean, like
You're living in a dream world,
yeah.
or whatever the fuck he says.
Casper,
Zack
I actually
Snyder
have to
says.
do homework now. God, why is there all my fans like babies?
And then Bathory has to do homework, and then
Yeah,
some other YouTuber has to do homework.
everybody's doing homework.
I
I
got
will
nothing.
say this about Zack Schneider. You saying the Dream World thing. BVS is probably the closest thing he's ever gotten to like the vision that he always talks about. But that's one of his influences.
It's hard to say.
That's a good point, though.
I would say that's probably the closest. Or
Uh,
even 300 is probably the closest to the Frank Frazetta vision.
Pat, do you watch the Vile Eye YouTube channel? No, I do not. It sounds familiar though. It does sound familiar. I mean, I don't mind if someone's a nerd. I'm a nerdy guy, but I'm always scared that you guys are gonna come in and be like, Pat, I really like your videos. And you can, I can hear the masturbating through the microphone. That's
You can
always
hear the click clacking.
Yeah. I'm over 40, so no homework. Here, Christopher Bailey, why don't you come in here? I want to talk to a 40-year-old. What's your fucking opinion? Jesus Christ.
Um,
I'm impressed.
yeah, so doing homework. Like, freaking lie to your teachers. Make, like, a good excuse. And be
Or
outspoken
just make
about
up
it.
your homework.
Yeah, or, like, give some deep thought
Yes, there is.
worth.
Hey, yeah, Rose,
the
come in
discussion.
here.
Just do word salads.
Rose, come in this Discord, man. I watched one of your videos recently, and I would like to discuss this with you. Rose Mishima, like, I watched this guy's channel recently. He had this
Guy
guy.
or girl?
It's a guy, but he had this guy on his channel, Ebert, and it was a really, really fucking good conversation. about film and philosophy, and it was a lot of things that I like to talk about in particular. And I would like to. Are you in here?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate. Like,
Hello.
I talked to that guy a couple weeks ago, and honestly, it was very nerve wracking because I've been watching that dude for a couple years, and he's kind of been like a pseudo teacher for me because before I started watching his videos, I would do a lot of studying on my own, and I live in a small area, so I really don't have a lot of people to talk to about this stuff. So I would be figuring this stuff out on my own. Then eventually I found his videos and I started watching his videos and I realized like, okay, a lot of what he's saying is what I already thought about without like, I guess finding somebody else coming to the same conclusion that I've came to. And I've, been watching his videos ever since. So talking to him it was like talking to like a friend, like a long lost friend or something like that.
Yeah, I loved the discussion. As particular the how you started with the philosophical conversation before you got more into the film history conversation and talking about how film was the dominant artistic medium in the later half of the 20th century, and then it really isn't anymore. But I was really impressed with your knowledge of what you'd read. To keep up with that guy quite a bit, because I was only slightly familiar with him, but he was talking about that what is it, the Saturn thing when you're like 30 and 31.
Yeah, the Saturn cycle. See, I'm not really too familiar with. He was talking about Rudolf Steiner.
Yeah,
He's a guy who coined that term. He's a cultist, and I'm not that familiar with him. Like, I started watching his videos on Rudolf Steiner recently because he's he recently just started a series, or he finished it too, a couple months ago, and like I started watching those videos, and yeah, it's interesting. Basically, what he was trying to say with that is that, like, you know, I guess every person has like these cycles that are correlating to like the planet Saturn, and how I guess however long the planet Saturn takes to go around the sun. I don't know all the details exactly, but yeah. So basically, by the time you're 30, I guess you're supposed to have your shit figured out. And I guess that's like the last time. But like like I said, I wanted to get more into that. Originally, I wasn't into Rudolph Steiner because his whole worldview was a little bit too out there for me. His cosmology of the world, because he starts the history of humanity at like the Indians, and if any guys know anything about like anthropology or early human history, is that it doesn't start with the Indians; it starts with the Egyptians. But he does have a lot of interesting things to say, and the Saturn cycle stuff that Ebert was talking about is one of those very interesting topics. Yes.
yeah, because it was impacting me because I was slightly familiar with it, and I'm going to be turning 31 here in a couple weeks, and it made me be like, oh fuck, is the stage I'm at right now in my life, is this the person I'm going to be for the remainder? Like, am I getting out of the second act and then I'm entering into some sort of third act of my life, and the future? It's like why I think people like Bruce Springsteen music, because I never really got it, but it's all about like being young and living in a town, and you have your future ahead of you, and you're never gonna have that again once you're not young anymore. And I was thinking about that a lot because where I'm at in my life right now, and I'm not totally unhappy where I'm at in my life. I'm like, but oh God, I hope that's not true. I hope that I can still change or go in a different direction for the remainder of my life. So what all flaws you get to? I mean, I'm just familiar with a lot of the, Plato Symposium stuff, and Alan Watts and stuff like that. What got you into philosophy? Was it more like of a academic pursuit, or was it a personal one? For some kind of fulfillment.
It was a personal one because in my early 20s, late teens, early 20s, I was kind of confused. I didn't really have like a worldview, I wasn't religious, so usually with religion, religion gives you a worldview and a purpose in life. I didn't have that, so I started reading more into existentialism first I started with the French. Albert Camus,
Mhm.
Mephistopheles. The other guy, Sartre and his girlfriend Beauvoir. Then I further got into Nietzsche and Jung through. I say in the video as well. I'm kind of embarrassed about this, but through Jordan Peterson, I watched his videos. He started talking a lot about Carl Jung,
Yeah.
and I was like, okay, let me stop. Huh?
I said I was just going, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like I was like, okay, let me stop watching this guy and see more about or see what this young guy is about. So I started reading more about Jung, and like I said, at the time I was also reading Nietzsche. I read Nietzsche's Birth of Tragedy, which is I would say his greatest work. John also agrees with me on this opinion. And in Birth of Tragedy, what Nietzsche does is he gives like an outline of cultural history, and in particular the cultural history of ancient Greece. And he starts off with basically ancient Greece, the arts, the core of ancient Greek art, which is being the tragedy, the Attic tragedy, was like the cultural immune system for ancient Greek culture. And by the time you get to Socrates, Socrates is basically the Greek version of the Enlightenment with like John Locke and Rousseau,
Mhm.
and he starts to deconstruct and demystify all the myths and customs and traditions of Greek culture. And with that, also, being Attic tragedy. So once Socrates comes in and he leaves, and you have Euripides, and he starts writing his plays. Euripides is the first Greek tragic, author who introduces scientific reason or the Socratic method to art, Greek art, and tragedy. And basically, with this, I guess will this be analogous to or homogeneous to in our culture? Would be someone like a Bertolt Brecht, like the German playwright in the 1920s when he was writing his tragic plays like Marxism and trying to denote some political fervor or I guess class conscious through these plays that he was constructing. The same thing Euripides was doing in the late classical period in Greek history, where he was pushing away the chorus, because the chorus was the core of Greek tragic plays, and he was getting rid of the chorus, and he was just having just the actors on stage. And the actors were also just common people before in tragic art or tragic plays. The actors were usually heroes of Greek mythology or Greek religion, because basically their mythology was religion to them. So you'll have people like Oedipus the King. I'm trying to think of, can't really think of it right now other than Oedipus. But these guys were heroes. They were heroes in the Greek religion, and heroes were basically demigods. They weren't gods, but they weren't human beings. They were in their own realm in themselves. But by the time you get to Euripides, he takes out the Greek heroes, and he just brings in common people. Then he starts to deconstruct and break down the common conceptions of Greek culture and Greek religion. And by that time, as Nietzsche says, that's basically the death of Greek tragedy, as well as Greek art and culture as a whole. Because once you introduce, this is his argument, Nietzsche's argument, and also Spengler's argument, a guy that we talked about in that video. Once you introduce, rationalism and scientific thinking into a culture, that's basically the death of the culture. The culture can't revive after that. You might have some, creative, artistic movements after that introduction of the Socratic man. You think about the 18th century and the 19th century in our culture with like the Romantic movement and I'm trying to think what else. Sympathies by Bach and Beethoven. But basically, after that those core guys, that's it. You go into the 20th century with modernism, postmodernism. It is not as creative, and it's also not as, I guess, confident as the art of the past. Like if you go back to the Renaissance with Michelangelo and Raphael and all these guys. These were confident artists. They had a confident vision of the West and how the West as a collective conscious, a collective psyche, saw itself within the world. In contrast to, like I said, the 20th century artists like Picasso and the French Surrealists and the Dadaists, they're very anxious and they're very cynical about, the West or the psyche of the West and how the West sees itself in the world. Because this is just right after World War One, and all that stuff. Because it's like, okay, with the Enlightenment, we have this narrative of progress and progress through reason and technology. But like, okay, we get to 1914 and all this progress has got into chaos. I mean, there's always been war, but there was never war on that magnitude as the Great War. So all these artists at this time, they're very, they react to it. They're very, like I said, they're very anxious and they're very cynical about the future of mankind. And from that, you get postmodernism with the Jackson Pollocks and the Mark Ruffalo and what else? Andy Warhol, which is ironically one of my favorite artists. But at the same time, Warhol was very cynical about post war American society and the what you call the art world in general. So yeah, I think with that, like I typically or I use those thinkers as like I guess a kind of humanetics, like a tool to interpret the past and also our condition right now in our current society.
Well, that's all really interesting and good, but I guess what I'm really curious about above anything else is what do you think of Raiders of the Lost Ark?
Okay. When I was a teenager and I was younger, I loved that movie. I loved, the original trilogy. But as I gotten older, it's like I don't know. I mean, they're not like Star Wars. Out of that era, like the 70s blockbusters, I think Star Wars. The first Star Wars is the better movie out of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Well, there's an argument about that amongst the film scholars and some critics about the death of the narrative and the character study in cinema coming out of the new Hollywood movement in the post-70s and the blockbuster era that Spielberg and Lucas get credited for, is that a lot of people try to put that on Star Wars, but if Star Wars, if you look at it, is actually much more classicism in its storytelling. It's actually much more in a classic Hollywood storytelling structure, and follows things that are based in hero's journey and just a lot of basic story structure sort of things that it goes to westerns or comic books and so on. Where Indiana Jones, I've heard the argument in particular with Raiders that what Spielberg did with that film is closer to the shallowness of the era we live in now, where you build a movie around a series of set pieces, where it's the idea is like nonstop momentum roller coaster sort of thing, even though that had existed on some level before with like the James Bond movies and North by Northwest, but how Spielberg really like kind of perfected it to a certain degree and popularized it, that Raiders of the Lost Ark is just it's like a theme park ride of a movie. It's a series of set pieces without a narrative or a character development like Star Wars. And I've read and heard a lot of people argue that Raiders is actually the film that leads us to more of the era we're in now, where it is they think complexity is having a lot going on, instead of finding elegance and beauty and simplicity, which is simple scenes or moments between characters or having exchanges that lead to something later on. Instead, where Raiders is more about just kind of keeping up an energy and momentum. And I often wonder about this because I also grew up loving the Indiana Jones trilogy and Raiders of the Lost Ark in particular. But when I go back to it, I think about seeing the movie, and I don't think it completely lacks depth. Obviously, I think I think the Nazis getting burned at the end or how they die, the fire imagery is there's definitely some Holocaust stuff there that Spielberg's tying into, especially with him being a Jew. I don't think any of that's a coincidence. And I've heard that discussed, but I am curious in a sort of a retrospective way if maybe the Indiana Jones trilogy was sort of I don't want to say it was bad for cinema, but if there was some element of it that led to an idea of escapism overtaking, I don't want to call it art or like or narrative or whatever you want to call it, but it felt like the movies were trying to have a worldview, because the '60s got to that point where films were shallow, and these studio films were good before the filmmakers were influenced by the new wave, and we got the late '60s going into the '70s before we got the Midnight Cowboys and Easy Riders and stuff before we went into the '70s. But it feels like with the '80s in particular, when I think of Raiders, it's hard to think of another film of that decade that isn't really like the poster child, the amalgamation of like that idea of the shallow blockbuster for the masses that doesn't enhance or give a perspective or worldview or leave the audience with any kind of lingering questions or things to think about. Even if I think the ending with the arc going to the warehouse is actually one of Spielberg's more interesting endings, because it does open up an enticing question of sort of like in an almost conspiratorial way, this conspiracy that they're keeping all of these objects somewhere in a warehouse that the government's hiding, and that you're taking something from the Nazis, but are you giving it to another group in power? Can you trust them with the power of the arc? Or is it just as damaging to give it to them as you did to the Nazis? So I think there's interesting stuff in there with that. But I'm curious if you think that is there blame to go to Spielberg for movies losing some of their allure of magic in the 21st century, or is it just the evolution of technology and different mediums popping up like video games and YouTube and stuff like that, or is the criticism towards Spielberg, is there validity to it that he's
I think
to
it's
blame?
multifaceted. You were talking about the '80s, and I was thinking about two things. One, I was thinking about the cultural morphology of Spengler, and where he basically states that every culture, just like Nietzsche, has basically a beginning, middle, and end, or a spring, autumn, summer, and winter. And I think what was going on in the '80s, the late '70s, '80s in film, is that basically film was reaching its autumn period, and all the creative energy was coming to a great crescendo. So in some way, I would say that, yeah, Spielberg, because out of those guys, Spielberg and Lucas, I think Lucas was the more creative, because he was into a lot of stuff. He was into mythology. He read Campbell. He actually brought Campbell to his ranch in the late '80s to do an interview with him. He was into a lot of stuff, so he really understood storytelling. Versus Spielberg, what I know of him, he was always like this. He was a guy, he liked the cowboy films, the John Fords and the Howard Hawks. I love these guys. John Ford is probably America's mythologist. His films he did in the '50s were basically mythology for American culture. But
Kurosawa was
argument to say
influenced
that-
by John Ford too. I mean, that's where a lot of the where people always say, Lucas took from Kurosawa, they often ignore that Kurosawa was very influenced by the John Ford films.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. But I guess what I was trying to say with that is that ultimately Spielberg is not really, he was never really like a thinking man. I think he said this before in an interview, like, I'm not really like intellectual. Like, I just make films. I make fun films. And there are some, traits of storytelling or character in his films. Like, you have like that typical theme he does in his films with the father and son dynamic. But for the most part, his films are like action movies. It's like, plot plot is really there to support the set pieces. And
capitalist. He's very much a capitalist, and there's no coincidence, I don't think, that he thrived in the '80s when it was about excess and money. And I think he falls into that, especially more so than maybe. I don't think Lucas set out to become as big and rich and famous as he did. I think he was trying to make experimental films. It just turns out he made an experimental film that became the most successful movie ever.
Yes.
I think Spielberg always intended on some level to. I also think that's why he was more of a producer and worked more than Lucas. I think he always thought about things, or that he has the tie-ins with Universal Studios. There's a, Paul Schrader worked on Close Encounters early on, and Spielberg's like, I think only him and one other person get screenwriting credit, but a lot of people worked on the script of Close Encounters, and him and Schrader got in an argument at one point where Schrader's original script was much more, it had a lot more skepticism with it, and it tried to be based more in the science of if aliens came here and trying to figure that out and the curiosity of it. And he said to Spielberg at one point, and they got in an argument, he said, listen to me. He said, I'm not going to have the first person to ever leave Earth and meet extraterrestrial life and go to another planet to open up a fucking McDonald's or something like that. And Spielberg said, well, that's exactly what I want. Otherwise, he wants he wants the character, the Richard Dreyfuss character, to get on the ship and go open up a McDonald's for the aliens, where Schrader wants it to have more of this transcendent, existentialist idea of, I mean, you're essentially meeting, the only movies I've ever seen that really, when they try to go to the space baby, the meeting God thing, that ever really pull it off. 2001 does too, except Blade Runner's the only one I've ever seen pull it off, because the Tyrell character is a representation of meeting God, but he's just a man that created the replicant, so Roy meeting him is us meeting God. But most science fiction films or films that do that, they actually have somebody meet a being that represents God that's like another being from another world, or is actually God. But in that film, it's all metaphor, and I think that's why the only time it worked, and he kills God. Roy Batty's a fallen angel, a superhero in a sense, and he kills his creator, he kills God. Because he's not given more life. But I think Spielberg, I don't think it's, because I know when he had meetings with Kubrick, and Kubrick would bring up like literature, and Spielberg, I know he has dyslexia, so he didn't read a lot when he was a kid. He read a lot of stuff later. I don't know if it's that Spielberg's films lack an intellectual merit. I think there's stuff in Schindler's List that's in particular very interesting.
I disagree with the Schindler's List, but we can talk about that a little bit later after you finish your thought.
Okay, yeah, I think, and I also think Jurassic Park, in particular, to me, has a lot of depth and meaning behind it about playing God, and I think it's Spielberg reflecting and criticizing himself to some extent. I think he is John Hammond, and I think he is the creator of Jurassic Park. I think the park is a blockbuster, and I think Spielberg, the bearded old guy who's like a Dr. Monroe madman, is this lovable, happy guy, but he's playing God irresponsibly, and putting children in danger. Because to him it's this wonderful thing to create, but he's not taking it with this moral responsibility, and he's criticized by the scientists and everyone there for doing this. And I think that's Spielberg reflecting on his work and himself. And I think it's not a coincidence that was his last Dean Cunty traditional blockbuster film before he started working with Kaminsky and made Schindler's List and basically changed his whole directing style. I think it's very intentional. Jurassic Park itself is a meta blockbuster about blockbusters, and about the ego of Spielberg and himself and his success. And coincidentally, it became a super successful movie. But I think people used to just talk about it in the special effects, but the more I've watched it over the years, it's particularly the ice cream scene where John Hammond's talking to Laura Dern. That's some of the most personal stuff in his work, and his stuff doesn't usually get very personal, which is what is a criticism a lot of people have with this work, is that you don't see a lot of who's the man behind the spectacle. But I think with that film, and then I think we could talk about Schindler's List, yeah, but I think with the Oscar Schindler character and the Ray Fiennes character, I think are two split ends of Spielberg's personality, which is the producer, businessman, and the person who wants to be the artist. And I particularly think the mirror scene with Ray Fiennes looking into the mirror and touching it and thinking about what power is. I think that's some of Spielberg's most personal stuff. So I think he's toyed with it in his movies. And Munich, his most political film. But I don't know if he's ever fully committed to it. I think he's a little scared or doesn't have confidence in that as much, so he leans on his strengths, which is set pieces and camera work, because he's as good with a camera as anyone who's ever, used one, and putting images together with, that's That's why I go back to Jaws more than anything else. It's not necessarily the story or anything. It's just it's because he had to figure it out, and he didn't have all these things to rely on, so he kind of just had to make a movie because the stuff didn't work. So you're just getting to watch somebody learn their craft. So Jaws is kind of this fascinating thing, watching this guy become this director. So it's worth going back and studying, because he's not. It's like watching a guy become Steven Spielberg is the process of watching that movie. Like, he figures out how to become that guy. And then after that, he just is that guy, you know? So I think he's toyed with it, but I always feel like he's not confident in fully going down that path as a filmmaker, even though I think if he really did, I think he could make something really interesting. But at this point, I don't know if he's ever going to do that.
Yeah, he's gonna. I mean, I think he tried to do that with. You talk about Schindler's List, but I really think the film that he tried to do that was AI. I know AI was originally Kubrick's script, but he later filmed it in memory of Kubrick. But like, there are some things that are a little bit more heavy than that are usually typical of a Spielberg film.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I just don't because if it falls down to the thing, it's like, what are the merits of how much importance or merit do we give to a film, when it has a personal impact on your life, as opposed to, how other people feel about different things. I know people who don't care about movies, and to me they're really important, but just because they're really important to me doesn't mean that they mean as much as I like to think they do. I just have some attachment to them, and that might just be how I was raised watching movies, or even the generation that I'm from, which was like the video generation and cable. So we were like kind of the first generation that was able to watch movies all the time, where you didn't have to go to the theater to see a movie. I could put a movie in and watch it over and over again, or watch something on television all the time, and that really doesn't start till like the late 80s going into the 90s, when that really takes off. And then especially with the internet. So I don't know if part of me always wonders if it's exposure, that because we are able to see movies so much now, and I talk about micro watching, that you can just watch clips of movies from YouTube, and you can watch a clip over and over again, to where you can pause a frame and over-examine it. I wonder if I think a lot of the allure that's gone away from movies isn't necessarily the fault of someone like a Spielberg or what happened. I think that, part of it was that the trick of a movie, the magic trick of a movie, the craft, the seams of it was hidden a lot more back when you had to go see a movie in the theater, or you only had it on video. But now, in an era when you can watch everything in 1080p, and you pretty much have control over the entire thing, you can stop the movie whenever you want. I think people just kind of know more of the, like how magic used to be back in the 80s in the David Copperfield, and how popular it is now. I just wonder if the trick of movies, I think that lost a lot of its allure for people. I don't think people are as impressed nowadays with editing and camera work and stuff, because everyone is just a bit more knowledgeable with those things. I mean, a lot of with digital technology, I mean, everyone I fucking know has an editor, has some, even if it's Adobe or something that's more user friendly or something like that. I wonder if I think a lot of it has to do with just that the technology caught up with the filmmakers, and I think maybe we gave too much credence to certain filmmakers that maybe weren't as good as their reputation led us to believe. And then the ones that I really found myself attached to are the Bergmans and Rossellini's or Godards and stuff, because they really came from a place of literature. They were all very well read. And their storytelling and what they were trying to do, or even how they thought to shoot their movies, came from a literary background, where I think filmmakers today, and especially the Spielberg bunch and leading into the 90s, I think those guys came from, they were making movies based off watching movies. So
like Tarantino comes to mind for that one a lot.
Yes, I don't think Tarantino, I think it's these guys coming from, I'm making movies, and my knowledge and ability comes from watching movies. And I think the people in the past that we go back to and we're like, God, why is their stuff so much more beautiful? I think it's because they were reading, Dostoevsky or what have you. They were reading the Russian literature. They were coming from Shakespeare or Chekhov or something like that. I think they were trying to do stuff like that, because movies were really just an extension of the theater. That's why
Yes.
Eli Kazan and a lot of these filmmakers, they were theater directors, Mike Nichols. Yep. And so they came from writing from the stage, which comes from, guys who were that were influenced by literature and the impact that books used to have back in a certain time too. So a lot of these guys were they were stage playwrights who became television writers and then turned into screenwriters, a lot of them, or screenwriters who became television writers. It's like where Woody Allen started on the Sid Caesar show. And then a lot of these people became filmmakers. But I don't think the people today making movies are reading thousands of books when they're going into writing a screenplay. I think they're thinking, I want to make a movie like Martin Scorsese, or I want to make a movie like, Stanley Kubrick. I want to make a movie like...
Joker is a great example of what you just said there. I want to make a movie like Martin Scorsese, the guy who did Hangover. I see that film, and I'm thinking like, yeah, that's basically what he was thinking and he had in mind when he's made this movie, because that movie, like you said, this guy, he clearly hasn't read anything. He hasn't read a Dostoevsky or the Mishimas. He's just, copied or tried to copy one for fun, one with Scorsese did in the 70s. So yeah, I definitely see that and what you said there.
Yeah, I think if people have a thing with Spielberg, I think he's really like the ultimate story of that, because I think he wanted to be like David Lean. I think he wanted to make, Bridge on River Kwai. I think I think to him, like, Lawrence of Arabia, I think that was the stuff he was coming from. And I think he studied those films, and I think, I don't think he comes from a more academic background. I don't think his stuff comes from literature or any kind of philosophical point. I think he thinks these escapist, or the 30s and 40s serials and stuff like that, or comic books. I think that when you look at the MCU today and how it's based off comic book storytelling, I don't think the Indiana Jones stuff's that far off from it. I don't think like a Marvel film structure and the way it's put together is that different from like Raiders of the Lost Ark.
No, I agree. I mean, you really spitting right now, man. Like, I mean, you saying a lot of stuff that I've thought about, and I really can't really add more to that. Like, I totally agree. I mean, I guess I would say with that is that one thing I think about too with that is that I think about like, you talked about technology earlier and how technology is kind of commodifying and making or demystifying these aspects of filmmaking, but also with technology. And a guy that I'm a fan of, Gene Bochar, he talks about his book, Simulation and Simulacrum. Or Simulacrum and Simulation is where you have like this concept of the sign, the sign representing something in reality, and which you get to, I guess, post-modernity, which is like the 60s onward. The sign is now being referenced by another sign, and where now the sign or the reference sign is a replacement for that sign that represents reality, or I guess to say it in a more simple way, the referral sign is a replacement for reality altogether. So now what you have, I guess, to relate that back to filmmaking, what you have is like, okay, you have like, in the 70s and 80s with these filmmakers like Spielberg, he's a sign. He's the original sign. He's a sign that represented reality. Then, when he starts making his films like Indiana Jones 10 or 20 years later, if you get the Marvel films and also, I guess, the films in the 90s to Tarantino, these guys become the referral. And they copy what Spielberg is doing, and they completely ignore things that came before or the way that films were made before, and what these guys knew about, or the filmmakers who made these films, what they knew about the world and all that stuff. So I think now we live in this world where it's a series of references. Movies are referencing movies or things on top of each other, where we don't know where the origin of these things are. We can't tell where these things begin. And, with that too, you have a cheapening of quality. We have a, decline in quality in storytelling. Like, I don't think that, like you said, I don't think the average screenwriter knows anything about Dostoevsky or, Russian realist, literature, or even the films from like the 50s or 40s for that much. I think the last film that they probably seen, or the earliest film they probably seen, is probably from the 80s. With the start of Indiana Jones. So like it is a bubble we live in. Like we have created with technology this giant technological bubble that encapsulates the whole world, and we are just living within it. We have no reference to our historical past and also reality itself. I don't know if that's like too
No,
out
no,
there.
I'm with you. I think we live in a metatextual place right now. I think this is what memes are. It's like when you're talking about it's a reference to something and we don't quite know the origin yet. There's some kind of context or language that we all understand, but it doesn't belong to anyone. A meme is an image that's referencing something else and then turned into something new, but all of that stuff belonged to someone beforehand, and then somebody takes it and turns it into something else without crafting an original thing in their own. So every sort of thing that's made today, or even with YouTube, it's commenting or talking about stuff that other people have done, or using clips from people's own work, or that to make a video essay or review or what have you. So you don't have to actually sit down and write an analysis on something that would take study and time. You have to like just say, here's a clip for my reference point, and I can point this thing out because I have the ability to go over this clip over and over again. So then everyone's able to do that. And I also think it's when storytelling became so meta. So when like Tarantino started having meta storytelling, but then it leads to like a Joss Whedon type storytelling with Buffy, or Kevin Williamson making Scream, where it's a slasher film about characters aware of slasher films, and then shows like Community and stuff like that. So then when the famous episode of Community where they're dealing with parallel universes, that's kind of tying into what the show is that it's all these sitcom and movie and television references put together, and the Abed character's aware that he's in a sitcom. And I feel like, and the Matrix sort of ties into this too, in transhumanism and escaping out of some sort of societal norm or structure that isn't real, that's sort of an illusion that's been told to you. I think that the whole, when people either talk about woke culture or when they talk about being red-pilled, what they're talking about is this recent awakening to the idea of everything's been done and everything's been referenced, and it is like a new language where everything is. It's unfortunate that the art became meta, but it's almost like people became meta. That why would you say a phrase, or why would you try to come up with something new or clever when enough clever things have been said or done, or enough great songs have been written, there's enough great poems that you can essentially rework them or take from them and then use them as your own, or combine them with something else. Sort of like why we live in, hip hop now. It's like you take a sample from a song, and then you put your own lyrics over it that are personal, but you're essentially taking two different things and putting them together. You're taking like poetry and then putting it with a record from, like, let's say a 70s disco album. That's kind of the origins of a lot of rap, was they would it ties back to disco and taking records and then marking a spot on the record and then finding a part that you could repeat over and over again from the record that's like a cool 10-second part of the song. And I think that's how everyone sort of lives life nowadays. I think that's like with sharing the meme. So when you go to see a movie and you're supposed to sit down and have 2 hours of patience with a narrative and a story, and a filmmaker's supposed to use that time to communicate something, it's very hard to do that nowadays because everything is supposed to have this certain immediacy to it, and people don't like to watch or view things that they don't already have an understanding or a reference point to. So if a movie doesn't look, and if it doesn't have an aesthetic from something that you're familiar with, or if it doesn't have an idea that you don't have some association with, it's hard for a modern filmmaker, or any artist for that matter, to be challenging or even a provocateur, because how do you provoke people in today's world without somebody accusing you, like you're just an edgelord or something like that? It's like controversy today. Everything's controversial, and I sort of laugh at that because it's not real controversy. It's like an artificial controversy because people just create it because you need something to talk about, because we think we need controversy, because we think we need things to debate. But are we actually really talking about the things we're debating, or are we just debating for the sake of it, as opposed to, I have an idea that's opposed to your idea, and we need to break these ideas down and have like an actual conversation about this and try to come with something new and have a rationalist conversation. I also think there's a lot of nihilism in the modern day. I think it's a millennial humor. I think it ties to memes and videos and the internet. I think it's sort of this hopelessness. I think we're in a post-God society, and I think a lot of the young people, they don't have religion, and they also don't have philosophy. Even though we all sit around and talk now, we all think we're like philosophers now. We do these podcasts and we have these like 3-hour conversations like we're all deep thinkers or something. It's sort of funny. But
it's like referencing dead philosophers, in these conversations.
Exactly.
Really,
because people haven't read it, so they don't know these conversations were had a long time ago. So it's like a post-God world. So I feel like there's almost this hopelessness. So like, what's the point of creating great art or telling a great story if I think it's a lot of thing with values. I think people's values are really skewed now. I'm very fearful of my generation. People don't want to have children as much now, the family. And I'm not saying you have to be conservative like that, but it's like, I don't know if people have anything to stand for right now or anything to cling on to. So it's sort of this hopelessness that we live in right now. And it's reflected in our movies where people go, why are they so shallow? Why don't they feel like they used to feel like back in the day? And I think it's just because they don't mean anything a lot of the time. I think you're looking for something in them, but if you actually think about it, I don't think the filmmakers are actually saying anything most of the time. And what they are saying is something that's been said by someone else. And I think you have to read a lot and live life a little bit to even get a perspective or unique point of view. And I don't think a lot of these people do. I think these young indie directors that get hired to do a franchise, I don't think they've spent enough time or done enough in their lives to have a perspective and a point of view. Because once again, everything has to, we live in the immediate so much now. Everything's always in a constant state of things happening that we've kind of eliminated like boredom or patience or time with yourself to think things out. Like
it's schizophrenia. We live in a schizophrenic society. Basically, with electronic media and technology, it has opened up or splintered our ego, and where we're constantly shifting to these different personas. Like, okay, one day we're Kim Kardashian, Kanye West, because we watched a music video by Kim Kardashian, or not Kim Kardashian. We watched a music video by Kanye West, and we watched Kardashians too, or the other day, whatever. Then from that, we'll be a Nazi because we've been on 4chan, all day. So it's constantly shifting. Our identities are constantly shifting. It's very anxious. It's a very agitated, cycle, a world we live in, where, like I said, it's hard, to create a stable ground, to create. Because in order to create art, you have to have a concept of the self. And what I mean by that, on a larger level, the culture has to have a concept of the self. And if you don't have a concept of yourself, or, who you are in the world, it's really hard to really, create something, profound or sincere, through art.
Yes, and I think that's also part of where the internet grew too, is the avatar aspect. Which once again, I want to go into transhumanism because I think that's where we're heading as a society more than anything. And I think about VR a lot, or like where deep fakes are at. I think we're heading to a society where the identity, the self, is no longer going to be the existence. I think earlier in the stream we were talking about furries and underkins, and we were kind of making fun of them. But the idea there being like, I'm going to wear this costume and go and be this creature that I want to be. I want to be this anthropomorphic being. Or people don't have God or religion anymore, so they go to cons and stuff like that, and they dress up as superheroes. They follow the Marvel Universe or Star Wars, and it feels like a political rally or religious gathering when you see these things. It's like they're dressing up and praising these false gods in a sense, But if we get to a point where it is like VR, like I am Pat the avatar on this Please Rewind channel. That is a person I am pretending to be. And when the internet started, it was all about anonymity before they localized it. But even with YouTube, it's still like that. Let's say you are using your real name, you're still that YouTube persona, and then people follow that persona. But then if the person is living their life as that persona, and they're successful with it, and they have the fans. I often have confusion in my life. Am I me or am I Pat, the Please Rewind character, which I know sounds weird, but I think a lot of people are dealing with that right now. I think people don't like their name. I think a lot of people right now are dealing with how their parents raised them. I think there's a lot of ageism going on right now. I think people are thinking about their childhood, which is why a lot of people, I think, are scared to have children now, because I think they're scared of, they realize how tough it is to be a parent, and they don't want to screw their kids up in the way they feel that their parents screwed them up. So I think we're getting to this point of identity where people want to be, you're not going to be you. You're going to be an anime character, let's say, in a VR world, or with deep fake or glasses of someone being you, and then someone's going to be you. There's going to be a photo of you that's going to be deep faked onto someone else, and they're going to be you. But are they going to be even more real than you? You know, this is stuff that is in Snow Crash, or, you know, Neuromancer, you know, books like this, where what is reality and what is the artificial fantasy starts to get skewed in a weird way. And it always seemed like science fiction, but
that shit is reality.
It doesn't feel like science fiction anymore at all. It feels like in the next reality. 10 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I think about that all the time too. Like, I talk to people on Discord or, you know, the internet, and it's just like, am I really talking to you know, Pat, or I mean, whatever. I'm just using you as an example here, but like, am I really talking to Pat, the Please for Ryan YouTube channel guy, or am I talking to, you know, somebody else that's not, you know, what, you know, the internet persona that is named Pat is, you know? So like, like I said, is a constant state of paranoia and anxiety, because you're constantly questioning reality and yourself. And like I said, it's hard to create anything meaning or sincere in that state of mind. And I get a lot of flack from, like, you know, certain circles when I say this, but I do see, you know, our state and our civilization, Western civilization, in a decline. I think this is the final chapter of the West, because when you go back in the past and you compare our current moment in history with other civilizations, there are homologous to our appearing here history, you know, it's the same issues. Like, you know, ancient Rome, for example, you know, they didn't really have faith in their religions anymore. They were becoming more materialistic. The empire was ran by money, you know, money and usury, and people were hedonistic. You know, the famous story about Caligula, you know, having all these massive orgies and, you know, making his horse part of the Senate. Like, it's just chaos. And you have, out of this chaos, you get Christianity with Jesus, or, you know, and his apostles, Paul and other, you know, apostles coming and bringing in a new hope for this dying and, you know, decaying civilization. And with that, you have a new civilization, because by the time when Christianity was nationalized in the Roman Empire, you know, the Roman Empire was on its way out, and from that you have a birth of you know, the Byzantine Empire, which is a continuation of the Roman Empire, but it's spiritually is a different thing. And also with you know, the birth of the Magian world, you know, the Magian world being, you know, Islam and all that stuff. So yeah, I see what's going on now is that we're at the last phase of our civilization, and that something is coming up. I don't know what it is, what it's going to be. You know, I think it's probably going to be wedded within the internet, because the internet in some way is a new internet. You know, I remember watching this anime, probably one of my favorite animes of all time, Serial Experiment Lane, and where, you know, the crush of the narrative was like, you know, this avatar Lane being like this, I guess, this Gnostic divine spark, you know, within the internet, ushering in a new internet world religion. So I don't know if that's going to happen with the internet, because going back to ancient Rome and the birth of Christianity, Christianity was basically a you know, a amalgamation of all the nearby you know, religious traditions in the empire. Like, you have the wine of Dionysus, you know, God, you know, the wine or the blood of Jesus. When you have to drink the wine, you know, that symbolizes the blood of Jesus. That was the wine from the Dionysus cults in Greece. And you have the dualism of the God or the Father being Logos, and, you know, creating the world through logos and reason. That comes from Judaism, and it also comes from Greek philosophy with Plato. So, or Plato also, really Aristotle, because Aristotle was more logocentric. But yeah, so like it's this combination of multiple things that comes together and create a new synthesis with Christianity. And I see the same thing that's probably going to happen. I don't know. I'm not like a Nostradamus here, but what I know of history, you know, I see that happening. I don't know in the near future in our lifetimes, but you know, within the future with our civilization, maybe you know the new religion coming out of the internet age, because the internet is like this amalgamation of different signifiers and different symbols around the world coming together, you know, in this, you know, giant, I guess, electronic web.
Have you ever seen the Louis Mal film, My Dinner with Andre?
I need to see that film. No, I have not. I've
Okay.
seen a clip.
So the you know, it's a pretty simple, but it's weird how prescient the film is. So you know, Wallace Shawn wrote it, and he kind of co-wrote it with Andre Gregory, and they were both stage actors and playwrights. And then Louis Mal came in and directed it, and they worked on it for a while. But the film's, you know, an illusion of a film. It's a film that's not a film. It's just two guys sitting and having a conversation for 2 hours, and it's essentially kind of a stage play or a radio drama, but it's very meta in that sense. It's aware of the fact that it's not a film. And then the first half, it's just Andre telling these stories about traveling around the world and all the stuff that happened to him. And then at some point, the Wallace Shawn character starts like arguing back with him about these things he's going on about, and they sort of had an argument about that science has replaced God as the new religion, but it hasn't made us happier. It just makes us bored. We thought that, you know, and I do think a lot of people started to treat science nowadays as a God, as an answer, but it doesn't fulfill them still. And he has this whole monologue where he talks about that, you know, we live in these cities and we've built these prisons for ourselves, and we want to escape these prisons that we've built for ourselves, but there's nowhere to really go. Where would you go? You could go out to the woods, but that's also a prison. So we're basically living in prisons of our own construction that we exist in, and we're willingly doing it. We want to live in these prisons. So he has this final monologue where he says that about how you have a relationship with the person that goes on for years that's completely unpredictable. Then you're cut off, and all your ties to that land, and you're sailing into the unknown, into uncharted seas. And people hold on to images. They hold on to the idea of the father, the mother, the husband, the wife, you know, because they seem to provide some firm ground for you, but there's no wife there. Like, what does that mean to be a wife? What does it mean to be a husband, a son? A baby's holding your hands, and then suddenly there's this huge man lifting you off the ground. So it's like the man's lifting you up off the ground like a coffin because you're dead. And then he's gone. So where's that son? So it's, you know, it's like we're phantoms. It's like we're ghosts. Like we're living in a, and I think we become so much more aware of it. It's like, what does it mean to be conservative? What does it mean to be liberal? Nothing makes sense anymore. What does it mean to live in a capitalist society as opposed to a socialist society? What does it mean to be an artist versus a citizen? What is work? What is that? And I think COVID's just pushed this further. I think we were getting here naturally, but I think we're getting here really fast now. And everyone's feeling it. If it was biblical, you would feel like this is like a revelation. I know a lot of religious people right now feel like we're in like a rapture sort of situation. And maybe if it's not a literal rapture of a return of God or something like that, it's a metaphorical one that's a reality that we were being told about throughout history. Basically an end times of a society, because society is a conspiracy. It's not like conspiracy theories are all true, but the idea of civilization is like a fucking conspiracy in a sense. And everything that felt like the conspiracy theory, like, oh, the Illuminati, satanic rituals, child molestation, the last few years, it's weird how it has this more credence to it. It's very surreal. Just this untrust of power and manipulation, or this, you know, this Ayn Rand kind of thing like that. You know, it's very scary. So I'm scared where we're getting at right now, because I do feel like people feel like the end's coming, and I think people are going to go a little wacky with that, without the distractions of life, because distractions is what keeps us from thinking about the actual things going on or what's actually happening to us. And I think people are getting there faster than we would have naturally, because I can just tell, just living in the world, the attitude is changing about a lot of things, and I don't know to be scared of it. You know, or is it going to be a good thing ultimately? Like maybe that thing you're talking about that we're leading towards the end of this thing, maybe it's going to lead to something that's good, but it could very possibly lead to something that's bad.
Yeah, see, the thing is with that is that, I see with COVID and people and, the current administration, things are visibly getting worse. Like the material conditions are getting worse. And with revolutions, I'm not advocating for that YouTube. I'm just saying, historically speaking, revolutions happen when the material conditions are like terrible. And that's going to happen. That's happening now with COVID. Like this whole thing with I don't know what I can and cannot say on the stream.
You could say whatever you want, man.
Okay. Well, what's happening with the Great Reset? I don't know if you're familiar with that, but basically, the Great Reset is this thing that has been administered by the World Economic Forum to redistribute all the world's wealth to these all of the major international corporations. So that's happening now, and once that is finished, like I don't think people are going to have like the Marvel movies or the Burger King, McDonald's to distract from the reality that we live in a hell world, we live in an apocalyptic scenario, because like I said, things are getting really bad really fast, and like I mean there's no border in the southern border anymore. Joe Biden said that he told ICE and the border patrol to stop building the wall and open the borders up, and let these people come in. And it's just like, okay, eventually, like, these people are, there's going to be too many people in this country, and there's not going to be enough resources to accommodate all these people. So, like, I don't know. I mean, I would say this: what happened in the Roman Empire, it fell, and there was a series or centuries of tribal conflict into the Frankish Empire came with Charlemagne and unify Europe. So I don't know if that's going to happen with us. We're going to be like Mad Max, where these warring tribes are fighting in America for like these scarce resources until eventually this one warlord king, comes together and unifies America underneath this, warlord dictatorship. But
well, I wonder.
I don't know. It's scary.
It is scary. I wonder though, with always the comparisons with Rome and stuff like that. I think it's so different now with resources and the savagery of people. Like running out of food or resources is just not as much. That's not as much of an issue here in the West than it would be, let's say, a long time. You know what I mean? Like there's so much canned food. Like starvation and stuff like that, or even us getting to some point. Because the fact we have technology that we're all united, that the world's more global now, makes it so weird to think of the fact that America might lose some sort of power status, like we might not be number one anymore. But I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna fall. I just don't know if in today's world, I don't know if a country like this can fall right now. Like I don't know if places like China, Russia, the United States. I really don't know if it's possible in the modern day for it to actually completely fall. I don't think it is. Just because the amount of people live here, and then Mexico, and then Canada. I mean, it's just. And where we are geographically, where we're located, it would be crazy if that happened. But I do think that some overthrowing of the government is very possible. I think that could happen, where people just stop. I think there could be some kind of revolution or something like that. I think that's very likely to happen in the next few years, unless something drastically changes.
I mean, I don't know. Well, like I said, I don't want to say here because they are very, very serious about this stuff. YouTube is, but like, yeah, I mean, it is scary. I'll say that. Like, it is a very strange time, and I always talk to people on the internet about this. Like, I'm a part of several, like, I guess art discourse, and like there are these artist type guys talking about like, oh, we're going to create this new art movement to save the West and society, whatever. But it's just like, dude, what you're doing. I mean, most of these guys don't know nothing about art history. They haven't read the greats and watched all these films, and it's just like, how can you create art when you don't know nothing about the context or the past of the society you live in? And I just see, feel hopeless, I feel hopeless about the situation because like nobody has it. Like nobody has the creativity, the creative power to create something new and something worthwhile and meaningful for people. Like I don't see it anywhere. And I've been in a lot of internet communities, and I've talked to a lot of people. And I don't want to be like, oh, I'm the one, I'm the one that's going to save. But like from my experience, it seems like I'm kind of like one of the small numbers of people who actually does try to go back and read all these guys, watch all these films to have a better understanding of my context and time, and also society or history of the society in general.
Yes, it is. It is scary. I've been able to get a respite from the fear a little bit in recent months because things have gone back to a slight normalcy, at least where I live. I'm out in Ohio, and just with work and things like that, it's not too bad here. But I was talking to someone last night. I go, man, you remember a year ago when we were in lockdown and we spent those like 4 months in the apartment, and we like time lost meaning and all that, because it's easy to forget kind of how it was there at the beginning, and all these concepts are like things that you thought were like norms that you had to do, and then we didn't have them for a little while, and then we all kind of got weird that we got accustomed to not having them anymore, and then it's like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, why am I dedicating my time? Why do I have to work 40 hours a week? That seems arbitrary, or something that was created when one person worked and another person stayed at home and kept the house, and now both people who couples both work, and stuff like that. It just seems like, and what do I want to spend my time? What do I want to spend my time with? Do I want to, be dedicating it to this or that? And then I had all that free time, and I thought, okay, well, I have all this free time now. I'm going to like spend it doing the things I've always wanted to do. And then I spent most of the time not really doing anything, which really put things in some weird perspective where it's like, fuck, if we don't have, it's like we don't have agency, it's like we have something else has to give it to us, or we become aimless. And that's scary.
I was talking about that with my friend yesterday. We were, at the coffee shop, and we were talking about art and like what is good art. And my friend, he's more left leaning, so he likes more, I guess, libertarian art, for lack of better words. The art, the meaning underneath the art is, pushing this ideal of liberation from social norms, liberation from society altogether. And it's just like, okay, yeah, that's cool and all. And we were talking about like, the decadent poets like Rembrandt. So like, I like these guys. I like Rembrandt. I like, Oscar Wilde and all these guys.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's just like, when you have all this freedom, or you promote this freedom, like, what are you going to do with this freedom? You're basically a slave at that point, because now you're just a slave to your freedom. You're a slave to your desires. You're having all this sex. You're doing all these drugs, and you're doing all this stuff where, like, you have no restraint over yourself. And it's just like you said, you start to ask these bigger questions of what is, like, what is the human condition? What is our purpose? Is our purpose on earth to be free beings, to do whatever we want, irregardless of like, others or whatever, or do we serve a higher purpose, And I think, and that's just what I was trying to tell my friend, it was honestly kind of awkward, because he's into that stuff, I'm into that stuff too, but he has a strong personal connection to that kind of art. And it's just like, I told him, it's just like, well, I don't think art should be towards liberation. I think art should serve a higher purpose, kind of like a reflection of ourselves, or a better version of ourselves that we should try to achieve, like, and also while achieving these concepts like virtue. Like, if you look at Greek art, like, the plastic figures of classical sculpture, Greek classical sculpture, or their poems, like, the Iliad. The Iliad had a lot of parables and story passages about honor, duty, virtue, loyalty to your community and your society. And I think with that, you have with these values, you create purpose and meaning in life, and also altogether a healthy society. And I think, going back to what you were saying earlier, is that like our society is missing all those things. We don't have that. They always talk about superheroes being like, the modern Greek myths, or America's Greek myths, or whatever. But they're really not, because they don't really have anything. They don't mean anything. They don't represent nothing. They're just blanket, or empty signs of corporations and financiers and all this other stuff that ultimately just want to make money and nothing else, and they don't care about society, they don't care about the people, families, or anything. They just care about money, and that's it.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean for this conversation to go this way, but this is like stuff I like to talk about too. Because like 2 hours ago, I was talking about pissing on my leg and shaving my body hair, and now we're like talking about everything going on. Hey Dan, what's up, man?
Hey, buddy, how you guys doing?
Good. We were first talking about your movie sucks. Then Rose came in here and we started basically talking about the state of the world and modern art and modern day values and a lot of shit.
I've been listening for the last like 30 minutes, and I was deciding when to jump in. And I thought you guys were getting into some deep, serious shit that I had no business jumping in and giving my 2 cents on, but it's just boring. It's like, I'm jumping in.
Okay, your mic sounds a little weird. It's like fuzzy. Do you have the stream muted? Okay, did you mute the stream?
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably what it was. Okay, well, what do you think on the things we've talked about then since you've been listening? I'm very curious because we've just been rambling now.
I was kind of just saying it sounded like you guys were talking about some serious deep shit. I don't have any opinion on it. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. No, it's okay. Yeah, we could bring more people.
You guys were talking about that Spielberg movie about Jews getting killed, and it's like I've never seen it.
That Spielberg movie about Jews getting killed.
Yeah, that movie is not that good. Like,
that's a great description of a movie. That Spielberg movie about Jews getting killed.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of all his war films, though. Because, like, if you think of Saving Private Ryan, how he depicted the German soldiers, he made some, like, these brutes, like, these social.
Oh, that's the weirdest thing, the shaved head German soldiers in Saving Private Ryan. I know, it's weird, man. I'm not disagreeing. That shit's weird. I don't know what the fuck is going on with that.
But
should I watch Schindler's List? Should I watch that, or was that because I don't know.
If you like Spielberg, completeness of Spielberg's pornography, I mean, I would say watch it, but like as like a movie, like I don't know. I think there's better movies on the Holocaust than Schindler's List.
Yeah, go watch Showa for 10 hours. Yeah, I like Schindler's List. I would say it's great, worth watching. It's definitely one of my favorite movies.
Do you like American History X?
Yo, that movie's kind of based.
I don't like it as much as I used to. I still like it, but I liked it a lot more back in like the 2000s. It's kind of part of that 2000s DVD. Well, it's just like I used to it's sort of weird because my feeling about it's changed in a lot of ways because I used to be like, oh, it's so great that it's about this guy who like changes and then this bad thing happens, black guy changes. But now like that stuff's like preachy to me, like
it's kind of preachy, isn't it?
The magical black guy in the prison that saves him, you know, like that whole cliche and storytelling.
Magical black guy.
Yeah,
that's so funny.
I can't hear you, man.
Yeah, your audio is like coming in weird, Dan.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to come in and say that because I was just listening it through the YouTube feed.
Yeah, I don't know what.
You really gotta fix that mic.
Let me fix it. I'm myself until I'm fixed.
Okay, I'll go back to American History X though. It's just, God, I almost don't want to get into it because you're talking about a film about fucking white supremacy, and that is not a topic to talk about today.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But it used to be, I was like, man, I now that stuff I don't like, and it's gonna, God, I'm trying to phrase this right, but I'm like more compelled now, like with the stuff where he is the Nazi. Like, not that I agree with what he's saying, but I think that's the more interesting part of the movie now, like the basketball scene, or my favorite scene's the one at the dinner table with him and Elliot Gould arguing. That's in the black and white, like the flashbacks, like because Edward Norton's almost like too good when he's evil Derek. as opposed to like I don't know actually if the sentimental element works of like the character changing and becoming not a Nazi anymore, and then what happens at the end with the final shot. I feel like it would be a better movie if it just showed this guy as a white supremacist in this world, and like this guy exists, he's influencing these people, and this is what happens. Like that part's so compelling because it's like you don't get to see a lot of stories about stuff like that.
I feel like it's a bit like they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to have the protagonist who is a neo-Nazi, but they also want to absolve him of all his moral crimes, and they don't want to condemn him.
100%. That is absolutely accurate. They want to portray him for this way, but then they want you to like him at the end. And it's like, you shouldn't like that guy. You know, but they want you to like him, and people did like him. I mean, that was the thing with that movie. That movie got so popular.
The magic black guy, Pat. The magic black guy fixed his racism.
Yeah, they do laundry together, so he's not a racist anymore. They wash some clothes, and then he's like, you know what? Black people aren't that bad. You know, I don't know what I was thinking this whole time.
It also made a lot of sense to me as a child. You know, this takes a child's mind to appreciate that movie.
Yeah, I don't think it's aged well in that way.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of another movie that's like that, because I know I saw a movie recently that's kind of like that, where the protagonist is kind of he's not a good guy, but they try to paint him as a good guy, and at the end he's redeemed.
The show called WandaVision.
Huh?
Dan, your audio's still coming in really bad, man. I don't know what's with your mic. It sounds like you're on like a mic from the 90s right now. I mean, it's like, are you on a rock band mic? What is going on?
You sound pretty loud too.
Yeah, you're like loud and there's distortion. It's like crazy. It's like you're on another planet and you're transmitting to us from the future. Like, American History X is the answer. American History X is the answer, Pat.
No. I heard before
Lois is the key. Lois is the key.
Yeah, before he left, he was talking about WandaVision, and I think that was the show. Did you see WandaVision, Pat?
I watched like 2 episodes. I haven't finished it yet.
I mean, all the episodes are out, so
yeah, I should just watch it.
I got my laptop coming in, so I might as well just watch it, make a video about it.
What do you think about the 2 episodes you watched, or anybody in the chat?
I wasn't big on the first 2 episodes I watched, but I heard it gets more interesting as it goes on. So I don't know. I wasn't too into it. It seemed to me like it was just like Bewitched.
Yeah.
They were just doing a play on Bewitched, and I mean, they're wrong. Aesthetically, I really like Matt Shakman, the director. He worked on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia and The Boys and Game of Thrones, and I think he's doing a really good job as a director. It kind of reminds me of like Pleasantville, and I dig that about it aesthetically. But I'm really worried because I feel like after just 2 episodes, I kind of know where they're going with it in the writing, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Where could it go?
Yeah, it's just like, okay, you're gonna like, because it's just
that's the thing.
It's this thing that Marvel always does. It's like they tease like this thing's going to have this huge impact and change the whole universe, and then they never really commit to it. And they've done it for fucking 10 years. Like, oh, we're going to kill someone off here. Like, you know, like even the finger snap, you know, it gets reversed, you know, it's like, and I feel like with WandaVision, I'm like, oh, I feel like I know where this is going. And I've tried to avoid spoilers, but I do like it aesthetically, though. It's very cool conceptually. Also, I'm just like, fuck, 9 episodes. I'm like, god damn. Like, all these streaming shows are all too fucking long. Like, none of them are, like, every single one of them, like, if it's 10 episodes, 8 episodes, 13, they always, like, fall apart, like, halfway through, and they're never good enough for how long they are.
Yeah, especially Mandalorian Season 2. That was, like, the
all of them.
for me.
Every fucking Netflix show that gets big, it's like it never it's never good enough for how long it is. They always just drag it out.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I got this from you, because I used to watch your review of The Boys Season 2, but it seems like they don't have enough script for a whole season.
I think
agree.
Yeah,
they strip out to fill that 9 episode or whatever episode arc.
Yeah, I agree. I love that. I love that Madcap and Crazy just set out for like an hour. You guys didn't
Oh
have to
yeah,
set out.
I was letting you boys have all the fun because you guys really went into some deep shit that I frankly don't really have an opinion on, unfortunately.
I'm sorry, like I'm not trying to change the flow of it.
No, dude,
I'm a big fan.
I wanted to talk to you. I wanted to talk to you because I saw that video you had with Ebert, and I was really into what you were saying. I mean, it was easy to. It was like, oh shit, I fuck with this.
No, I appreciate, dude. Like I'm not trying to like sound like a fanboy here, but like I've been watching you for years, man. Like I remember when you did that interview with David Stewart. Like I was like really excited about that. Like so talking to you right now is like really, it's cool, man. It's really cool.
No, yes, praise me, praise me. Talk about how great I am. Thank you. That makes me feel good. I love that I've just made this my like indulgent show where I just talk to a bunch of people that are like, you know what, Pat, you're great. You're so smart and interesting. To have conversations with you, but it's nice because I've always thought of Please Rewind and this whole thing as a community, not as like me. I think that's what the strength of the channel is, that we've turned it into a community of people that are like-minded, that we want, that we have certain standards we like. We like to talk about older films. It's not all about franchise stuff.
Yeah, because I know when I got into you, my thing was all the YouTube movie channels were kind of like, your movie sucks. They talked about pop films. You know, they didn't really go in depth into like the themes or the characters or the story. Or it was like something like that other Reddit dude, Patrick William, where he'll just do like basic film school, like, hey, this is how you shoot a scene.
Yeah.
This is editing, like stupid shit like that. Like it wasn't enough for me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is why my channel's niche and we're not popular, because there's only most people want that instead of these kind of conversations. But it's so nice to be able to talk to you guys all now in Discord and be like, you know, because like I said, I think of it as a community. It's the only reason I really kept doing it, because I don't really get much out of this, but the people that have been watching the channel for years, I just like talking to you guys so much, and I don't really have anyone else to talk to about this stuff. So now it's cool that we can actually talk about it. It's not just me making videos and you guys like being in a chat or comments, and then I have to like kind of talk to you guys that way. It's cool that we can all just like shoot the shit about this stuff now.
It's weird too, because it's kind of like we had a similar trajectory. Like I remember that one video you did on what's that dude say, the Nostalgia Critic. Like I used to watch the Nostalgia Critic growing up, and I was embarrassed about it. And just to know somebody like you,
it is embarrassing. Yeah.
I feel less embarrassed about that.
Well, you know, that's the weird thing about the internet, you know, is that we all kind of grew up on it together and we're able to reflect on it. And there's like a whole document of it. Like it doesn't go away. All that stuff still exists, you know? So we're all kind of going through it together and we're all reflecting back on it while it's happening. And people that weren't there during a lot of the stuff, they don't understand, because you kind of have to be in a certain age group to understand it and talk about it.
I definitely agree, because like I talk to people who are in like their early 20s, and like I talk about the internet, and it's just like they didn't watch the Nostalgia Critic, they didn't grow up on dial up in American online, they didn't grow up going on Newgrounds and playing Flash games and watching these.
Yeah, they didn't see it grow up. We all saw this new thing develop and grow. Yeah. I mean, it's sort of scary at the same time, because we helped make it grow. We're inside of it. It's like the universe, like where we live inside of the universe. Well, we created a universe, you know, the big bang of the internet, and we all helped create it and mold it into something. Even the smallest person is an atom inside of this thing, even the smallest contribution, every photo you put on a social media website, every comment you left somewhere, every forum post that you put up is part of its DNA and what it is. And we all helped form it, in particular, like people from our generation, because we were there at the beginning, and there was no rule or structure to it. We had to build it. We built a world, and now we're all like having to live with the consequences of that. Like it's a child that belongs to 1 billion people, and we all have to take care of it together. Like we're like 1 billion people in a divorce. Like, all right, it's your weekend to take over the internet, you know, and we had to go through these evolutions of AOL and all that stuff and decide what was going to be the thing. So as much as we want to hate that the corporations localized it and it's like 4 websites, we contributed to that by going to those places and not standing up for the websites or the message boards. It's because we contributed to helping Twitter and Facebook, in particular YouTube. We gave it its power. We feed it. It feeds off us feeding it back. That's what it is. Because YouTube doesn't just stand for YouTube as the person, the content creator as the you. It also stands for you, the person watching the video and leaving the comment. That's the interactive experience of it. Like we're interacting right now on YouTube. That's what feeds the monster. And the only way we could kill the monster is if we don't feed it anymore. But it's like we can't live without it either.
Yeah, that's true. That's so true.
So it's strange to be in our position because, like, we're only having to hold ourselves accountable for it in the quality state. It's like when iDubbbz did Content Cop, you know, and why it was such a big deal. I think why a lot of people attached to it is because he was saying, no, you know, YouTube's our thing, and these guys are making bad content, and we have to hold them accountable. I have to police these guys because what they're doing is shit, and we don't want this on this platform. Everybody was really easy to get behind that, you know, because the thing that I do love about YouTube is that if you do make a misstep or you do something, everybody holds you accountable. You can't hide from it, you know. The monster won't love you more than anyone else. The monster will kill you just as much as it'll give you things that you want in your riches. So many YouTubers have reached highs and then fall into obscurity. I mean, just think of all the YouTubers that used to be fucking huge that aren't around anymore. You know? Yeah, small. Yeah, Tabasco. There's all these guys that were huge. Spoonie Experiment, like he was huge.
Yes, Spoonie.
I love Spoonie. He was huge.
Yeah,
he's
Spoonie,
just
man.
People just complete. Spoonie was like the best video game guy in the internet ever. I mean, the way he made his videos was just amazing. And then there's people that have been around for 15 years that, you know, like I've been watching Angry Video Game Nerd or like Red Letter Media for 15 fucking years. It's crazy. It's like, and I grew up with them and stuff, and it's not like a television show, you know, where it ends at some point. It's like, where is this going to end? Like one day some of these guys are going to die and we're going to be like, oh yeah, I watched that guy when I was 15, you know, on YouTube, and now he's dead. I mean, it's this weird thing, you know, like when you guys tell me like, oh, I've been a fan for you for years and now we're talking and all this, it's like surreal, you know, because before, if you were a fan of something, you would have never fucking talked to the person in the past. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's weird.
Yeah, it is. You're right. It's a weird. I don't even know how to articulate it properly. It's a weird feeling. It's like meeting your guy, like you were talking about with Blade Runner, where
meeting God, yeah, Tyrell.
Yeah. He meets Tyrell, and it's just like, you know, what do you do now? Like, you know, it is a weird feeling, you know. Like I never would have thought I would talk to you. Like I didn't even think I was interesting enough for somebody to want to talk to me, but apparently, like, you know, you want to talk to me. David Ebert wanted to talk to me, and like, you know,
it's a self-esteem boost.
Huh?
Yeah.
We need to talk you up, buddy. You're a power horse, man. You can take on the world.
I don't know, man. I still feel like I'm just like a nobody. Like I'm just some random guy who just likes to read books and watch movies. Like I don't have any insight or anything interesting.
I'll tell you right now, fake confidence is the same thing as real confidence, all right? Nobody is anybody, okay? Like, you know, the only way you ever feel like a loser is if you let people say things to you and you let it actually matter to you. Like if somebody, you know, when you go home and you're angry or mad or something, or somebody makes you feel down or something like that, it's because you're letting them put you in a reality where you're playing the thing that they perceive you as. You're letting them project that onto you. But if you know that you're not that negative thing, then they don't have any power over you to do that to you. They can't tell you or make you feel bad. You're giving them that power. And like, why the fuck would you give someone ownership of your reality that you're living in, man? So you're as valuable as you want to be. And you're here because you're meant to be here talking right now with us, because you are interesting and this is the path you were meant to go on. Whether it was something that the universe was guiding or it was just a thing that the person you are aligns you with the person I am. So our paths were going to cross at some point, no matter what, in the time that we're living in. So you're important right now because this is where you're meant to be, man. You know, so don't feel like you don't belong here. There's no other place you should be but here right now.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't want to get too personal about that stuff, but you know, or make it about me, you know, the whole stream about me. But you're right, you know, like I shouldn't feel, you know, whatever. But I don't know, man. It's cool. It's cool. I was thinking about something else. I don't know.
I mean, dude, my best friend now I met because of the YouTube channel Blood Money. I mean, he watched the videos, and me and him started talking, and we talk all the time now. And he's come out and visited me a lot, and I visit him, and we talk on the phone we've had like 18-hour conversations, and he's like the best friend I've ever had in my life. And I only met him because of the YouTube channel. You know,
really, I thought you always
fuck too.
yeah. But yeah, we get together and fuck. You know, we give each other hand jobs, and but no, he's like, yeah, we would have never met. We talked about that the other day. I was like, dude, you know, if this was any other world, me and you would have never fucking met each other. You know, like we're like, fuck, if we would have met each other, we were kids, we'd be best friends for life. And we're like, fuck, we're like upset that we didn't know each other for so long, that we had to meet so much later in life. But we wouldn't have met if it wasn't for this.
Mm-hmm.
that's like the hope of the internet, because it's like, you know, one thing with the internet, or the promise of the internet, was like you can meet people around the world or across America that you probably never meet, you know, in a normal circumstance. And you know, there is some truth to that. Like you said, you met Blood Money on through YouTube, and
Oh, that's
I mean,
what I miss
know-
about the early internet, man. Back when it was like on the message board days and stuff like that, I knew people who lived all over the world before the internet became fucking localized, before the Facebook era. It used to be I knew people I would be in Skype conversations with people from all over the world, and we were all really good friends. Some of them I don't even have a way of contacting them anymore. And now it's like, it's pretty much like Australia, the UK, and America are like the only time. Like I used to know all sorts of people from Asia. I used to know people from like the Netherlands. I mean, and it was great. I don't know. It's weird. They like made the internet less global than it used to be. It's fucking strange how that happened. It feels so local now. It should feel like the biggest. It used to feel so much bigger back in like the 2000s, like that decade. The internet used to feel fucking
yeah, and
huge.
I also feel mysterious because it was so hard to get. I remember back in the day when I was like a kid in the 90s, and like, you know, Dragon Ball Z anime was just coming out, and like it was so hard to find, like, you know, new episodes of Dragon Ball Z. And when we found it, it was usually in like this very small, you know, 140p video format. The quality of the video was terrible, and it was like a shitty, like, you know, dub. Or it wasn't even dub, it was sub. And like that was on like some random website, you know, on the internet in 98. Now YouTube has all, like, you know, these videos, these, you know, sub videos or wherever, any video you would want to find on the internet.
Yeah, I kind of miss the Hunger years, though. I miss, like, looking for things or, like, finding things. Now it's like I have access to... Like, the other day, Madcap, he was here, and we were just watching clips from the Spider-Man movies on YouTube. And I was like, you know, back in the day, we would have just put this fucking movie, and we would have put the DVD in and watched it. Now we're just watching all the scenes. Or Blood Money the other day, we just kept watching clips on YouTube together. And it was super fun. I love it. But I'm like, yeah, it's like I'm spoiled with riches now. I can just like immediately watch something that back in the day, if I wanted to watch it, it was a lot harder to find. And now it's like, I could pretty much find whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, I remember you used to have to pay for hentai. Now you can, like, go on. I don't know if that's too, like, you know, X-rated, but it's just like, I don't know.
Dude, you apparently didn't listen to the first half of this live stream. It was much more...
No, I apparently I have not, didn't. But yeah,
I was talking about your movie sucks and Patrick Willen being like a pervert rapist, so we're fine. You're perfectly fine to say that you like hentai. It's
I don't know. I think, I don't know. Maybe this is just me, but like I think like we all kind of grew up in that era, you know, being into that stuff, you know, because it was there.
The hentai era.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're the hentai generation.
I don't know, because it's like, yo, you know, porn is kind of hard to find real porn. You had to have a video. Hentai was there. It was on Newgrounds. They had a dating simulators and like the dress-up game. So it's just like, okay, like, you know.
I so hope that's how we're defined as the hentai generation. Like the Great Generation, World War II, we're the hentai generation. Yeah, that we were the hentai generation, son. Back then. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know if you had that same experience.
Oh, I did. I used to download stuff on LimeWire. I used to watch some Bible Black and Night Shift Nurses and stuff like that. And Immoral Sisters. I know what you're talking about, brother.
Yes.
Well, the weird thing about hentai, as opposed to real porn, is that the stuff that was in actual porn would be so fucked up you couldn't watch it, but it's in a hentai and you're like, well, this is okay. This isn't wrong that I'm watching this.
It's a cartoon. It's fun.
Yeah, it's a cartoon. Who cares if it's if it's this rape scene with this, like, I mean, it's seriously, it's screwed up, or like it's a monster, or they're in high school. Who cares? It's a cartoon. I don't have to feel bad about it.
Tentacle porn is like a joke. Like boomers talk about tentacle porn, they're like, yeah, there's crazy stuff that's on the internet. But we're talking about like a girl getting raped by an octopus or whatever.
Yeah.
Rape is a taboo thing, but it's a joke, and it's fine to make rape jokes when we're talking about it.
Yeah, it's crazy. No, I think about well, you know what I think made hentai better than real porn is for especially the time. Real porn doesn't have narrative most of the time. It doesn't have story, which it's why like a scene in a movie that's a sex scene can be sexier than a porn because it has like build up to it. Back when like you would like masturbate to scenes from movies before like porn was everywhere, you know? And hentai, like, it usually has a story, like there's a seduction element or a revenge element. So it's compelling, which makes it more sexy to you because it plays to some psychological element, which porn is more of a visceral experience and it's designed that way. But hentai is designed around like there's a psychological element to it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I guess.
Well, it's just stuff that you like. They wouldn't do like a porn doesn't like. I mean, a lot of time porn. What are you doing? You're scrolling through, and you're looking for a girl that you think's hot, and then you're trying to get to the point where you feel good about it. But a hentai, like I've just sat and watched them before. You know, it's weird. Like if it's like an episode of one or a storyline, you know, you're like not saying that it was like great writing, but you kind of go through it and you're like, huh, okay, like. There's also, I think that it's so much more of a guy fantasy than what porn can deliver, like the harems and stuff like that, or the girls
like they're nerdy.
Yeah, the ugly bastard stuff. Yeah, no, totally.
Yeah,
we say that a lot. The whole thing that like guys like it's like the male gaze and guys are only into this, and it's mostly guys thing. And I so often see like lesbians into it and just like perverted chicks. The chicks are just like buried into all the shit that horny guys are into. I feel like nowadays it's a little weird to just say like guys are into this. It's like, I mean,
I don't disagree.
Kinds of things and,
I think hentai has a appeal to women too more. I think traditional porn is designed more towards men, but I've noticed with women that hentai like has this huge cross appeal with where like girls are into it just as much, and it might just be the anime aspect of it. I don't know.
Maybe it could be the writing, because you were talking earlier about writing, and girls are more imaginative in that sense, where like
they like the literature, they like women are turned on by Audible and literary stuff, where guys are more visual.
Yeah,
you jump on Pornhub and you look at like the hottest fetishes, and it's all incest thing. It's all stepmom, stepson.
I know, yeah,
shit like that.
Yeah,
and it always feels to me that women are the ones in charge of that, and it's like that's why it's not on the forefront of. That's why it's surprising to see that, because we don't have the interests of women, and not that we should or anything or that it's wrong, but I'm just saying that's why these weird interests come to the forefront, because I feel like mostly it's women into that incest thing. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, I don't know. I don't want to get all Freud with you, but like, you do have the Oedipus complex, and the Oedipus complex, or all of Freud's war was about the male psyche. And it's just like, with that, it's like, okay, you want to have sex with your mother. So when I see incest porn, I see a lot of it.
Yeah, but how many women have the daddy-daughter thing? It goes both ways.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, if that would be the case, it would be like, okay, the Electra complex, and where the daughter wants to have sex with the father. But usually in porn, in a incest porn, it's like a teenage guy or a teenage-looking guy fucking an older looking woman, Well, that's not true. You're right.
I guess
You're right.
that's true. No, I think that's correct. I have 25 million fetishes on Pornhub, and the incest one just happens to not be one of them because it's so boring.
Yeah, it's one of the worst
It's just so
genres.
obvious and stupid actors.
Yeah,
it's also weird to me.
Yeah, I think it's
at least-
weird too. Yeah, it doesn't quite.
too-
It doesn't turn you on the way I think that we're supposed to be like. Don't get me wrong. Like if I had a hot stepsister when I was like 16, you know, but I didn't have a hot stepsister when I was 16, so that's not some fetish I have that I want to fuck a stepsister. I didn't have one. It's like, oh, okay, if I had a hot stepsister, but I never did, so I don't know what like the association's supposed to be. You know,
Yeah, 'cause
like I
even
don't
if I had-
care.
Yeah, because like even like you said, even if I had a hot stepsister, I wouldn't even see her as hot. She would just still be my stepsister or just my sister. That's why, like, I don't know. This is a weird segue here, but I was watching Clueless recently. This is the first time I watched Clueless.
That's a great
you know?
segue. We're into
That's where all this
Clueless.
shit from.
Yeah,
That's
and like
the
she
way.
wants to fuck her brother. Like technically, he's not her brother. The film script makes it clear that they're not related.
The Royal
but-
Tenenbaums too.
They're not
Oh
blood.
yeah, that is all about that film.
That's her
But yeah.
stepbrother. That's what all this porn is too. Like all this modern porn is stepbrother, stepmother, stepsister
Yeah,
porn.
it's all step. I mean,
It's
yeah,
right up.
yeah, it's like the stepmom thing. It's like I didn't have a stepmother, so I don't have this fantasy about banging like a hot stepmother. Like I could get like your mother's hot friend or like your sister's hot friend. I can get those kind of porns, where it's like, the girl that you want to get with, and she's like your friend's girl or something like that. I can get those fetishes, but I don't get like the, your stepmom or something. I'm like, what? Like what? I can maybe it associates with like the older women thing, like the mom complex, but they don't want to commit to. I hear myself talking. Someone
Shit. It's one of us is echoing. I muted myself a minute ago, so it wasn't me.
Maybe
I wish Alicia Silverstone was my stepsister. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't really a fan of Clueless. I know a lot of people like Clueless. I just thought
I love Clueless. Yeah,
that whole thing with the stepbrother was weird to me.
it is a weird turn. I won't deny. I mean, it's based off the
Jane Austen. I know. Is it like that in the novel?
I think it is. I think that happens.
Okay, then that makes sense. But
I think that's why they did it, but it does kind of come out of nowhere. I will always say that with Clueless, that she falls in love with Josh at the end. And don't get me wrong, it's Paul Rudd. I get it. I love Paul Rudd. I love the line in that movie where he's like, Marky Mark came and planted a tree. But it's like you watch that whole movie and you never get the sense that she's like, it just comes out of nowhere where she's like, I'm in love with Josh. And you're like, what? Where the fuck did that come from?
It's like she watched the movie The Sixth Sense and she realized that Bruce Willis was dead the whole time, but dead the whole time was like, you're in love with this person. And she's like, oh my God, I'm in love with
you're
this
right.
person.
It's like a plot twist. It's like a plot twist of the third act. Because like they have scenes together and he's like her friend, but you don't get this like romance thing really from it. You're like, okay. And then out of nowhere, she's like, oh, I'm in love with him. And then they end up together and it's like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, it does come out of nowhere. I don't disagree. I always thought that was weird. And that movie I've seen that movie 100 times. Like, I'm a big Clueless fan.
Another thing about that film,
I've seen it again, knowing who Paul Rudd is today. Like, I've never seen it. It's like, that dude is Ant-Man, and that chick is Batgirl, and she's never had work again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But I was going to say, too, about that film is that, like, I didn't like Olivia Silverstone's character. I think she was kind of weird. I don't know which they were trying to. I have an idea what they were trying to do. Like, obviously, it was she's a clueless girl, but like, there's scenes in the film where like she's obviously like a typical Valley girl, like an idiot. There's scenes where she's like smart, like she's manipulating the teachers to like change her grade. She knows a little bit about like I don't know.
It's an interesting point you bring up because what I always really liked about the movie, because I think it's like Wayne's World for chicks or something like that, because
That's a really good point. I've never thought about it that way.
Yeah, and it's like an Amy Heckerling thing. So she made Fast Time, so it's kind of got the vibe, but it's like Wayne's World for girls. But I always did. It's sort of like a Wayne's World. You like the world of it and the Garth things. You know, I always liked it for the world it creates and the supporting characters. Like I like the Paul Rudd character. I like her friend. I like that guy from Scrubs. You know, I like all those characters so much, and then that guy who's the skateboarder guy that's great, that's in Road Trip and stuff like that, where he gives the speech about, you know, he gets the award for being late to class the most, and he's like, he thanks McDonald's for making Egg McMuffins, you know, like all that stuff's great. It's all that stuff that I love. It's not really the character a share that I think about it. She's not really what I like about Clueless as much. It's like,
Send me up, Uncle Alfred.
Yeah, she goes to live with the Wayne family at some point. No, I mean, that's a good point though. I never thought about it that way. That like she's kind of like she is weird. It is weird that she's like super intelligent, and then at other times it's like she's a fucking moron. And I think it would be better off if they just made her intelligent. I think that would be better because it would skew your idea of like the dumb
Her
valley
super
girl.
intelligent though.
Huh?
When did they make her super intelligent? Pat said she came off as like a brainiac.
She manipulated her teachers to get to change her grade and to date each other. Like she also negotiated with her father.
Yeah,
like,
the movie just picks moments where like she's good at like delegating and like has business savvy, and then at other moments she can't like figure out basic shit. But then there's other moments where like she's like a master manipulator planner and has like all these different threads going at once, and it's like, what the fuck? But then
maybe she ain't that clueless.
Yeah.
No, I mean
that's the twist.
I mean, I like that. I mean, there's also like 10 Things I Hate About You, which is the taming of the shrew, you know, and it's that was that weird era where there was the literary like high school movie was like a gimmick there for a little while, where it was like it's about high schoolers, but and then Brick came out and it's like a noir set in a high school, and people talk they talk older. Yeah, that was like a thing that was like a gimmick there for a while. They don't really do that anymore in movies, but I remember
I have the same issue.
Con Air. You gotta think about Con Air.
I have the same issue with Mean Girls too. It's just like
Con Air? Are we talking about Con Air right now? Jesus Christ!
How the fuck did you bring up Con Air? This is the most random stream ever.
Marathon last week, and I'm just like kind of just talking about the movies that I watched last week.
I love that Nick Cage gets sent to prison in that movie.
Con Air
for self-defense. I love in the beginning of Con Air, this guy gets out of the fucking military, this like war hero, and he's at a bar with this girl, and some rednecks from the 90s are like, hey, we don't like you. They don't like this guy from the military because rednecks hate the military. They're like, we don't like you. We're going to meet you outside and try to kill you. And then, you know, he's a trained guy, so he beats the shit out of this guy. And then they're like, we're sending you to prison because they literally say this at Con Air, that because of his training, his body and abilities make him like a deadly weapon.
Yeah, lethal weapon.
Yeah, he's a lethal weapon. So he has to be held responsible for killing this guy because of his training.
You shot a nuclear weapon in their face by you punching them.
It's a fucking crazy premise that just like, no, you're too skilled. You can't kill people. You can't fight back. You can't have self-defense because of your talents. So they send this guy who did nothing wrong to fucking prison for like life.
I mean, if anything, he got into a bar fight, and now he's in jail for life.
No, it's amazing. And then like Steve Buscemi's like he like kills children. And there's the scene with him and the little girl with the doll. And it's like, is he going to eat this child? What is going on in this movie? It's like the craziest Michael Bay, Jerry Bruckheimer produced kind of thing. Like, I love it. I love Con Air.
Yeah, definitely.
It's fucking crazy.
In regards to the character, Nick Cage character, I think with that is that, like, they knew that they had to write a reason for him to get into this whole plane scene. Or this whole plane setup.
Yeah, that was the best idea they could come up with.
Huh?
That was the best idea they could come up with. Was like, your body's a deadly weapon and you cannot fight or you're going to prison. We got to get this guy on this plane. This is the only way we can do it.
Hey, Pat, there's been a lot of talk about Superman the Tim Burton Superman movie on YouTube lately. Have you heard anything about that?
I watched
Do you have any
that. I
thoughts?
watched that documentary a couple years ago that guy made, where he like went into the whole production of it, and all this stuff that because people used to just put up the picture, and it looked bad, and then he went in and showed that there was different pictures, and that was just one costume on one day. And he talked about the robot Teddy and all that stuff that comes with Superman. So I actually know quite a bit about it from that documentary, but I have noticed that for some reason it's been fucking trending the last few days. I mean, the last few weeks, like,
Yeah.
like I saw a Howard Stern clip where like Tim Burton's talking about
Stern
it.
talks about it. Holy shit.
Yeah, and I'm like, why? What the hell? What is this thing where everyone's talking about the Tim Burton Superman again? Everyone's talking about Superman Lives. It's like every 5 years.
There's a Justice League movie coming out soon.
Oh, that makes sense.
I think they're gonna remake Superman with Michael Jordan in it as a lead role.
Yeah, the Michael Jordan. He's gonna go to another planet with some cartoon characters, and he's gonna have to fight aliens with basketball. But the
Talking about how JJ's bringing Superman back.
Yeah, I
JJ
know.
Abrams.
Yeah, black.
Ugh,
Yeah, and everyone thinks.
Touche or whatever his name is.
Yeah, Tonikosi Oates or something. That guy, like who I hate.
You figured out how to pronounce it? Oh my god.
I don't
Right
remember.
in the script of the movie, right?
It's not a real
It's always-
name. I don't have to
it's always a
pronounce a
funky
fake
name.
name.
Not a real name.
That's not a real name.
There's always
That's-
a funky sounding name with these people.
Takosi Oates or some shit.
Ava
So
DuVernay.
that meme of, have you guys seen the Death Reaper meme where he goes into every door and every door is a different community that's been killed and now he's going into another door? So this guy already killed who was he doing? He did Black Panther before, didn't he?
Yeah,
He was
yeah.
a comic book writer for Black Panther, and he did some cringe ass comic books. And that's the door previous that's blood is leaking from this door. And now this Grim Reaper is knocking on the door of the DCEU. I mean, I don't know what we call the DC film universe anymore, but he's knocking on that door. What the fuck?
Who can
was
it
that
be
universe?
now?
I mean, it was never much of a universe to begin with.
Yeah,
Your mic sounded pretty off right now.
yeah, that was insane. You turned into a fucking robot, man. You're scaring me. Are you really
Actually,
Dan?
you
It's like the Flash from the dream sequence.
I don't know. I don't know if it's Dan or if it's like a simulation pretending to be Dan. Like an AI was like, I hear you guys talking about all this stuff. I got to get in here and be like, have you guys
It's like-
seen the door?
Well, it's like Riz Ahmed at the end of Sound of Metal. I would want
Sure,
to hear
man,
that.
can you hear me properly?
Because somebody just like left the chat. I heard somebody left the chat thing, and immediately I muted my mic.
Hmm.
I just don't know what's going on with your mic, man, because your mic always sounds really good. I don't know what's going on. It's like coming in like,
Hey, Pat, can you hear me?
I can hear you crazy, yeah.
Okay, good.
Welcome
I would
back.
say about the Con Air
Can you hear
thing.
me?
Nick Cage is
Do I
like the
feel
nicest
okay?
guy in there. He's got to be he's like the nicest guy in the movie, and everybody else is good. Like who do they have? Like Ving
Always
Rhames.
comes off as a nice dude.
Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle's in there.
Yeah, Jay felt. Yeah, that was nuts.
Oh, nice.
Dave Chappelle was hilarious in that film.
I just fixed my mic. I'm sorry, guys.
It's okay,
Yeah.
bro.
I fixed mine too.
Do I sound okay
I
now?
also like the
Yeah,
Superman
sound-
thing
you
with
sound
J.J.
good
Abrams.
now.
I don't know if it'll be good.
I'll tell you
Turn
right
down-
now. I'll tell you
turn
right
down the
now.
game.
It won't be good.
No, it won't be good.
Yeah.
No,
that-
I mean
well-
Todd Oates or whatever, or Todd what is it? Todd Coathanger. Or something, some dumb pen name.
retard Oats, like Hall and Oats.
TJ,
What?
man. Just call him TJ.
Take me on, or take on me, Oates, or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, whatever.
Taika Waititi.
That's a fake name.
Yeah, it's a fake name. No, his name's fuck. No, I like because you either bringing him in and then
Some guy said it.
and I'm like, are you gonna do the Black Superman? Is this going down? Is this happening? I mean,
That's
there's
what it is. Yeah.
there's Snyder's Black Superman, with the outfit, but now we're getting Black Superman. Like this is gonna be
Now
a
we're
fucking
actually getting
thing.
the actual Superman, actual Black Superman Steel.
Well, I
Why don't
just
they just do another Steel
You
movie?
guys wanted Black Superman. Now you're getting Black Superman.
well, one thing I can't buy like. I'm sorry, there ain't no black kid landing in Kansas and this white couple's raising him. That ain't happening. And he,
Maybe
Just change it to New York.
he lands in Chicago or something. I don't know.
yeah,
Like,
he
Oakland.
lands in Oakland.
Yeah,
You know what you do,
like
Pat?
the opening
You know
of
what you
Black
do with the
Panther.
Superman, with this new Superman? Just make him be like some kid from Chicago.
That
you know,
would be.
life's
It's like
pretty nuts. You know, there's
Creed.
crime.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Creed.
Or Superman's
You
like
just
the
put
fucking
Gangster's
man.
Paradise.
It's like straight out of Compton with Superman. That
Or
would
make
be
a Superman
fucking
like a
amazing.
fucking
Or
kid.
put a Kanye song. What's that one song? Homecoming?
Yeah.
Or Power. They always play
I'm
Power.
coming home again. Yeah, play Power. I would.
Ooh,
Okay,
Power would be good.
you're selling me on this now. I take back what I said. Well, I love
So
that they're-
Ta-Nehisi Coates is writing the script for this movie?
he's working. Well, I just love that they're like, listen, we can't figure out what to do with Superman, so they're like, let's do woke Superman. And I'm like, that's the
fuck
worst.
off.
That's the
That's
worst.
dumb.
That's the worst character to pick for a woke movie. Legitimately,
Oh
like,
no shit.
Yeah.
like
Well, he's the worst.
Do another Wonder Woman movie.
Yeah,
Hi.
Like, just do another Wonder Woman LARP movie where it takes place in the 90s.
What's that dude's name who did Black Panther?
Ryan Coogler.
Ryan Coogler.
Ryan Coogler.
Hire him. He's a decent director.
No, we
I
got.
guess if you want to go with the look, yeah, hire him.
Well, I just
I
don't get
suppose.
the
There's
idea.
plenty of
Like,
good directors out there.
what's the woke Superman gonna be? Like, what? He works at the Daily Planet and he's black. Like, that's progressive. That he's a black journalist.
No, he
and
works at a gym.
Work at,
It's gonna be like he works at a Planet Fitness.
He works at an IHOP. He works at a Chipotle.
Ooh, an IHOP would be good. Red
Yeah.
Lobster.
Red Lobster. Yeah. He's just some guy. He works. His boss is
He meets
yelling.
Aquaman.
His boss is yelling at him. He's like, "You fuck! Listen, you're not good enough. You're not going anywhere, Clark Kent. All right, you're just a no good dishwasher." He's outside taking out the trash, but he has superpowers, and he's like unhappy and all that stuff.
Should I just let all the dishes drown?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Some of them, sure. Why not?
Madcap that slays.
Maybe.
That's funny. That's a terrible.
And then, like, his parents could get killed by, like, what is it, an alleyway? And he could be like, no,
Well, I
don't
mean,
do this. They're
well,
not
the
ready for your
problem
power.
is, you know, you can't. I mean, I'm worried because they're gonna do the black thing. You know, like, the Kent,
They're
like,
probably.
the father Kent's not even gonna be around. I mean, it's just gonna be his mother raising him as a single mom.
Oh God. Yeah.
That's what they're gonna do. You know, and he's it's gonna be horrible.
Well, I mean, technically, Kent, Paul Kent wasn't around in Man of Steel. He died.
That's what I'm saying.
died
They're
when-
gonna have it where he's just not around. He's gonna show up later
Hey,
after he's Superman, and he's gonna be like, "I love you. You're my
could
son."
it be any worse than the Jack Black Green Lantern movie?
Jet Black, Green Lantern.
Yeah, that almost was a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it was gonna be like where he's a reality star, and then he like gets the ring. It was supposed to go to like to another lantern, but then it goes to Jack Black because of, I don't know. His
I'm
endurance
getting
on a
on board
reality
with
show.
this. I gotta say, you guys are selling me on this. Like his father just left the mom. He's a dishwasher, Red Lobster. You know,
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, and then he's in Chicago. You know, there's rap music playing like "Run the Jewels" and Kanye and stuff.
It should be like Kanye West mostly.
Yeah, and then
Because Kanye West kind of sees himself as a superhero.
exactly. No, it should be pure Yeezy stuff, like black skinheads playing and
It
stuff
should.
like that. And then he goes to the Fortress of
You get like
Solitude.
a nice Kanye
Like if he went
cameo.
into the Fortress of Solitude and like a rap song was playing, and it was like lighting up, like holy shit! And it's Michael B.
No. The
Jordan.
Fortress of Solitude should be in a basketball court,
Oh my god,
and his dad is Michael Jordan,
this is getting so. Yeah, his dad's Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
and then
Bring back-
Michael B. Jordan can be in it, and then his dad can be Michael Jordan. So that way, it kind of makes sense.
Michael
Like, he's
Jordan
trying to
plays
live up to his
Jor-El.
dad's reputation.
Yeah,
Yes.
make it a throwback to Catwoman with the
Yeah,
fucking
it's gonna
And
be
then he
like-
gets
it's
killed
like
by Kobe or
Bring
something.
it all back.
It's like
Yeah.
he got game. You know, it's like yeah, they're passing the basketball around, and then like Clark runs super fast and dunks it real fast. He's like, "Damn boy, you good." You know, you could go
True.
pro. And then at the end, he's like, "You my son." It's like, "I know, Dad." Like it has scenes like that. It gets really like, "You my son, do it." And then he jumps up and he flies, and like, Runaway comes on, and like
I
he's
have a feeling this. I'm
Or
sorry. to
Homecoming.
interrupt.
You should have that song playing at the end,
yeah, it's got to be Runaway.
where
at
he's going
some
back to
point.
his apartment.
Yeah,
Or The Power. That could be good.
Yeah, exactly. Or like, I think they got to throw in some good stuff too. They got to throw in like some Through the Wire.
Oh yeah.
He's like
So-
walking around with headphones on, listening to College Dropout.
MF Doom. There needs to be MF Doom in there.
Kanye West do the soundtrack for this film.
Yeah,
He was
exactly.
going to do a Deadpool soundtrack, I think. I think he was going to do songs for Deadpool 3.
Yeah.
Who, Kanye?
Oh, please.
Yeah.
Why isn't Kanye doing
I can see
songs
that.
for movies? What the fuck? You're actually saying it. I'm like, Kanye should
No,
have like
he should be a composer.
he should have like 5 Oscars.
He should be a
like
composer.
should be like John Williams or some shit. Like everything should be Kanye.
Mhm.
I know, right?
Dan, what were you saying? I know there's 5 people now, so there's like everyone's talking.
Shoot,
It's a
Dan.
real round table. Very Arthurian.
Let me try to remember. It's been a bit.
Zack
I
Schneider's
forgot.
going to make a King Arthur movie.
Dan's went back to the porn conversation.
Because didn't they make one like a couple years ago with Guy Ritchie?
Oh no, shit.
Yeah,
you could
Guy
try,
Ritchie.
You could
What
try.
were we just talking
again.
about?
Yeah, you could.
We were
try
talking
again
about
with
Black
King Arthur.
Superman and his father.
It's never gonna
Yeah.
go.
I don't think
Yeah.
they're gonna make Black Superman. I think it's gonna be like the fucking Last Jedi director's trilogy that's still coming out. Apparently, his trilogy is what's that fucking egghead's name? Anybody remember?
Ryan Johnson.
Ryan
Yeah,
Johnson.
Ruin Johnson apparently
Roundhead.
still has a Star Wars trilogy that's about to come out. Every month is like his trilogy is about to come out.
It's becoming
Here's what I'll
Shit
say about, like,
It's
Ryan
been-
Johnson.
never coming
His best
out.
movie is Brothers Bloom. That's the best movie he's
it's
made.
been coming out for
His
3
best movie is, like-
years.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be the Superman movie. I really don't think. I think they're just testing the water.
Yeah. I don't just.
I
I mean,
think they should just remake Steel.
I'm not against like. Well, man, it's this becomes an Amazing Spider-Man
Yeah.
issue. Like, if you reboot Superman again just after the Snyder Superman, it's like Jesus Christ. Like Justice League's coming out this year.
Yep.
Like
The
you're-
4-hour Lawrence of Arabia cut.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
you're gonna do a new
Top
fucking
man.
Superman again, like this soon. Like
It's going to be dumb.
Well, here's the thing. Superman, he's not a good enough character for a deconstruction, and he's not a good enough character for a woke representation approach.
How is Superman not a good character for a deconstruction? Superman is
Because
the.
Superman's not meant to be that. He's meant to be optimistic. It's meant to be
Well,
more
he's-
like sentimental, like
Why
Spielberg.
he
Like when
would be
people
perfect for a
criticize him for being.
deconstruction.
No, he's
okay,
not.
Dan. Well, here's
It's
the thing.
okay.
Batman is because he's evolved.
it's okay if you want to do like
Can I add something?
Unbreakable, and that's like a deconstruction
Yeah.
of Superman, but like an actual Superman movie. I
But
don't
don't
know.
do that to Superman.
Why can't he just
No,
work at the
you can't
Daily
do that.
Planet
Make a character.
and it be fun? And why can't it just be a fun, happy movie like Captain America? Like, why doesn't
You know what song they should play for the trailer, Pat?
what?
What?
Black
Things Get Better
Superman?
by Howard Jones.
How does that go?
Things Get Better. They should play that song because that would
Ooh,
make sense.
child, things are gonna get easier. And he's walking down the street. You just got done
Well,
doing
here's the
that.
thing.
You ain't gonna make
Or
nothing
Rebuilt
of your
the City.
life.
They should have built.
You ain't gonna make
They should
nothing
play
of your
Rebuilt
life
the City.
this summer.
We
You're not
did
gonna make
this-
anything of your life, Clark. Like what's her name? Monique is his mom. She's Ma Kent. It's like Precious. That your father left me. All I got is you. I won't let you down, Mama. I just see it right
Oh
now,
my
and then
God.
ooh, child, things are gonna get easier this summer. What if Superman was black and he was a dishwasher? Do you want to be an intern at? What do you want to do?
Yeah.
What do you want to do, Clark? I just want to write articles for Slate.
Slade.
BuzzFeed. No,
BuzzFeed.
New York Times. Or
I just want to be a BuzzFeed
The
journalist
Pope, or
and
HuffPo.
write about all the stuff that's going on in the country right now. Clark,
And then
you're,
he could
you're
like meet Lex
crazy.
Luthor, like runs Vice.
Yeah, Lex like runs Vice. No, Lex would be like a conservative, like Donald Trump type guy, like no question. Lex Luthor's gonna
Or
be
Alex
like,
Jones.
Funny
Yeah.
if Lex was a turf, because
Yeah.
the liberals really hate turfs.
yeah, and
It
it,
would be
yeah, like he's just writing
gonna be like-
articles for Slate and everything. And Lois Lane's like this total like progressive. She's a lesbian progressive, like pink haired woman. She's like, Clark, like I'm a lesbian, but since you're black, I can have sex with you. It's okay.
This should be the movie. This would be awesome.
Like that's just
Yeah.
progressive enough that it's okay.
Yeah, like everybody in Hollywood would think it's super progressive, but people like you and me like realize satire.
Someday, child,
laugh off.
things will get a little easier. He just goes to the Fortress of
You know what?
Solitude, and then he wears the Superman outfit, but it's like a basketball, like it's like a Nike version. Like it looks cool. It looks like a it's got like style. It looks like fly. Like the pants are baggy. Like his pants are baggy. And it's actually like the most racist movie ever, but the studio doesn't realize what they're doing. So he's got and he wears like
True.
sneakers, he wears like Nikes and stuff like that as Superman. And he's like flying and stuff like that. It's amazing. And oh my goodness. I'm down for this movie. Works for Slate. Lois Lane's a lesbian. Lex Luthor has this his InfoWars,
It's
And
for Slate.
yeah,
Slate thinks it's good.
yeah, he works for Slate, and then at the end of the movie, they shoot and kill Superman. The cops shoot him. He saves everyone, and then
sequel. Where's it right there, guys? I guess Black Superman. Black Superman.
Yeah, the cops pull up and they shoot him. He's saving children, and the cops are just shooting at him for some reason. He's flying around with kids, and the cops are like, "We got to get this guy." And Lois Lane is like, "What's wrong with you? Why are you shooting at him?"
Pat, now that we're kind of getting close to the Snyder Cut, how hype are you feeling?
Oh, dude, I feel it in my balls. I mean, it's I can't wait. I'm just getting happier about it the closer it gets. From far away, it was like, I don't know, I haven't had enough beer yet, but that girl doesn't look too pretty. Now I've had a few more shots, and she's standing right on the corner of the bar beside me, and I'm like, I'm gonna marry this girl someday.
So you remember?
I at least respect Zack Snyder for sticking to his guns. Even if people don't like it.
Yeah, his literal guns that he pointed at the WB executives, where he's like, I'm going to make my
That's
fucking
true.
movie, man. It was like Rorschach. They woke up in the house and he had him tied up. And he's like, we're making the Snyder Cut. They're like, Zach, no, please. What do you think? Who do you think canceled Joss Whedon? Me. He's the one that wrote in all the stuff about Joss Whedon. Oh, you're going to take over my movie, will you? I like to think of Zack Snyder as this villain behind the scenes. He's been planning it this whole time. This has been his plan from the beginning. Like the Snyder Cut from the very beginning. He had this idea. It's they're not going to let me make my 4-hour magnum opus unless I go through all this shit to get here. I think he's the one.
Might be right.
I think he's the one that released COVID. I think this was all Zack Snyder. I think he
You're saying Zack Snyder killed his own daughter?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Somebody had to go there.
I love that I was skating around that shit. I was just like, well, I'm not gonna go there.
Dude.
But Crazy was just like,
Also, someone.
I'm jumping in. Quit dipping your toes in the water, pussies. We're jumping in. This is happening.
Somebody else actually said that. I forgot. I think it was Mars Review. I think he was saying that, but I agree.
Yeah,
I don't agree, but
he did this all from the beginning. He intentionally made Man of Steel the way he did, and everything that's happened was on purpose because he wanted to make this movie, but he knew the studio wouldn't make this 4-hour movie, so he had to have all these things online. Now he's finally I get to release my magnum opus. They're gonna let me shoot the stuff I wanted to do. A lot of this stuff is stuff they rejected. He had to go through all these things to get this done. Now it's he's like Ozymandias. It's like the end of Watchmen. He had this.
Which
he's all the Watchmen characters wrapped into one.
Is he going to be able to make Justice League 2 and 3?
No.
There's going to be Warner Brothers executives, and they're all going to be drinking the champagne, and they're all going to die, and it's going to be Zack Snyder there, like Ozymandias, and then everyone's going to show up, like Christopher Nolan and all these filmmakers, Zach, you can't do this, and he's like, I did it 30 minutes ago. And then HBO Max is going to come on the TV screens and the Snyder Cut's going to start playing. It's like, oh, God, no! I did it 30
That won't
minutes.
even happen.
Nobody thought he was going to be able to make the Snyder Cut, but here we're getting it in a week. Literally in a week, we're getting it.
I'm telling you, this is his Ozymandias plan. It's to bring about world peace. He released COVID like the octopus to get everyone united, and then the Snyder Cut's going to unite everyone. Everyone's going to be united over it, and it's going to bring about world peace. you have to kill people in order to get this here. Like, this was his plan from the whole time. He plans forgetting. He's like, I have to save the world, and the only way I have to do it is I have to I have to start a pandemic, and then the Snyder Cut's going to unite everyone. That's his plan, and it's like, you know, what have we done? What have we done, Zach? You know, and it's exactly what it is. I'm telling.
I think we're getting it.
He made Watchmen, and he like thought then he was like, you know, this is actually a pretty good idea.
Well, you love Watchmen, don't you?
No, not his Watchmen movie. I don't hate
God
it.
damn it.
I don't
Here's a funny
dislike
story.
it.
Here's a funny story. I was at his house, and
You
he
at
was
Snyder's
getting
house?
no, I was at I was at Pat's place. I crashed a night there. So the first thing I had on his HBO Max was, I was just curious to rewatch it because I only saw it when it came out on home video, was Watchmen. And he got up in the morning and he was saying to me, I'm like, you know, what is this he's watching? Because I recognize this because I'm hearing all these needle drops. Oh, he's watching Watchmen.
Yeah, I was in my bedroom, like rolling around, hearing like all along the Watchtower, and I was like, Watchmen? Because I went in my head first was like Vegas Vacation. Okay, there's that scene where Clark Griswold that comes on, and I'm like, no, Madcap wouldn't be watching Vegas Vacation. And then I'm like, what has all along the Watchtower? And I'm like, Watchmen. Like my eyes opened, like I was sleeping. I opened them. I was like, Watchmen. And I went out, and I'm like, my hair's all frizzled. I'm in my underwear, and I see Watchmen on my TV, and I'm like, no, turn it off! Turn it off! Don't play it in here. Don't watch it. I smashed my TV. He's like, what? I just wanted to watch it. Don't do it. You sick fuck. Not in this house. No, it was like he raped my TV in my house. You come into a man's house and you watch Watchmen on his TV? What is wrong with you, sir? Have you no dignity?
True. How dare you spend the night and then watch Watchmen?
Yeah. I demand satisfaction.
Hey Pat, if you had like the power of the Snyder Cut movement to make a random sequel, if you could make a sequel happen of any movie, that's like, it's like I can make a movement, like a bowel movement.
Yeah.
What movie would you do if not shitty Justice League? Like, what would you do better?
If I could fix something that sucks, or like get a sequel made to something that never got made, or if I could fix something.
Exactly. Yeah, I want to know what you want.
Okay. Okay. X-Men 3. Well, that Bryan Singer already kind of did that, so never mind, because he made Days of Future Past. Because that was always one to me, like Bryan Singer not making Superman Returns. But I guess Josh Trank's Fantastic Four.
Yeah, that was always.
That's a good one. I want to see that too. But the thing is, that footage exists. They don't even have to shoot another day because he already shot that movie, didn't he?
Yeah, I would like to see that released, like the body horror David Cronenberg movie he apparently wanted it to be, and they reshot a bunch of stuff and changed it. I would like to see that movie he made.
How much do we know about that movie?
I know quite a bit about it, but I would like to see like the original. I would like to see like that movie, like all the stuff that they changed. I would like to.
So the thing is, Snyder shot a movie, and then they're like, "Hey, we need to make reshoots. We need to make this more kid friendly, and yada yada yada." Did Trank shoot? Like, what did Trank think he was shooting when he shot it? And it's like, does that it fucked up with critics and people's opinions, and obviously they wanted to change it and they did change it. But my question is, did he shoot the movie he wanted to shoot so that footage exists, so all we need to do is fix it in post?
No, a lot of what happened, apparently, this is all rumor, so I can't go, because that's one of the biggest behind the scenes. I wish that they would just come out and say what the fuck happened on the Fantastic Four set. Like, this is what pisses me off about Hollywood. I'm like, just release a documentary that tells all. But apparently he had a coke problem, and he was in his trailer for like a week at a time, and he wasn't working on the movie, and he was like overwhelmed and in over his head because he had just made Chronicle for $12 million, and apparently he was overwhelmed with like the $100 million budget, and he couldn't handle it.
So much money, I can't breathe.
Yeah, and Max Landis has talked about a little bit that he was involved with it at one point. Like, he was there for some of it. And then at some point, Because this is why Chronicle 2 didn't happen. Chronicle 2 was going to happen, and Max Landis wrote it. I've read the script of Chronicle 2. They were going to make it, and the script of Chronicle 2 is the best thing Max Landis has ever written, by the way. It's actually really, really good if you want to look it up. Like, go look up the script. It's got this.
Is that a compliment, or is that just saying the
No,
movie's
it's
like
it's legit.
better than dog shit?
I like Chronicle 1.
Yeah.
But Chronicle
Yeah.
2 is a legitimately like great unproduced sequel where it follows the Matt character and he's basically like Superman now. And this guy builds a mech suit and attacks him. It's basically a mech suit versus Superman. It's so fucking cool. And
If only he hadn't been Me Too'd.
and the mech suit, well, that movie was never going to happen anyway. That was so long ago.
Sounds awesome. Are you sure it couldn't have happened?
I don't think it would have happened. I think because Max Landis talked about that it went into production hell. They had like 5 writers rewrite it, and then he was going to direct it at one point. But him and Trank were going to do it. But like in that version in that original script, like the Matt character's like Superman, and then this guy attacks him at this thing in a mech suit that he built, and half the movie is like cameras following this guy build this mech suit, and he has it with drones. It's this really clever thing where he wrote into the script that this guy has a drone following him around all the time, filming this stuff. So a lot of the stuff was going to be done with drones.
It's like Super Mario 64.
Yeah, so it's this guy builds this big mech suit, and he goes and attacks Matt at like the stadium, and they have like an Akira kind of like an anime fight, and he kills the guy. But the guy has this wife that loves with him, and a lot of the first half's about his romance with his wife, and then building this robot. So then she takes over the robot to get revenge on him after he kills the husband character. So then it's a lot of like Matt at the White House, and he kind of has this dynamic with like I think it's the president's daughter, some CIA daughter, and it's mainly him with the CIA guy. But it's about this chick trying to get revenge with this mech suit, and Matt starts to find that he has this new power where he can like recreate, like he can create like flesh. So like he gets hurt at one point, and he shows that like he can like heal his wound, and he's starting to find out that his powers are even more evolved than he thought they were. So then like the final act of it, like the final like 20-30 pages, is her in the mech suit fighting him, and they have this like huge fucking fight, and there's a lot of drone shots, and then the military's involved too, and then she dies, like the mech suit, but then he sees that she's dying, she gets fatally wounded, and he sees that she's that woman, and he realizes the connection between her and the guy and what happened. So he picks her up, and then he like starts to use his power, and he heals her. And then she says, like, I realize who you are now. Like, you're the super, like, she realizes it's got this like beautiful ending where she basically accepts and realizes that he's like a god now, and that she can't hate him because he can like save life. Like, you can't die. He can bring you back to life. So then she like worships him, and he becomes like a god Superman figure at the end of it, like this Greek figure. It's really cool. It's like a cool script, but it's really dark too. Like it has like a lot of gore in it. But then Trank went to go do Fantastic Four, and apparently what happened was the behind the scenes went crazy. He was in overset, and he was on drugs because he wanted to do like a horror movie. Like he wanted it to be like
Skipped over that real quick. I just want to emphasize. You said he was on drugs. That's what you just said.
Yeah, he was on coke. But he wanted to make a body horror movie like David Cronenberg, where like they get their powers and it's like a horror thing. Like it's painful. Like to be the Elastic Man is like painful for him, and then like turning into the Thing, and then like when Johnny Storm first goes on fire, it's like painful. It's painful for them, and they're basically he thought of it like Scanners. So a lot of it was going to be like a lot of the movie was going to take place in the hospital that they were in, and they were like getting experiments done on them, and like tortured and stuff. Like the government was doing experiments on them and torturing them, and then Dr. Doom breaks out, and there's kind of that Akira scene sort of in it, the one where he breaks out of the hospital and he's going through and just killing people, and then they all have to go out to stop Dr. Doom, and apparently, there was supposed to be more of a friendship dynamic between more of them, but they have to, because he starts to go crazy with what happens to him, so they have to go out and basically they were supposed to go to the to another dimension though, and like go and fight him, because that's what the whole movie is built around, is that Reed Richards built this thing to go to another dimension, and then that's where they have to go fight Doctor Doom at the end. So it was supposed to kind of have this like cosmic element at the end. And apparently Josh Trank just couldn't get it done. And then from what I've read, what's his name? He did Dark Phoenix and wrote Days of Future Past.
Fuck, it's off the tip of my tongue too.
Yeah,
Simon Kinberg.
Simon Kinberg.
There you
Apparently,
go. That's the guy.
apparently he stepped in and took over production of the movie,
That explains a lot.
Yeah.
which also Dark Phoenix. So like apparently Josh Trank pretty much got fired, and they even and that's how he got fired off Star Wars, was because Simon Kinberg was working with Disney at the time on Star Wars stuff, and he called Disney and told them that this guy's a wreck and don't work with this guy. So that's why he got fired off the Star Wars project he was working on.
Fucking mess. What are you guys doing?
Yeah. So then Simon
Have you guys
Kinberg.
have spent 10 minutes with him?
Yeah, have you met this fucking guy? So then Simon Kinberg takes over, and then like they do all these reshoots up until like the very end. Like they're still reshooting it, like very late into production, trying to like fix it. And then the version they released is just like a slap together Frankenstein monster. But apparently there is like a lot of footage that was shot that's not in the movie, and some of it's in the trailer. And there's whole sequences that would cut. But I would like, if you gave me the raw footage of that movie, the original, everything they have, and I was given money to go back and do stuff with that, I would like to do that. I would take that fucking challenge.
No, I think the reason this came up is because I asked you what movie you would make like a Snyder cut out of, and I think you just gave me the perfect fucking response. This is the perfect movie to do that to.
Yeah.
And I just like the problem is this, like the Snyder Cut movie had Batman v Superman and Man of Steel behind it, and then it had all the Snyder fans who just like his content. But this movie has none of that. This movie has no following because what does Josh Trank have as like fan-isms? He's got nothing. And so all
The Trank cut. Let's start trending the Trank cut.
I would love it. I think it would be great because, like, if you really tried to do it like a movie like The Fly, I think it would be fucking dope.
That was his idea. It was supposed to be like, yeah, exactly. He said Scanners and The Fly and all that, and I was like, I thought that sounded cool. Like that it's a body horror movie. Like he was saying Cronenberg, and I was like, that's fucking awesome. Like idea for a Fantastic Four movie. And
I mean, you got all these fucking X-Men and Marvel and all this shit. It's the perfect way to differentiate your franchise from it. And what more of like because Fantastic Four is such a like generic property, really. If you just look at comparing it to other things, it's so generic. It's just like, okay, stretchy girl and strong guy and fire guy. We have these people already in other franchises. So make it something like body horror. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, which is why it never got like that following. Fantastic Four, I think people wrote off Fantastic Four from those Tim Story films. So I don't think there wasn't much of a... I'm sure there was much demand. Well, I'm sure there was hype to see what Josh Trank was going to do. But for Fantastic Four, I think that's kind of like left the... consciousness of like
well there was a minute there where Josh Trank was like a thing, you know, after Chronicle. Like he had that, and then they were going to give him a Star Wars movie. I mean, he wanted Miles Teller to play the Matt character in Chronicle, the guy that's the cousin of Andrew, and the studio wouldn't let him cast Miles Teller, which I wish Miles Teller had played that fucking guy, because the guy who plays Matt in Chronicle is like the most generic part. But he wanted Miles Teller, and that's why he put him in Fantastic Four, and he left Chronicle 2, and it's just one of this weird, like, bad Hollywood decisions where it's like, oh, because it really affected him and Max Landis, because both of their careers kind of went downhill, because Max Landis just had a bunch of bombs. If they could have got to make Chronicle 2 for like $20 million, and I'm sure it would have made like $100 million worldwide or something like that, their careers would be totally different. It's just like one of those things where they both like went and jumped on these big franchise opportunities and left this thing that they groomed that was like their baby. You know, because there's like this amazing podcast with Josh Trank and Kevin Smith where he talks about Chronicle. And he came up with a lot of the shit. Like the whole thing where like they're flying and the airplane hits them. That was all Josh Trank. Like a lot of the big scenes in Chronicle weren't Max Landis ideas; they were Josh Trank ideas, and they knew each other back from high school, and they didn't really like each other.
I'm sorry, Pat. I'm not as familiar with this bullshit as you are. What did Max Landis have to do with Chronicle?
He wrote it.
He wrote it.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
wrote
Did
the
you not know that?
screenplay. Yeah, that's how he got. That's how he first got really big. Besides his like those, he used to do these like drunk history things, but they were like about comic books, which is really my favorite thing Max Landis has ever done. Is when he like explains Nightfall and Death of Superman. But he had written some stuff that never really got made for studios, and Josh Trank and him knew each other in high school, and Josh Trank had this idea for Chronicle, and he was working on it, but he wasn't really a writer, but he had all these scenes, and he knew Max, and he said like, hey, you're a writer, do you want to write the script for this? So Max went off for like a week and wrote the script to Chronicle and then brought it to him, and he's like, well, let's try this, and they took it to the studio, and they got it greenlit like right away, and they got it made.
Damn. Can you imagine just like fucking off and it's like, hey, I pooped out the screenplay, and it's like, okay, you're hired. Here's $1 million.
Well, it was a very to Josh Trank's credit, that was an awesome idea at that time, like when found footage was huge, and like, well, let's do a superhero found footage movie.
Yeah, I mean, is he really that clever that he deserves $1 million for whatever he did? I feel like he's just an asshole.
I don't think they should. I don't think they should
time.
have given him Fantastic Four because of that. I mean, I think it was crazy to just give a guy like this huge property after that. I get like, hey, you made this movie and it's really successful. Good for you. But I don't. This is a problem with a lot of movies today. They hire these guys who have like one film, low budget hit, and then they give them like a $200 million movie.
Yeah, I said that. That's my biggest issue.
This is Colin Trevorrow and Gareth Edwards. It's the same fucking thing. It's like they just give these guys these
Mark
huge...
Webb.
Yeah,
Kinda is because like they can control these people. Like, okay,
there you go. They don't really have a say. They're just being pushed around by these studio moguls to just get their franchises films out. That way, the studios can just.
Sure, I could give you guys a few examples of times where young director chaps were given a shitload of money and they plopped out an amazing movie that did fantastic. I'm sure Steven Spielberg's first few movies were something like that, and it was amazing.
Yeah, but that's Steven Spielberg, though. You know, like that's
different, though.
You know, like
how is it different? You're just saying that's different. How is it different?
Well, because when he made Duel and Sugarland Express, they were like low budget movies, and Jaws wasn't this big blockbuster movie when they were making it. It was supposed to be like a B horror movie.
Yeah.
Like schlocky, and then he made it, and because he was Steven Spielberg, it turned into Jaws. Like they never thought Jaws was going to be this like $400 million hit movie. Like that was never the plan with Jaws.
Don't disagree that they should have given the Fantastic Four guy. They should have just let him make his movie. They shouldn't have cut him off at his dick.
I just think that maybe some people aren't ready for that kind of money. You know, just because you made a $12 million film doesn't mean you can make a $150 million film. It's a whole different beast. It's not it's not the same thing. Same thing, man. It's just
the scope of what I know that it sounds amazing for like a child to get this amazing production, but the scope of what a director does, I don't know. It sounds like you're familiar with Kevin Smith, Pat, aren't you?
Yes, of course, very.
So he jumped on the Flash TV show, and he jumped on that while I was still listening to his podcast. So I got his feedbacks of like, hey, I jumped on the Flash show and I directed an episode of The Flash, and now I'm back and I'm doing my podcast and I can tell you guys what I thought about that. And his feedback was very funny. It was, they don't give a fuck. They're just like, they don't care who's directing it. The thing is, it's just another guy there. The show is already a well-oiled machine. So whatever director is on the show, it doesn't really matter that much. It's just like, just keep the machine going. Like don't put too many waves in the water. Don't fuck around.
I think that's a false equivalency, because that's a CW show where they have the regular crew and cinematographers and a showrunner, and a movie isn't.
But when you're a new director coming on a property that's just like that, when there are expectations in place, and they're like, hey, we hired a new director and we have these expectations. and this guy jumps on and he tries to fuck around, and they shut him down. You know.
Yeah, but I think a lot of it was he was stressed and got overwhelmed because part of the thing is you have to learn to navigate the studios and tell the producers and stand up for yourself. I mean, it happened to David Fincher on
Yeah, I mean, but why do you hire a kid? Partly because he's not going to tell you to fuck off.
Well, yeah, but then sometimes that works out. Like Jurassic World was a big movie, and then sometimes you have Fantastic Four where you have to bring in someone else to try and fix the movie, and it's a bomb.
Isn't Colin Trevorrow in his 40s?
Yeah, but he wasn't a director. He made one movie that cost like $800,000. That was the only movie he had made before Jurassic World.
What does he complain that they manipulated him or anything? I've never heard of him talk shit or anything like that.
I know he's not happy with the Star Wars situation, but I think he had a good time on it. No, I'm not saying that they shouldn't hire. I'm just saying that some people can't do it. Colin Trevorrow clearly had an easy time adapting to it. Josh Trank didn't. People are different. Just because Colin Trevorrow had it, maybe because he was 40, he was able to acclimate to making a big budget franchise movie. Josh Trank wasn't able to handle the pressure in the studio making a $150 million movie. He couldn't handle it, and he had a drug problem, and he couldn't keep up. He couldn't keep up with it.
What I'm saying is that maybe they picked him up because they expected him to kind of just like do what they say, and because he didn't, they fired him.
I think he made a well-reviewed, financially successful movie that was fairly well directed and had good acting in it. I mean, that's
a 4?
No. Chronicle. Chronicle.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Jesus, Dan.
Dane, because Dane DeHaan, like, he was kind of a nobody, and then he's really good in that. Michael B. Jordan, that was still when he was coming up, and it was a good movie. Like, it got good reviews. Like, it was a well-reviewed movie, and so people were like, "Oh, this guy."
Sure, I'm not arguing that.
That guy's really talented, and I think they thought, okay, we're gonna give him this big thing, and we're gonna get another Chronicle. Like, this guy's a super talented guy, and this movie's gonna like be well-reviewed and be a hit. And then I think they didn't know. I'm assuming they didn't know that this guy, like, I mean, for what I know, Josh Trank's is a little bit of a wild card. I think maybe they didn't know that.
If I had like $20 million, I'd hire him to direct a movie.
Yeah, but they lost a bunch of money on that. No, I like Josh Trank. I don't blame him for Fantastic Four. I blame them a lot. I don't
with these shit expectations is my point. My point is that they fucked him over, is what I'm saying.
I don't disagree. I don't think they should have given him that job to begin with, though. I don't think that was the right thing for him. I don't think you hire a guy like that and then say, like, hey, you got to make this movie.
Yeah, like pretty much like the Miller and Lord issue with Solo.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, if you don't want to make the movie with the person who wants to make the movie, then why the fuck do you hire them to make the movie? It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
Because they think they'll get more money.
Well, it's just confusing. Like Lord and Miller, they filmed the whole fucking movie. There was like 3 weeks left.
Yeah, they shot the whole fucking movie. It's crazy.
How do you not?
That's another Snyder. That could have been another answer.
You know what? Fuck the Fantastic Four one. That's my Snyder cut. I want to see the fucking. I want to see, because that's finished. I would love to see
Gareth Edwards Rogue
One. That would have been another answer. That would have been perfect. But the thing is, what is finished though? Like, what did they really make? Because everybody kept saying he was acting like Jim Carrey
I want to see it so bad. I want to see
wasn't. Obviously, he wasn't acting like Jim Carrey. So, like, what did we really get? I want to know.
I would give so much to see if that fucking Solo movie. Like, I want to know so bad what the fuck that movie was.
How much different is
Solo
Solo is from the Phil Lord Solo film? Like, is it going all together?
It's in a frame of footage from the Lord movies that was on the theatrical. Was there?
I think there's a few shots that they did. I think there's shots.
I mean, if anything, it's in the vast minority.
Yeah. I would.
So they shot a whole new movie?
Yeah. No, they reshot the whole fucking movie. Yeah, it's
they
crazy.
shot the whole new movie.
They spent like $100 million to shoot a new movie.
Yeah.
They got the money to waste like that?
No, it
Disney,
it
what
was
do you
the
think?
first Star
It's
Wars
Disney.
movie that lost money ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
Well, I'm sure Solo would have did fine. It's just like the fallout with Last Jedi that kind of.
Well, no, it was the bad press too. The press
Also, the movie sucked.
the press for Solo was terrible because everybody knew that they fired the directors, and it was just a bad. Like there was no way Disney could spin that into a good news story.
Nope.
It was just impossible. Like, well, this is a good thing because Lord and Miller had made nothing but successful movies, and then after that firing, Spider-Verse came out and they won an Oscar.
Oh shit! I didn't know about that. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
They wrote and produced
Come on,
Spider.
Ted.
Yeah, they fucking won They won an Oscar like that same for that same year that Solo came out, Spider-Verse came out, and they won the Oscar for Best Animated Film at the Oscars the next year. So it just looked ridiculous. It didn't make any sense. Like, wait, so these guys who made 4 critically acclaimed hits.
Yeah, these are seasoned guys. They're not like a Josh Trank issue. These
No,
are
they
like
weren't
guys that came
first-time
up with-
directors.
Yeah,
They
they came up with really successful movies.
And then they're like, their movie wasn't any good, and we reshot the whole thing. It's like some shit happened on that fucking set behind the scenes, and it's like I want to know so bad. If I could just be like a fly on the wall for any of that, like I think what happened. I think it's it's like when you yell at your boss at work. I think they said shit to Kennedy and Kasdan. I have no doubt in my mind that's what happened. I think they told Kathleen Kennedy to like. I mean, I don't think they said like fuck off, but I think they were like no. And they apparently threw Lawrence Kasdan shit out the window. Like, that's what a lot of the reshooting was, to film the stuff Lawrence Kasdan wrote. And they didn't like Lawrence Kasdan's screenplay. And they were just improvising. And they were like, yeah, we don't like this. And they tried to spin it like it was an Eric Stoltz Back to the Future thing. But it was like, guys, like you don't get that far into filming a movie with special effects and stuff, and then be like, all right,
it was like 10% or 15%, something like that.
Well, that's also easier to
And-
reshoot everything too. Like you have a lot of stuff filmed. You just go in and film stuff like with Michael J. Fox and the Marty stuff. But a lot of the stuff, in Back to the Future is from when Eric Stoltz was in the movie. They kept a lot
Even
of
so
stuff.
much where there's a shot with Eric Stoltz in it.
Yes, there is.
Did you see that, Pat? Did you see that?
Yeah, it's when he.
Did you see that controversy?
Isn't it when he punches Biff in the diner? That's Eric Stoltz punching Biff.
Fuck. I'm trying to remember. Yes, it's definitely around then.
Yeah, there's a shot.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Why did he leave the first
Yeah.
place?
They fired him. Spielberg.
Because he's a shitty actor.
Spielberg
He
and
just thought he was a shitty actor.
Spielberg and Zemeckis watched the dailies, and the movie wasn't funny. Like because it was supposed to, it has the humor, and Stoltz wasn't like hitting the comedy beats, and then Zemeckis was like, "There's kind of a rumor about it, and I think this is what really happened, and I think this is why Eric Stoltz is mad, because they'll do this sometimes." Kind of the theory is that because they couldn't Michael J. Fox because of family ties, they hired Eric Stoltz, and it was kind of a Spielberg-y producer. It's something Spielberg would do, where they hired him just to kind of facilitate it. So then when they fired him, they could go to the family ties people and go, listen, we've already filmed this stuff. We need Michael J. Fox. And then it was all just kind of a plan to get Michael J. Fox from out of family ties to be able to shoot it. That Stoltz was just kind of used as a ploy. And that's why he's so bitter about it, that they never really planned to even keep him to begin with. And
that's like Robin Williams. Have you heard about that with the Batman movies?
Yes, and it totally
they
makes
did something
sense.
just like that. Yeah.
Fill me in on that one.
Yeah, studios will do that shit. I mean, I don't know if that happens as much today, but I know it happened back then.
So I was telling you about my hey Pat, my girlfriend's working on the Marvel Kung Fu movie. You know which one that is?
Yeah. I don't remember that. I know.
It's like the 25 Rings.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So she's working on that.
Oh my god.
Nice.
So I know all kinds of insider secrets about that movie.
Oh, this is like Midnight's Edge now.
Yeah, and there's one particular detail that I literally can't tell you about because I Googled it and it's like nobody knows about it. So I feel little butterflies in my stomach because I know something nobody else on the internet knows. And she like lectured me too. She was like, "Oh, you can't fucking tell anybody about this."
Well-
I'm like, "Honey, how many times have I held secrets about this shit?"
Well, can you tell if we're not on a live stream?
I mean, yeah, probably.
Can you tell?
I'll tell
like
you later.
Yeah, like in private. Can we have this thing?
Yeah, if you call me in private, I'll tell you.
Okay, because I won't tell anyone if it's like a private thing. But I'm interested.
I believe you. I believe you.
So, are you like in the film industry, Dano, too?
Yeah, he's
yeah.
an insider.
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm not. I'm not really an insider.
Well, you know, you worked
It
on
is
a lot.
funny. You're like
worked on a lot of
you are like
companies.
our Hollywood insider. We have our philosopher. We have our Hollywood insider.
I did see footage of some stupid cartoon. Oh, Tom and Jerry. So I was working at a VFX house, and I saw a clip of they were like showing us like just a hype clip, like a trailer, I guess a trailer, and it was they showed a bunch of shit. They showed the Wonder Woman 1983 movie because the company I was working on that. The company's called Frame Store, by the way. And then they played a clip from Tom and Jerry movie, and I'm like, oh my god, we're working on a Tom and Jerry movie, and this looks so stupid and terrible.
That
And
does look stupid and terrible.
I think it just came out in the last couple of days, and lo and
Yeah, it
behold,
did. Yeah, it's on HBO Max.
it's fucking awful. I don't know.
Yeah,
man.
it looks like shit. No doubt.
And you worked on that film, you said?
No. I didn't touch that film. I worked on Joker. I worked on DC's
Wait,
Joker.
are you telling me that you directed the Tom and Jerry movie that's on HBO Max? Oh my
Yes,
god!
I directed it.
You ghost directed
No.
that movie. Holy shit!
I'm one of the little guys who does very little things. Like, even if I tell you I worked on a movie, like, you'll be like, "So what did you do?" I'll be like, "So little, you don't even care."
He was the one that had to get coffee for Tom and Jerry when they were on break. He had to
Yeah, it was
chaperone them.
We got a very stupid promo where our VFX studio house, they somebody put a camera on it, and then they composited the Tom and Jerry characters walking through our building and like high-fiving or something, and it was just like, oh, Tom and Jerry hang out in our studio lot. So I go to work every day, and you know, I do my thing. I go to lunch, and Tom and Jerry, they're just hanging out where I work. That was what they were trying to make me think.
Yeah, he had to help cover up a Tom Me Too situation too. So
He fucked Betty Boop.
yeah, he was doing all sorts of inappropriate things on set, and Dan had to cover it up for him. It was sort of like my favorite year. He had to watch out for Tom, and Tom had a serious drinking problem.
It's funny. I remember when I first came out here to LA, my contact to get out here was my stepsister and my friend. And I stayed at my stepsister's house for 3 to 4 days.
And they had
And she
crazy sex.
No, this isn't a Pornhub thing.
She got stuck in an oven.
She just kicked me out. She told me to fuck off, and I had to stay in my car for 2 weeks.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was really fucked up. I still haven't forgiven her.
I still haven't forgiven her.
This is what it takes to really like have a life out here and make money out here. It's just like you have to be cutthroat like that. And I guess maybe I should forgive her for telling me to fuck off like that.
Nah, man, you got Tom now. Tom's taking you out to his place down in Florida. You're gonna get some bitches. You know, it's gonna be like a rap video. Tom's like, you know, I've been talking to Jay-Z. I'm thinking about dropping an album. And Dan, I want you in the video.
That's crazy. So what did you do at Joker?
Joker. The blood on Joker is really interesting. I can talk to you about that for a little while if you guys want to hear about it.
Sure, I'm up. I'm game.
Go for it.
So I know a lot about the blood in the scene where not blood. So all the scenes where they're in the subway. I mean, I don't know. Are you guys very familiar with this movie or not that much?
I mean, I just saw it, and I kind of dug it. I mean, it's an entertaining movie, so yeah, go for it.
I've
shoot.
seen the movie. If you're asking me that, I mean, I've seen it.
Yeah, that is because I'm gonna talk about very particular things about the movie, and it's not just like themes and like ridiculous shit. It's like this exact shot of the movie, and this was CGI, and this was not CGI. So when he kills the Wall Street assholes in the subway, I saw that shot in its entirety. Like not that shot, that scene. I saw like a 10-minute scene. And I was like, "Oh, watch all this!" And this movie is not even in theaters, and nobody has heard about it. I mean, everybody heard about it, but it was cool that I could see it. Anyway, all the graffiti in that train. If you guys watch that movie again, and anytime they're in a subway and there's graffiti in the subway, the graffiti on the walls is CGI. That it's crazy.
Oh my
Because
god!
nobody thinks about that. And that subway is covered in graffiti. That train is covered in graffiti. And the funny thing is that the people who made the movie, they rented this car because this is one of the. I feel like we're having a renaissance in practical effects, and this is one of the movies that did that. They had a renaissance in practical effects, and so they rented a real subway, and they rented a real subway like. Whatever, a place where the subway drives through. Mm-hmm. But in the movie, the subway was covered in graffiti, so all of it was CGI. But it's crazy that you don't see that. And anyway, so all of it is CGI. The next part that I want to talk about is the scene where Joker is on the late night show and. Fucking I don't know, the gangster guy gets shot in the head and his brains are on the wall. What's that guy's name? The Gracio.
You talking about Robert De Niro?
Yeah, I'm talking about Robert De Niro. Thank you. So Robert De Niro is the TV show host, and seeing him getting his brains splattered on the wall was something I would see every day. So this was me working at this VFX house. I was a quote unquote VFX assistant editor. This is what my title was, and they would have dailies. They talk about this a lot in film shit, so you guys will hear about it again or before. Now I say it. But dailies is where you just show, here's a demo, here's some samples of what I've been doing lately. Here's some of the shit I've been doing. And the dailies here are the blood effects we've done on the wall of Robert De Niro getting his head shot by the Joker. And I had seen this fucking scene at least 2 months and a half. At very minimum, I've seen it 45 times. And not just like 45 times. I'm talking about 45 times of sitting in a room for an hour and watching them just play it and play it and play it again and again and again and again. And so I know. And the thing is, I would see them like play the earlier version of it, of the blood splatter of his brains getting blown off on the wall, and be like, that looks good. That looks pretty good. I think that looks good. Are we done? And then they would show a new version and a new version. And 25 times later, I would be like, this is a whole new version, and it looks a million times better. Like, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying they did good. It's like, because I was done at the first, like, 5 times, but they kept showing new times. And by the time that it was done, I was just like let alone me having criticism for it, it's just like it didn't even look real because I had seen it so many times. But also I had seen it so many times that I didn't expect that it would evolve so much like it did. It evolved so much more than I thought it would. So it gives me a big appreciation when I see very simple scenes in movies now, and I just see some bullshit happening. I'm like, oh, of course that happened. But I'm like, how many months did they sit in a room talking about whether the shadow was just right and whether the blood splatter was too much or too little? Because all this shit is done in a computer, and it's not like it's like you picked that exact amount of brain guts to be on the wall. Like you type in a number in a computer, and the computer decides how much brain guts gets in the wall. So it's really weird to have a personal attachment to this. This is the exact amount of brain guts that belong there. So I can imagine people being, I don't know, all kinds of pissed off and weird. And so when I hear about filmmakers getting fallouts and getting upset with each other, I think I understand where it comes from. And I feel like I've been talking a lot.
No, that was interesting. But, like you said, you don't think about that detail that goes into making these films because I don't know. Honestly, I'm not a fan of Joker, but I do respect the craft. Because like that scene that you were talking about, like I didn't know that it took like basically 10 hours just to shoot one little.
Well, that's also kind of the highlight of the whole movie is that last 15 minutes.
Yeah,
I mean that's the best part of the movie is when he's on the talk show and he shoots Robert De Niro. I mean that's the part that everybody. I mean, I think if the movie didn't have that, I don't think that movie wouldn't have been nearly as successful.
No, I agree. Yeah. That is definitely the best part. That's the whole reason why you watch the film is those.
Yeah, it's a slow burn to that last 15 minutes. No, I mean that's the whole. So I get why they worked on it because really you have no if that doesn't work the whole fucking movie doesn't work. I mean the movie really hinges on like when he shoots the guy and then everything that happens after that. I mean that was the big moment in the theater. Everybody was like, oh. Because I don't know if you've heard Tarantino talk about it recently. He talked about Joker. It's really weird. It's this clip of Tarantino talking about like he was just kind of digging it okay for 2 acts, but like he was like, oh, I guess it's just movies are pastiches of other movies. He was like, then he's like the last 20 minutes, he's like, you could literally feel in the theater like the whole like everything just change. Like you
could literally feel it, man.
Yeah, that's how he talked. Like you could literally feel like the tension and everything and how it changed. And like he was like he was like, yeah, he liked it because of the ending because he said he thought it was okay, and then he said at the end he said you could tell like the last 20 minutes that like the whole theater changed and it got tense. And,
I mean, since he enjoyed Green Lantern and Lone Ranger, I'm sure he enjoyed Joker.
Yeah, Tarantino kind of likes everything.
He liked Green Lantern.
Yeah, it was in his top 10.
It's record. He likes Green Lantern.
Yeah, it's
how embarrassing.
I know.
I know, right?
I know.
But that's Tarantino.
It's fucking Green Lantern, man.
Like it.
Yeah, Tarantino's not known for being like intellectual, like I said earlier. So yeah.
Well, he just likes like he's one of those. It's one thing I really admire about him. Like he likes bad movies. Like he'll make an argument for bad movies. Like he likes schlocky bad movies. He doesn't just like critically acclaimed kind of movies. He likes like all kinds of movies. That's
so bizarre. Fucking Pulp Fiction. Like exactly what movie is that inspired from? Can you point at one movie and be like, Pulp Fiction is this movie?
No, it's more of a hot.
Yeah, it's like 30 movies. Yeah, in particular, like I mean, most of the filmmaking style comes from the new wave in that movie, and especially at the time, he was like really obsessed with Godard. So a lot of the photography is very new. In particular, the scene with Bruce Willis and the girl in the hotel room is like very much like a new wave sequence.
Yeah, it's breathless. That's breathless all day.
Yeah, that's straight up a new wave sequence.
Can you film head guys explain that to me? What is Godard?
He was Jean-Luc Godard. He was a French filmmaker who helped kick off the French New Wave in the
known for Breathless.
Yeah, but a lot of other films too, which is basically like handheld camera work, improvisation, slice of life stories. So it's sort of like the way Pulp Fiction looks. It, like okay, I'll give you an example. You know that scene where they go to the door at the very beginning they're gonna go like kill those guys, and then Jules says, "Hey, let's go over here for a minute. It's still early." And then they walk down to the end of the room, and they can't. That's like a new wave shot, like completely.
How is that new wave? The shot is new wave.
Yes, the cinema.
Isn't it just like a medium shot? Like what is?
No. It's the way that the scene. It's the way that the scene plays. It's like one long shot when they get to that door. and then the camera
Oh,
turns
okay.
and they walk down the
Yeah.
hallway and there's no cut, and then it's a shot from a distance and they're still talking, and then they go
It's
back
like
to the door.
Is the interesting thing that
Yeah.
there wasn't a cut? Because that's been done so many other times.
No. That was the stuff. That
Uh.
was the stuff that he like took. That was like the movies that like a lot of that stuff didn't exist in movies before the new wave. That was like the innovation of a lot of that stuff was in the
yeah,
60s.
it's meta. It's like a movie. Is the movies is aware that it's a movie. It's supposed to be like, okay,
Mhm.
you know, we're shooting this film. Go ahead.
Let me point out some of the conventions with New Wave. So, New Wave cinema, you got these French filmmakers dealing with like very portable cameras. So, with the tropes of how they shoot this shit or how they put it all together, is that you get like a lot of jump cuts, a lot of cuts that interrupt scenes, which gives it that disruptive like flow
Jump cuts.
within the editing. Yeah, yeah. So like it's a pretty unnatural cut where with traditional classical filmmaking, you get like shot reverse shots, but then you have like shots that interrupt the scene. And
Scorsese
what,
does that a lot, and that's where he got
I
it
said-
from.
and what he said, very meta. Like there's a lot of direct address within French New Wave, so it's kind of like an intertextual throwback to things that French New Wave
Sadie?
is homaging.
Ripped off Tarantino?
What?
Who?
No.
I'm sorry.
Scorsese, because there was the French New Wave, and then all the guys who became the 70s directors, like Coppola, Scorsese, and all of them, they were into the French New Wave, so they were called the film brats, and then that's why in the 70s it was New Hollywood, was because
Yeah,
all of these
New-
filmmakers were watching the French cinema. And then that's when the camera work and editing started to change in American cinema, because American films didn't look like that until the 70s. And that was the stuff that Tarantino was influenced by too. And
Yeah,
also
let me add
70s, or John Pierre Melville was a big influence on him.
Yeah, let me add further to this. French New Wave is a reflection of, the French market getting access to numerous like American
You know a
films.
lot more than I do.
Yeah, so the French industry, the French film industry, got like a lot of access to numerous American films, especially like the Humphrey Bogart stuff. So Breathless, there's like a lot of homage throwing to Humphrey Bogart, and now with New Hollywood, it's the filmmakers within that industry, within American industry from that time, that were reflecting themselves to French New Wave. So you got you got Scorsese, you got George Lucas, you got Steven Spielberg that were influenced by a lot of stuff that was coming out of France. So they took some of that innovation and adapted it to their standards of filmmaking that revolutionized Hollywood from there on.
Well, also, it even goes back further with Italian neorealism, which predates the
Mhm.
French New Wave. So the French
Yeah.
New Wave was inspired by the Italian neorealism, like Rossellini, like something like Rome Open City, which is really where a lot of like the handheld cinema verte kind of stuff started. And then that inspired the French. But a lot of it was based off like American movie noir cliches, like crime stories and stuff. Like a lot of the French New Wave stuff did take from American movies and content, but the aesthetic was different. So a lot of stuff in Pulp Fiction is a mix of these European sensibilities and then 70s like blaxploitation films, like the character of Jules and how he looks and stuff like that is based off stuff like that from the 70s. Then also just cliches from like crime novels. That's why it's called Pulp Fiction. So it's just like the guy has to take the boss's wife out on a date. He just took a lot of like cliches from from crime literature, and then he tries to subvert it into something else. Like, okay, these guys have to go kill these guys, but then they shoot this guy in a car, and then they have to get rid of the body. And I'm going to spend a long time on that, which wouldn't typically happen in a crime story. But that was a lot of his like influences. But what he did with it was do that kind of stuff where we're going to spend a whole day with these guys trying to clean up this body out of this car. And then also the non-linear thing, that came from like literature, where like novels were in and had different structure, and it was like a lot of his author, especially like Elmore Leonard. A lot of Tarantino stuff is just Elmore Leonard.
Who's Elmore Leonard?
He's a very famous writer who wrote Out of Sight, which became a movie. Jackie Brown is based off an Elmore Leonard book called Rum Punch. Get Shorty.
Jackie Brown is his worst movie, isn't it?
I don't think it's his worst. I think
No, Death Proof.
Death Proof and Kill Bill 2, I think, are his worst movies.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's a typical film that's thrown out.
Kill Bill 2, Pat?
Yeah, I hate Kill Bill 2. I think that's easily like.
That breaks my heart. I love Kill Bill 2. What's your problem with Kill Bill 2?
Where you been all this time?
Where do I begin?
No, the last when she meets Kill Bill, that's pretty good. You know,
I don't hate the whole movie. Like the whole movie's not bad, but I do think it's like one of his weakest films. I don't think the whole movie's bad. I like the fight in the trailer, and I don't dislike some of the stuff with Bill, but
it's not better than Pulp Fiction, but it's better.
I don't think it's better than Jackie Brown. No, I actually think Jackie Brown's like his third best movie, probably. I actually think Jackie Brown's pretty great.
Jackie Brown since I was a small child.
Yeah, I love Jackie
Brown. And I haven't seen it since because I remember it sucked.
No, check it out again.
Yeah, for me, it's pretty cliche. I'm like Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs, Jackie Brown, and then everything else after that.
Why does Kill Bill 2 suck?
Oh man, I mean, God, this could be. This has been a 5-hour show.
Can we do it like really quickly though? Can we just do it short? Short and quick.
I mean, okay. It's
you're hurting my feelings, so let's just do it quickly.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I'm not a fan of either Kill Bill movie too much, but I like the first one better than the second one for sure.
You don't like it? Why not? Oh my god. Okay.
I'm just not. That's the one for me with like the pastiche like homage thing is like really bad. I'm not a fan of what he's doing with the Shaw Brothers stuff and the kind of.
You said what does pastiche Amish thing? What does that mean?
That means like the thing where he takes stuff from other movies and references, or does genres and then subgenres, or takes shots and scenes.
You don't like that? Isn't that all he does?
I don't like it in that movie. I like it in some of his other movies. I don't like it in that movie. I don't like the Shaw Brothers stuff and what he's doing with the Kung Fu movies and stuff. No, I don't think.
Like when he steals shit from other movies, but not Kung Fu movies?
No. I like the subtlety. Pulp Fiction's a very like. Here's the thing. I'll explain this. That's when Tarantino became modern Tarantino. There's a big difference between '90s Tarantino and Kill Bill and post Kill Bill when he starts making Glorious Bastards and Django when he becomes like a Hollywood director.
Pulp Fiction is probably more subtle in its stealing shit. But I mean, okay, what did Pulp Fiction steal from when he had like people raping gay asses?
I'm not saying he like stole. That's what that's what he does. He like takes things from movies and then he adds his own things to it too. But a lot of the stuff he does, he mixes genres together. That's just what Tarantino does. He's like a hip hop artist.
Yeah.
That's just
that was a made up part that Tarantino made up. That wasn't a part he stole.
No, not everything he has in his movies is from another movie. Like, the GIMP thing, I don't think that's in a movie, but like a lot of stuff in Pulp Fiction is like references to films and stuff. Yeah, that's in all of his movies, but not everything in his movie. Like, it's just he just takes like shots or like story ideas from other movies or like certainly. But he doesn't like. I don't think he takes.
Why do you hate Kill Bill 2?
He doesn't take scenes. I don't think he takes direct scenes from movies, as far as I know. There's probably a few times he's done.
Sure about that?
Yeah,
are you sure about that?
Yeah, there's times he does that for sure, where he just like.
I bet if I had to like hang up and go on like a Google search, I would find so many scenes that Tarantino just straight up ripped off.
If I remember correctly, the last scene in Kill Bill is basically a shot-for-shot remake of Lady Snowbud, the final acting Lady.
Yeah, but he just takes like that. It's like shots, like his writing, his dialogue is him. Like those are his words. He's not like stealing like content from people. Like all the stuff he writes is his stuff. That's Tarantino.
Yeah, I think you're confusing the whole criticism as if like he takes stuff from every other film he's directed. I think what Pat's trying to get towards is. Kill Bill 1 and 2 was pretty much the beginning of Tarantino's self-indulgence in his pastiche work. If that makes any sense.
Yes, it was
I love Tarantino being self-indulgent. I think that's awesome.
I think a lot of people do like it. I mean, those are popular movies, but that was for me like that's when. Well, I'll just explain. Like I think Kill Bill's sloppy in its editing and construction for one thing. That's a big issue I have with it. I don't like how it's put together and how he tells the narrative. I think it could be cut in a different way and be me. And I've seen people do different cuts of the movie.
Sloppy.
Yes, the way that
what is sloppy about the editing? Give me an example.
Oh well, just
Jesus, Ed, you're killing me.
just the whole everything. Just the non-linear construction of it's just not like it's just not that clever. It's very like convoluted how it's put together, like how he withholds information or reveals information, or scenes that don't really like.
Did you watch? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Did you watch fucking the stupid Marvel show that's been going on with the chick doing the sitcom?
I watched like 2 episodes. I haven't seen the whole show now.
Yeah, so why the jump to WandaVision? What's your point?
I can't
super
hear you.
sloppy. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. For a second there, I couldn't hear
there
you.
go. I can hear you fine. Go for it. What's your point? What are you alluding to?
Sorry, dude. I'm a little drunk. Why don't you guys go on, and I'll try to remember what I was trying to say.
The WandaVision editing was sloppy.
I mean, I'm not arguing with you. I think WandaVision has issues. Yeah.
The writing is sloppy in WandaVision. The writing is sloppy in WandaVision. But it has nothing to do with what we're talking about, really. So.
No, I don't know why you brought it up then.
Because I was going to make a comparison, but I realized that I'm like drunk and stupid.
Yeah, you know what? I have not seen WandaVision, though all the episodes are out, so I might take the time to watch it, and perhaps we could probably like get back on WandaVision at some point.
Yeah, we should talk about WandaVision. Also, I just kind of looked at it too. Like we've been going 5 hours, and I got to be up at 7 o'clock, and it's 1:20 here. So I didn't know. I didn't realize what was going on. I just looked at my clock, and I'm like, holy fuck! It's after 1 o'clock in the morning. Like I was planning on this stream being shorter than the other ones, and I think it's the longest one now.
Yeah, before you went all philosophical. With,
yeah, yeah, I thought me went crazy. We're like kind of like you know what? If we go like 3.5 hours, I'm happy with this. And then Rose came in and we talked for like over an hour, and then I was like, oh crap. And then like now we've all been talking, and I'm like, oh my god, I have to get up in 6 hours. So
man.
So we're probably.
Guess we should probably just call it a night.
Yeah, I would say so, because if we keep talking, we're going to go on for like... I mean, if I didn't have to work tomorrow, I would talk for like 8-9 hours. I wouldn't give a shit. One of these times, we're going to have to do a stream on like a Friday or Saturday or something, so I can actually stay up and do the stream. Because this is what always happens. This is what always screws me, is I do these on Sunday, and they don't really start picking up steam until later, because that's just how live streams work. And then
I just call up like Friday, like this Friday?
Yeah, I might try to do a Friday, because the problem is that like, yeah, I have to get up at 7:30 on the weekdays to go to work, and I always do this on Sunday night because I like doing it on Sunday. But then we end up talking for like 5 hours, which I never planned to do. But I'm like, fuck, I guess it's like when I used to do Box Office Addict, and it was only supposed to be like an hour, and it always turned into like 3.5 hours. Now this is turning into like every stream's a 5-hour stream. So I'm like, okay, Sunday night might not be the best night to do these.
Can we do like a rule? Like, you can only come on the stream if you bring a girl with you.
Then nobody would be on the stream, I think.
Yeah, now you're just
you would be able to come on. I bet you could bring a girl. You would be able to come on.
Well, yeah. But then there would be like 4...
And then everybody else would work on it too. And we'd figure it out.
Well, I guess that's true. Honestly, I gotta say, I think this was easily the best stream so far.
I think so.
Same here.
Yeah, I mean, even though I really enjoyed the one where we were watching all the clips from movies, that was the Mortal Kombat one, but this one was just filled with so much fucking content.
Yeah, we hardly even touched back on
Your Movie Sucks. Yeah, that was like 30 minutes. Like, we talked about everything but him for like the last 4 hours.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not even drunk. I don't even drink. I'm fucking sober as hell. I'm pretty livid. Well, okay. Feel how you may, but I'm pretty livid right now. So this was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
I'm pretty awake.
I am too. That's what I hate. Like, I have to get up early because I'm like, god damn, this is one of those weird times with the streams. Just like it's got so much like energy to it, you know, like this never died down. There's a lot of energy going, but I'm just like, fuck, if we talk for 7 hours, because this is actually one I'd like to take some clips out of and put them up, because I think there's some really funny clips in here. I think the talking about Black Superman was just fucking...
Yeah, I was just on the chat saying like, your talk with Rose could be like its own episode.
Yeah, no, the talk with Rose was that's the thing. Like, if I was smart, I would space these out, and instead, I'm like, all right, everything's gonna be in this one stream. But thank you guys. Thank you.
Find out who Rose is.
Rose is
Yeah.
as what is it? Mitigation.
Just call me Rose. I forgot that.
Mita Geisen.
Mitigation, yeah. I just call you Rose because that's the name in the chat.
Rose is the guy?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a dude.
It's his YouTube name.
I don't want to hear about that.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm sorry. I don't know.
Hey Rose, thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you for being on so much.
No, I
forgive you.
appreciate you letting me come on, man. Like, if you want to do more of this in the future, like, I would love to do that.
Yeah, no, come on whenever you want. If you see the stream on, we're probably gonna. I'm probably gonna try to switch these around to like Friday or Saturday because I just think Sunday's too stupid. Because I'd like to do these like late into the night, like 2 or 3 in the morning, and I'm just thinking like, Friday's probably better for that than Sunday night. So look out for Friday or Saturday. I'm not sure yet. It depends on my schedule because Friday I get off work and I'm usually kind of tired, so it might be tough. But we'll see. But yeah, look out for a stream if you see it on again. Come on,
Yeah.
and hopefully we can just have another fucking cool ass conversation about something else. My only issue is I never know what to make the topic. So like this week I'm like, all right, fuck it, your movie sucks. Let's talk
What
about
about
it.
WandaVision? You were talking about.
Yeah, I think we could talk about WandaVision. Everyone would have to watch it though.
Yeah, I have to watch it.
Yeah.
I have not seen it all.
You guys think you can watch it within next week? I mean, it's only 9 episodes.
Show's over.
I could try. It's sort of a lack of interest thing too, though. I kind of just don't want to sit through WandaVision.
Yeah, I can understand.
Is that too?
I
It's
think
like
you guys should bother.
I got a question.
I'd rather just like watch Tom and Jerry. Be like, fuck it, let's talk about Tom and Jerry.
I think we should talk about Tom and Jerry.
I kind of don't want to sit through that either.
I don't want to sit
But
through
it
any
is-
of this stuff. Everyone's like, review this, and I'm like, I don't want to watch any of this stuff.
Yeah, that's the
It's-
thing. I'm not
it's
interested
terrible.
in any new shit. I just rather watch some old shit. That's my fucking mantra.
Yeah.
Same.
What were you gonna ask, Madcap, before we go?
Oh yeah. Do any of the episodes? I know the episode format for WandaVision is like 30 minutes for each episode. Does it jump into like an hour stretch in the later ones? I'm
Yeah,
curious.
the last 2 episodes are like 50 minutes long.
Oh, okay.
So,
Well,
That's definitely the
Sure.
thing. I don't want to just sit through 9 hours of that shit. Like, it's like,
yeah, because I
It's
barely live.
Guys,
for the Mandalorian.
I watched it, and I think the show isn't very good. It's very short. Like you can watch WandaVision in a lunchtime, like at work. If you're like, oh, it's lunchtime, you can watch the whole show. Here's what you do: just skip the first 3 episodes, start on episode 4, and just watch all of it.
I believe you.
You don't need to watch the first 3 episodes because the first 3 episodes are this stupid sitcom format. But the show tells you about, like, it repeats all this information that you're supposed to know. It just repeats it.
oh, for
I
fuck's
kind of don't need.
sake.
I kind of don't need to see the first 2, considering that I watched them already. So I have no issue with that.
All right, 5 out of 10. I think that settles it. All right, guys, that was Please Rewind Live 10. Your movie sucks. Indiana Jones review, philosophy, stepsister porn, Con Air, Black Superman,
Josh Trank.
Josh Trank's Fantastic Four.
Bill too.
Yeah, everything was talked
For a
about.
bit.
So I'll see you guys next weekend. Hopefully, I'm gonna shoot for Friday, so look out on Friday for a stream to come on.
I'll keep an eye out.
So
But you folks take care.
thanks, man.
you two guys.
Good night.
Night, buddy.
Good night, good sir.